extra late today. Let me get this head blew up real quick. Let me get this head blew up real quick. Oops. Give y'all something real quick. Hold up. Dang, I gotta see if I can test this out first. Can y'all hear that?
We all need some healing.
Yes, we do.
I'm here to protect you from long-term misery, so that can be all left back in here.
Oh yes, oh yes. Let me get this. Oh my. Hold up. So put this back over here. Let's see something real quick. Hold up. Gotta switch. Profile. Is it working now? I'm trying to see. Hold up.
I'm not here to protect
See if that work while I'm talking and stuff. Hold up. Dang, I gotta say it over again.
Because we all need some healing. I'm here to protect you from long-term misery, so that can be all left back in history.
All that back in history. What's the deal?
Hey.
Hold on real
So
quick.
I love what you wrote.
Bit.
No, I love what you wrote because, you know, holding grudges only hurts the grudge holder. It sucks because
Yeah, most definitely.
as human beings, we tend to hold grudges against the person that hurt us, but we only hurt as a result. It's
Exactly.
so
People
true.
gonna figure that out. They gonna figure it out.
No, it's true because there's also the expression when you hate someone, the only one that suffers is the hater because people you hate either don't know or
What's the
don't
deal,
care.
AJ? Yeah, it's sad though, right?
Being the grudge holder is the worst. It's hardcore. It's like it's hard to stop.
That's why I asked that second part. Let me turn this thing up too much. I kind of sound like it's low. I asked the second part. Oh no, the first part. Do it. What the heck? I do it every time I get on here, and then it don't sound different from when I wrote it. Do it. Start.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Oh yeah, do it start to turn to a toxic pleasure over time. That's what I feel. What's the deal, AJ? What's the deal, Lady Play? I feel like I missed some people because I was trying to fix this thing. Regina Price, what's the deal?
Did you just come on?
Yeah, I done came on. It's super late where I'm at too. It's just hitting like 3:14.
It's 12:14 here. Where are you?
I'm in Detroit.
Oh, you're in Michigan?
Yep. Yep.
Hey, I gotta ask you, is that store really real in that show, the pawn shop store?
Yeah. Yeah, that's all
you know the one where
It's a few miles from me. You talking about that
where they have
at
where they have
Greenfield
the
where they
pawn
do
shop.
pawn
They
shop,
do.
yup.
So that's a real place.
Yeah, that's a real place, yup. I ain't just never caught people up there on the camera though. I've just never seen that part, but yeah, that's a real place. Cause I think I did I think I might have did. Oh no, I was up there with a couple of my friends. I seen somebody up there with a boot on their car too.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. It's just
It's
they have
dang,
what is
it's
it
on
called again?
Greenfield though. I know the
With
pawn shop is
you,
on Greenfield. I
you
gotta
know what I'm
see it.
talking about though, right?
Yeah, I know
That
what you're
that
talking about.
show with
Let me look it up.
the dad named Les and the daughter and the son. I can't remember the name. Something Pawn. I don't.
Is it American Jeweler?
Yeah, that's. I
Alone?
think that's it. I think that's it.
Yeah.
The ones where they have the bouncers and they all escort them out. And a lot of people think it's fake, but apparently it's a real store.
Yeah, it's a real store.
It is. All right. So you're
I
from.
don't know about the if they acting up there though, but I know it's a real store though. I don't know.
Well, no, I think a lot of it's some people think it's staged, but it's a reality
Probably
show,
is.
so that's how
Yeah,
it is.
most of them things be I don't know. Iffy type situation.
So
But
what is
yeah.
what they call a Detroit Rock City? What is that? What is that? Is that a real
Detroit
place
Lock
too?
City.
Detroit Rock City.
Hold on real
Detroit
quick.
Rock City is not a real, or
I don't think I heard of
that's
that.
just in a song I heard, I think.
Yeah, I don't think I heard of that though.
But you're from the same town as Eminem and Kid Rock, Detroit.
Um, Shoot, I don't even remember watching that movie. I don't even be paying attention to people for real, man. I think
Yeah, I
when
mean,
they made that movie 8 Mile though, I don't even uh
is there really an 8 Mile though? Is that not
yeah, it's
real?
eight
Is
mile.
that real?
Yeah. Yep.
What does that
Cause
mean
I
though?
used to live on
What is
Seven
that?
Mile. That was like kinda up the street from me. Yeah, all them real streets and stuff, yeah.
So 8 miles a street?
Yeah, it's a street.
Oh, well, I
Eight
hated that
mile,
movie.
7 mile, 6 mile. I
I
think go
hated
up
that
to like
movie.
21 mile. I think it go far. Yeah, it go
Y'all gotta
far.
hate on. Would y'all gotta hate on Eminem? No, I'm just kidding. What's
No,
up,
Right,
brother
actually,
exactly.
Grudge? You
I
got with
love Eminem.
Eminem.
I just didn't understand if that was like what the. So I love your headlines because you are so right, host. I mean, like toxic being the headline word is that people that hold toxic grudges, it's like it hurts the beholder. It's
Yeah,
it's sad.
yeah. The reason why I say that because it gets to a point to um where I feel like that they purposely decide to not try to find no type of forgiveness because they love that feeling of trying to feel the toughest or something like that. Oh, you won't step on my toe no more situation and all that stuff. I'm gonna show you. You show your face again. I'm gonna make sure I get it. Because everybody in this world always wants to be the toughest and all that stuff. That's why you see a lot of people, you know, and that's something I had to grow out of when I was younger, and I had to think about it. A lot of people just want that image of you don't want to mess with me because I am the toughest, and then you know what I'm saying a lot of times they get put in that situation, and people don't like to take a L. So even if they got whooped up, they still gonna try to find some way to win. So I gotta use a weapon. That's why I'm used. You know what I'm saying? It's all type of stuff. So everybody want that image in this dang near in this world. They always want to be the toughest because that's how we had to grow up. Everybody had to have that image of you don't want to mess with me, or that's why if you see like if you see like even on just this app alone and stuff, people got the oh yeah, I'm a 0 to 100 person, you know, that little funny stuff like and they never realize that just show how weak you are for real because it's like you just showing that anybody can control your emotions and all that stuff. They saying that oh if you do that like what can you do any different from any other human. Like everybody swear they got some high capabilities, like they got powers or something like that. I don't know, but everybody can come and go the same exact way. Everybody bleed the same way, all that stuff. But just everybody love that image of I'm the toughest. But it's a lot of ego behind that situation.
Well, can I ask you something? Where do you where do you come up with this? I mean, I'm just curious where it comes from because I agree with you, but when you say holding grudges, forgiveness, love, respect, all that, like, okay, so I've done that. I've actually forgive people that have hurt me, and then they did it again. So, but at the same time, you can't really move forward unless you forgive. So, I
Right.
just was curious where your amazing attitude comes from.
Who? Oh, shoot. Just taking time alone. You know what I'm saying? I don't have no distractions and stuff or whatever. Um, after going through certain situations and stuff, I just had to figure, I just try to just study people in general or just study life instead of just sitting in here living a life. Because I didn't want to go through the same. And I realized that peace is like the number one thing in life that people that don't realize that we all need and stuff. So I had to sacrifice a lot of my wants so I can get that peace. What's the deal, Cass, in the building? So,
I guess the hardest
I
part
had
for
to.
me was forgiving exes, and then they did it again. So
Oh
that's where the
yeah, I
hard
feel
part
you.
is.
Yeah, I feel you on that. And I think a lot of the second thing was that I use like because I feel like equal can you get used in two different ways. So I usually like I never wanted no chains on me. I never just like I don't even like giving people money and I mean not giving people money, asking somebody for money and then they have it over me like you owe me or something like that. I just
Right.
if I borrow some money, I'm giving it to them instantly type stuff. I never wanted no chains on smoking. I never wanted no chains on. I didn't want to be addicted to anything, nothing. I wanted to figure things out on my own and stuff. So I mean, it even got to a point to where, like, I be mentioned a bunch of times, like, I became celibate because I ain't wanted that even to have a chain because people don't realize it's so many people in this world that's so chained to sex right now. It's like they really don't realize they like, well, listen, they do. So they make up stuff. That's what's so funny to me because I started to study. They make up anything because it show how addicted people is to sex because that's the only way they can make a relationship nowadays. So they like, no, this part of it. This is what we supposed to do and all this stuff or whatever. But it's like really don't realize that they're really chained to it because without it, you wouldn't have no relationship. That's how I had to look at it. Like, man, you need you. It's so bad that if you can't deal without it, you can't deal with that person. That's what it is. And I'm like, is that really real love? You know what I'm saying?
Are you religious?
Am I religious? No, I'm more spiritual than anything. Yeah,
Right.
I had to, because religion separate us. I had kind of noticed that, and I realized that everybody come with their own interpretation to different beliefs.
Oh, is there anybody else up here trying to talk, or
Let me see.
no one else is trying to bring on some new friends? I mean, I'm your friend now. I mean, I just met you, and
So I'm your friend. Yeah, man.
well, why not?
Anybody, if y'all want to pop up in here and talk about it, did you?
We're from
Oh,
different parts of the country, so
yeah, yes, we are.
what's wrong
Most
with that?
definitely. How you? So do you feel like it's what about number two? How you feel about do you think it start turn to toxic, or have you ever experienced that? Good looks, lady play.
I'll let somebody else come up. So I wish you a peaceful evening. Thank you for being kind. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Then did you once love or respect the person? I be feeling like even with that, with number three, I think a lot of us, or I think majority of the time, it was some type of love or respect for a person to even hold a grudge to that because that's what it's like a heartbreak or some type of hurt or whatever. Or it could be some false narrative that was told to some one of your loved ones and you hold it against them. So I think it got a lot to do with you know love for one thing and hurt behind the situation, or I can't believe this happened to you type. So I never found a way to, like I said, that to even get over that, you gotta be able to forgive yourself. I mean, a lot of people have never learned for that because they feel like, oh man, I can't believe I did this. I can't, it's so much stuff. What kind of grudge? They are not all the same because everyone has different triggers. Exactly. But a grudge is a grudge at the end of the day. That's like objective. That's not even, the different type of grudges is subjective, but grudge itself is objective. Because a grudge is just a grudge. That's anything that you just haven't learned to forgive, or something that it's like it's actually driven. It's like a lot of ego behind that situation as you choose to not find a way to let that situation go, or you let that, run your life, and something you never, I mean, of course you don't forget, but you just didn't find a way to recover from it. So it's just eating at you for the rest of your life until you find a way to realize that either it happened for a reason, or, people make mistakes. That's what I use to kind of let go situations, or put yourself in other people's shoes. Dang, I might have did the same thing to me. You know what I'm saying? If I was in that type of situation, because a lot of us just, we just humans. And humans, they make mistakes. So if you truly let go of a grudge, you do forget. Yeah, I don't know about that, because I don't think you like Man in Black type forget. I don't know. Because even with that, like, we still got to learn from our situations, why we got put through what we put through, or whatever happened. Or we got to actually learn from the person that we had a grudge on, or have a grudge on. We still got to learn to, I mean, I love you and all that, but hey, I can't risk you stealing from me, or I can't risk, you got to still learn from it. I think a lot of that stuff is just to learn from, like, to show you different ways of how people can be, you know. So I don't think you like totally forget. You could try to, but that'd be like, I don't know, unhuman. Like, I don't know. But I think when they say forget, as in like, don't let it, you know, tear your whole life up. Always keep, you know, bringing it up. And just find a way to let it go. Find a way to give grace to that situation, or learn from it. If you don't forget, then you didn't let go of the grudge. No, if you let it still affect you in the same way it used to affect you, that's when you didn't let it go. You know, I don't think you can, anything that you are introduced to. I don't think you can humanly possibly forget about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you can humanly possibly do that. That's just like people that's addicted to something. I don't think they forget that feel. You know what I'm saying? Even me, like I can mention the celibate thing. It's not like I forgot about what sex feel like. Even though I took off 2 years from it, but I still remember the feeling. You know what I'm saying? So it's not. I don't think you can physically or mentally just like I said, do like the Man in Black little flash thing. I don't think you just forget totally. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you just change the way you react to it. That's all it is. It's just like trigger words and stuff. Somebody called me a B or something like that. I laugh at it, but it's still, I ain't like I forgot what a B, how it affect me. I just changed the way it is. Like, it's like I don't know how to explain it though, but, forget about it though. I wouldn't even lie to myself like that. I just can't say I don't know. I don't think I got that capability, because if you want to remember anything, you can remember, especially if it made some type of impact in your life. You're going to remember it. You know what I'm saying? I was laughing. Actually, today I was laughing, telling my dad and talking to basically my parents and stuff, telling them like, yeah, I remember what you did and all that, making jokes about this stuff. You can remember how different stuff impact you as a little kid and stuff, and just make jokes about it. So, that's what it is. It ain't to where that you like hold it against it, like you gave me a whooping and all that stuff, and you know where it affects you. Nah, it just turned to a laugh. It was once a sad situation, of course, but they had to do what they had to do to make sure you act right. You know what I'm saying? So it's something I'm not gonna forget. It's just something I laugh at now. Like, dang, yeah, I was bad and something like that. You know, it's like different levels to different situations, though. Everybody sleeping this boy.
Hey, Kev.
What's the deal?
What's going on?
Grand Rising.
Grand Rising. I haven't even gone to sleep yet.
You said, huh?
I said I haven't even gone to sleep yet.
Right.
Never
I'm
mind
just
Grand
waking up. I woke
Rising.
up too late.
Did you? Is that what
Yeah, I
happened?
woke up late.
Yeah. No, I was waiting and waiting. I was like, I thought you guys were all gonna come on, but nobody came on. So I was like,
I
all
know.
right.
I suppose too. Yeah.
I honestly was about to fall asleep, and then I was like, oh shit, Kev's on. I was like, damn.
I had to squeeze it in because I don't get on Sundays.
I
I'm
was
like,
like, all right,
whatever,
I got
whoever
my
comes.
third win. Let's go.
Right.
Because I'm actually down visiting friends right now, so I'm just
Yeah.
like down in the States. Yeah, I was waiting to see, but yeah. I don't know what the hell he's watching, man. He's watching Venom or something. I don't know what the hell he's watching.
The what?
Venom?
No, this is a Fantastic Four.
Oh, now we're on to Fantastic Four.
Said Venom, 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 Venom. So, nah.
No, we watched Venom first. Now we're on to Fantastic Four.
Trying to make sure my
I'm here to
stuff working
protect your
straight.
own feelings because we all need some healing. I'm here
I
to
brought my
protect you
old
from long-term
soundboard back.
misery, so that can be all.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday. I saw you got a new mic and everything.
Yeah.
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 I
Should
saw
put a
that a
little
little bit.
echo in that boy.
So wait, you got like a sound machine now that you can make like noises and stuff?
Yeah. What you laughing at? Why you laughing at me?
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
shoot. What, why y'all coming in here laughing at me? It ain't like that.
Come on, you gotta have one for accountability.
The accountability one? What? You know these voices don't take account. Let me stop. What?
Oh look, AJ.
It's time to run the
AJ's here
world?
with us.
Now I take
Kev.
accountability.
Oh,
This is
Jesus Christ.
man.
Oh God, it's like a
Finish
kid
him.
with a toy.
It's the perfect
It's
wish
like
for
a little.
finish him. Yeah,
Oh,
these
we're in trouble
right
now.
here, you know what I'm saying? I'm lying. He don't even take accountability either. Nobody like taking accountability. That's a harsh word.
Especially me.
Is that? Hold on. Is that actually your voice in there?
Yeah, that's my real
Right,
voice, you
Mortal
know?
Kombat. See, AJ just said it. Calm down, Mortal Kombat. That's exactly.
Don't be hating on my Mortal Kombat. Boo boo. I like saying boo boo in this voice, though.
Boo
Do
Boo.
you,
No,
boo boo?
no, except Boo Boo Kitty's gonna get offended. Don't say
Oh, yeah.
that.
You know.
Oh, that's
Let me
funny.
go back,
That's
though.
good.
Let me get my
Well,
voice.
listen here, SpongeBob. I'm kind of sick and tired of
Oh,
your
she
shit.
ain't so there you go. There she go. All right. We did.
Funny part
All
is, you got me
right.
in a little special box to teach me that
Do
one.
you have
That
a?
was just
My
strictly my
bad.
voice.
That
What
was
do
your
you have a
voice for real?
soundboard too?
Yeah, that was my
What the,
voice.
what the, I need a whole
Yeah, that was just
soundboard
me
to do
talking.
that. That was really her voice.
What?
I
Hold
think she
on.
gonna
Hold
suck on
Yeah, that
some
on.
was really
helium
my
or
voice.
something.
Kev,
Yeah,
what
that was
is
just
it?
my voice.
What is this Mr. Loudman saying? Sorry, my cousin was shot. I've been calling you. You on live?
What the?
What is this, Kev?
I don't know. What they talking about? The boy got 29K followers. What you talking about, man?
I don't know, but please speak
You
now
was
or
his
forever get
best
blocked.
friend.
Yeah, please explain, cause that's pretty harsh.
Wow.
Who are you calling? I don't
What,
understand.
Kev? Who are you talking to, Kevin?
I don't know
Who,
who that is.
Mr. Loudman?
You was his best friend. Okay, now goodbye.
Yeah, right. How about? Yes,
Uh,
Kev. He said yes, Kev.
he should have said something fast enough. Oh,
He
guess
said
what?
yes, Kev though.
I don't think he's talking to Kev, to
Finish
be
him.
honest with you. He's just talking shit.
Yeah,
When you block somebody, finish him. It's like that.
right.
Oh, well, you're right. I should. Hold up. Mute.
Hold on. This is
Goodbye.
what you do. Bye.
Y'all just
That's what you
tag
do.
team them.
Yep. I muted him. To get them actually out of your live, you have to mute them, and then you block them.
I do it backwards. Cause I gotta see the block first, then I gotta mute their words. Cause I can't find their name after I mute them.
Hey, Mr. God did.
Yeah, I'm
All
on
right,
this
can y'all hear
boy a
me?
little late. Yeah, I hear you, AJ.
Yeah, AJ, our boy's on here really late tonight. I was almost been about to go to bed, and then he came on.
Game on.
Hey,
I gotta.
hey, so Lady Play, what did I tell you? Every time
Yes.
I'm high, then fucking TikTok be knowing.
Listen, you need to
I
stop
fucking
sending
told
me
you.
that shit
None of
because
y'all
listen,
believe
no,
me.
listen,
None of you believe me
listen,
that that was
listen,
real. And then there you go.
I clicked on that shit and I was tripping. I was like, what the fuck did she just send me? I'm like, no. I'm like, is she for real? These fucking Muppets are on here? I'm like, no, I lasted like 2 seconds. I had to click off. I was like, no, AJ, don't do
Bro,
that. I'm like, get the fuck. I'm like,
I
and I
was
was
telling
high
you.
too.
Remember, I told you.
I,
I told you. Every time
I was
that be
like, are you
happening
for
and I come on
real?
here, that be happening. I'm telling you. But no, nobody want to be believing AJ. Until y'all have to see
Oh
it, then I
no,
send it, and then you like,
no,
what the
I
fuck?
actually believed you, but don't be sending me that shit because it
She didn't
tripped me
believe me.
out.
Don't be no, she didn't. She was like, nah, I don't believe you,
Try
AJ.
to switch
And then
it up
your
now.
exact
Get
words
out of
were,
here.
your exact
Kev,
words to
have
me
you
were,
seen this?
AJ,
I
send
don't
it
want to
to
see it.
me. Send it
I
to
don't want
me,
to be
No,
AJ.
you
traumatized.
don't. You don't. Yeah, no, seriously. Like I was like, why is she like I believed her, but I was like, why is she sending me this?
I mean, you don't
I
have to
was like,
send me, but what is it about?
Cause you asked me to.
puppets.
It's literally okay, bro. So like
It's
every
the puppet
time I'm
side
like
of
stoned or whatever,
TikTok.
and I come on here, right? And I have to be like
Like
a certain level
weird,
of like messed
Kev,
up.
weird puppets.
And like every time, bro, I catch this live. Every single time. And it's just a bunch of like Muppets, right? Like, and they're like in a panel, right? And they're all dancing and twerking and shit.
Yeah,
It's like the
What the
weirdest fucking
seriously.
thing.
No,
Bro, it's
seriously,
fucking
Kev.
weird.
what the
Twerking.
heck you be watching, man?
Right? That's what I. That
Bro, but I'm
because.
telling you,
Oh,
That's
any
your
other time,
algorithm.
it is not
listen.
on my shit. I promise you, it is not there.
It,
It's never
Bicky, bicky,
there
AJ.
bicky, 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 bicky.
until
This
I'm
bitch.
messed
Anyways, it
up,
was
and then I
weird. It
come
was
on
weird.
here, and there it
Don't
is.
send me that shit anymore. Please don't.
Whatever. She subscribed. She followed.
I
She
didn't
followed. She said she
subscribe.
subscribed. She
I
playing it off. She
clicked
just
on
trying to sound like it.
Uh
Hey,
huh.
oh.
fuck off. I clicked off. No, seriously, because I was like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, no, this
I
is
gotta
not
give
gonna
you a
be.
little
And
shit, lady play. That's all. Just giving you some shit.
yeah, thanks, thank you. Oh, that was weird. That was totally. Did you guys see my message, Kev? Did you see my message about what side of Clapper I came on the other day?
Whoa. Nah. I ain't even look at it. Y'all probably type some stuff or something. That junk be filling up so high, I can't even see all the messages.
I swear to God, I don't know what side of Clapper I came on, but it
Let me see this
obviously
dude
was the
third
side.
child.
Oh, I sent him a request.
You probably sleep
He's
by
probably
now.
asleep.
Yeah,
I
he's
know
probably
how
asleep. Yeah, so anyways, the other day I went to Clapper and just see my messages and everything. And anyways, I ended up on the swing set side of it.
Whoa.
The and I was like, what
Swing.
the I was like, what the I was like, are you kidding me? And then I sent that message, and then Trey was like, yep, that's what it was called for. I was like, nah, I'm not getting on that side. Leah,
I did come up here. I should answer Kev's questions though.
Yeah,
I
let's get
realize
it.
I didn't
Let's get
answer
it
them.
going. Let's get it.
All
You
right,
already
what's
know.
the first question?
You know I can count on you.
No, so what's the first question?
You can't read them?
I don't got my glasses on.
forgiving
Oh,
grudges,
okay, I'm just
forgiveness,
trying to make sure because I'm like, dog,
yeah,
why I gotta
I
keep readjusting everybody's stuff? I'm
did
like, dog.
start
All right, so
to.
the first one, of course, Grudges of Forgiveness, part 6. Do it start to turn to a toxic pleasure over time?
I think so if
Oh,
you keep
there's
it
a
going.
pause right there.
Yeah. So I think it depends. I ain't gonna sit there and say I ain't got current grudges currently right now, but I have good fucking reason. But I'm not gonna hold on to them forever. I think when you hold on to them forever, it becomes like it consumes you. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
over time, yeah, it becomes more of a toxic, consuming pleasure over time. But I think it's normal. I think it's normal for us to have grudges and stuff. You know,
Yeah,
just temporary, but as long as they stay temporary. And that's it. You know,
I feel
everything in
you.
moderation.
Yeah, just like feelings, just Lord's normal to have feelings, but it's not sitting them type stuff, or like sitting anger, or none of them. I don't think
Yeah.
you. I don't think you sit in happiness either. I don't think any of them.
Yeah.
Just every feeling is temporary.
But I mean, but I feel like everything, you know, just like feelings or anything else, because having a grudge is kind of like, you know, it's a feeling in a
Yeah,
way. It's
yeah, I
just
feel
how
you.
you react on it, right? Like if I
Yeah,
have a grudge and I want to go hurt somebody, that's one thing. If I got a
yeah,
grudge and it's, you know, yeah, I'm just mad at you, like, you know, like fuck you type shit.
yeah,
Um, but I'm not doing nothing about it. It's just like, hey, I separated. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
yeah. I think it. I
Um,
think it branches off though. I think it go from a
it does
person and then they start taking out on other people because they, start
because they
acting mean to
remind
other
them
people.
of shit like that. Yeah, yeah, I think that's normal.
Santiago, you better act right today, man. I'll be giving you chances. I know you gonna come and change your profile pic. I know who you are.
No, I did. I changed my profile pic. I did.
Yeah. So I need you to act right today, man. You always keep getting in trouble every time you come in here.
I be drawn.
Huh?
I be drawn heavy.
I don't know what drawing heavy is, man. That's another old word. You got me on
No,
that one.
basically, I be acting up. I be acting up on the show.
Of course, you already know. We done got an encounter with you about 3 times. Well, I don't think it got that bad with me, but you always get into it with somebody. But what's
I
the
mean,
deal, man? You all right?
oh, definitely, definitely.
Okay.
For sure, for sure. Uh,
What
yeah,
you
no, that's
saying,
just my two
AJ?
cents on it. No, I was just saying. I just think like it just
I'm gonna go
depends
ahead.
on
Hold
how
on.
we react to it, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and what we do with it. If you're going based off of like just a reaction and you're feeding into certain impulses, then yeah, you know what I mean. It could be pretty detrimental. But I do think it does start off, with one person, and then it kind of branches out, and that's the reason why like yes, they're important to kind of because instinctively, right? When you get mad at somebody, you got a grudge, you're gonna want to get away from that person, right?
Right.
Most people are like that. They're gonna want to get away from them. That's completely normal and natural, right? But when you start pushing it out and it moves from that person to a group of people or people who remind you of that person, that should be your telltale sign right there. Like you need to work on it.
Mm.
You need to process it. You need to let it go because at the end of the day, I think a lot of the time we feel like we need to lay in the beds of shit that's not our fault, right? So
Right.
if you're laying in the bed that somebody else made on a constant basis, then yeah, you're gonna be angry. Just take accountability for what you do. Everything else is on them, right? That's it. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, maybe I could have talked to this person better. Maybe I could have handled the situation a little bit better, so on and so forth. We all have that, right? But as long as you're constantly trying to move in a good way, you really don't got to take that much accountability for shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's just my personal belief. I just feel like we should always be trying to move in a good way because you don't know what the person next to you is going through,
Mm.
you know?
Exactly.
And that's just me. Hmm.
I even with that, I be even trying to look at, and like I said, I think a big cure to, and that's what I've been learning myself. A big cure to forgiving, right? Which I
Hmm.
always, what I do for myself, what I do is I just put myself in other people's shoes and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I start to not take things. I don't, even though it had personally happened to me, I don't take it personal, or I try not to take it personal, or learn to figure a way that, most of the time it's just another person projecting themselves on me. And a lot of people, especially if I'm the bigger person and I know better, so I just look at it as like they just don't know better. They don't know what they really did to me. They don't know what they did to my peoples. You know what I'm saying? Anybody I got a grudge against, or you know what I'm saying? That's how I kind of let it or release it from me. And then I look at it like we all humans and we work in different ways and our emotions work different ways and stuff. Not saying that they have to always be around my situation, but you can't be around me until you mature. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that stuff is just different maturity levels and
Yep.
stuff. You know.
Well, it's maturity. It's maturity level. There's a lot of factors to it too. A lot of people are in different journeys when it comes to healing. And I don't think that's really subjugated to just age or, oh, you're this old, so you shouldn't be acting like.
No,
We
it
kind
ain't
of need to
age
get
at
away
all.
from that. You know what I
It's
mean?
not age at
That's
all.
never really had anything to do with it. I think it has to do with just maturity and where you are in a healing journey, right?
Yep.
And what you've learned and how you've learned to process, um, and so on and so forth. So that's the reason why I feel like, yeah, grudges can be helpful because they're going to initially want to get you away from the thing that you're mad at or the person you're mad at or whatever that you're having a grudge against. You're going to want to stay away from that person. And that is completely natural and normal. But don't just, okay, well, now I'm away from that person and think that you're done. Like, no, you got to process that situation.
To
Right?
be
Like with
honest
my
with
current
you,
thing, like when I came in
sometimes
here, I was like, yeah, I got a current grudge currently, right? I got a grudge against somebody currently right now, but it's not going to be permanent. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Santiago. What were you saying, bro?
no, honestly, sometimes you it's about like how much you gonna fool with them. That's where I come from. Like how much you gonna fool with them. It could be your family. You could be your friend and everything. It depends how much you gonna fool with them. You know.
Mm-hmm. Got you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely,
So I
absolutely.
guess that kind of ties into number three then. So, did you once love or respect the person that you choose not to forgive?
Mm, when it comes to forgiveness, for me, forgiveness is probably going to be the easiest thing because forgiveness starts with me. Forgiveness starts and ends with me. I don't necessarily
Yep.
care about if that person comes and says, AJ, I'm sorry for this and that. I don't need you to do that, right?
Right.
If I'm forgiving you for a particular situation, then, that's for them. But if it's for me and I need the forgiveness, the only thing that I'm responsible for is my own forgiveness in that
Yep.
situation if I have that. Everything else, I don't need to hold on to, right?
Yep.
Somebody who comes to me and does something terrible to me, yeah, it's normal for me to hold a grudge and be mad about that,
Of
right?
course.
But there's only so much of that I can keep holding on to because guess what that person who hurt me is doing? You think they're holding on to that?
Are you
Nine
married?
times out of 10, the answer to that is no.
Are you married?
So why am I going to hold this and sink to the bottom of the ocean because I want to hold a grudge over something I can't control? Let it go. There was nothing I could do in that situation. It's not a why me. There's nothing I did. Sometimes people just hurt another person and you just happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. That's it.
Yep.
You can be,
Yep.
you know what I mean? It happens. It happens on here all the time. How many times every single one of us has jumped into a live? We thought we're having a good time, and somebody came at us 110 out of nowhere.
Right.
Show of hands. Everybody's
Every
done that.
day.
Every
It
day.
happens, right? Was it anything you did that day? Probably not. You were like, bro, I got up, I did my same routine. You know what I mean? I came on here good spirited, and now somebody came at me 110. Why would I
But you
hold that
know,
on?
some
You know what I mean?
people, some people think they're smarter
Hmm.
than others. You know,
Mm.
All the time. All the time.
always.
Well, that
So
just
what's
has to
the
do with
example
people.
of how you figure that a person think they that's a good one too. So what do you like, what are the signs that another person think they are
It's
smarter
indirect,
than you?
right? It's just people be indirect. That's all it is. It's just easy. Real recognize real to keep the buck.
Hmm. So I would say with that one, I would say that it's the way they talk, or the way they can't you can tell they're not listening to you. It's like you can hear it's like stubbornness or whatever like that. So it's like even when they hit you with the butt a lot, or they hit you with the uh
You
it's
know,
like they look beneath you in that answer type
some
shit.
people be PC a lot. Like people, like a lot of people want to be like, politically correct. They got to say the right answer and everything. But you can
Oh,
hear it all in their tone. Like you can hear it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you, mama, or anything like that. Matter of fact, I am saying you. Like you really being indirect because I was being politically correct for a second. But I mean, it is what it is. I don't care.
Politically correct about what, sir? This is just how I speak. I don't think I'm smarter than the next person. That's presumption on. Don't project your shit over to me. I don't need to be politically correct for shit.
I ain't cursed not one time.
I don't care. This is how I talk.
You ain't taught that like
So
probably.
anyway, my point being, you're proving your point right there. What did anything that I had to say had anything directed towards you? Don't worry, I'll wait.
Now I was waiting for you. Like I ain't cursed.
It was perfectly
Like,
fine, but you're
this
talking
is
to
all I
me,
need.
and
This
I'm
is all
asking
I
you a
need.
question.
I mean, this is all I mean. You when I got on your live, you said like, oh, this is all I mean.
I didn't say anything to you when you came in here. We were already having a conversation. I continued on with what I said, and then I heard you trying to speak, and I said, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't hear you.
I heard that.
And now you're coming at me.
I ain't coming to at you.
You just did. So who are you speaking to? Who are you trying not to be politically correct about then?
I ain't coming at you.
Okay, then. Anyway,
Grudges and Forgiveness, Part 7.
my point is, as far as your third question, um, yeah, when it comes to forgiveness, that's only on me. I don't care about what other people do. That's it. I'm not gonna hold on to that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's just it. But if I'm holding a grudge 9 times out of 10, if you've hurt me and it's to a point where I'm holding a grudge or I'm upset with you, yeah, I probably cared for you. It didn't necessarily need to be love. Could just be like, oh yeah, you're just somebody I care to talk to or so on and so forth. That doesn't mean that I love you. So
Mm-hmm.
that's my 2 cents on it.
So, did you once love the person that you choose not to forgive,
Oh,
Mr. Santiago?
she got a point, and I'm gonna give my 2 cents on it also. I have to because she gave her 2 cents. Um, explain your content.
You talking about the topic?
Yeah.
So, basically, the thing is, I think a lot of problems in this world, right? I think that a lot of reason why we act certain ways, or why we think people it's smarter than other people, right? I think it's a lot of projection that be going on in certain situations because we never found a way to forgive whatever happened in our past, you know. But I think it's we need to figure a way. We need some healing in our life, you know. So it starts off with, you know, I think that's the biggest problem that's in this world, anyways. You know, we all need some type of forgiveness. We holding some grudge, and we just haven't what's the word? We just ain't put it. We ain't put it up front. Dang, what is the word? It's we just haven't
All right,
engaged in it.
good. All right,
I
all
don't
right,
know.
bro.
I
I
don't
got a
know.
grudge. I got a grudge. I do.
Oh yeah,
I got.
I can hear it in your voice. You do. I know you do.
I got.
That's why
I
I want you
got
to
a
talk to
grudge.
me.
I got a grudge. I hate this shit. With these women right now. I hate it. I do.
So as a woman, hold up. Now it's time for me to use a woman.
So what you got a grudge against?
I tell you what I got a grudge against. Like just woman being pot. Like like I got a grudge against that.
A pot?
No, yo. I mean, I'm saying that like just slang right now. Just women being like, when I say pot, just like just y'all just. I got a grudge against that. Like like I got y'all. I already did it. Like I got my car. I got my crib and everything. Like I got all that, and y'all still complaining. Y'all for anybody. That's what I got a grudge for, man. I hate that shit.
So
I'm
what
only
you get?
man.
Okay,
I'm
hold
only
on, hold on.
hold
You
up,
got a
Poppy.
grudge.
I'm the only
You got
man
a
that's
grudge
gonna
against. Okay, who you just said
hold
that
up,
you got your
Poppy.
car and
Hold up,
everything, but
Mama.
you have a.
Hold up, Mama. I cheat on fucking Rihanna's.
First of
Rihanna.
all, I'm not your mama.
All right,
So
cool.
hold up real quick. Let me see.
Cool. I cheat on women like her.
So you got a grudge because you cheated? What the?
What? What the hell has that got to do with like what?
No, a lot
You're
of men
actually
not gonna
clouding
say.
because you
A lot of
actually
men
no.
not gonna say this.
You're
Uh,
actually saying you have respect for yourself because you cheated on people like Rihanna.
no. You're not
So what
gonna
are
hear
you
what I.
saying?
You're not gonna hear what I'm gonna say. But men cheat on women like you. Me, I cheat on women
Like
like you.
me, like me, like me? How? Women like me? How?
You ever got cheated on?
Don't disrespect me because you don't
You
even
ever got
fucking
cheated
know me,
on?
buddy.
You ever got
No,
cheated on?
listen, you don't even fucking know me. Don't say women like me because you don't know me. I haven't like. What do you mean women like me?
You ever got
So
cheated on?
That's not the question. The
what's the
question is, what do you mean? Go ahead, Kev.
That's the question I'm asking you right now. You ever got
let
cheated
me.
on?
All right. So we all right. We not gonna talk. All right. We done talking to
No.
each other.
I was
So
speaking from my heart. I was speaking from my
yeah.
heart.
So I'm trying to see who you was talking about, anyways. Though. So you said you cheated on a girl. So what was the deal? So what's the deal behind that? What's the background on that?
No, that is what it is at the end of the day. I don't care.
Wow. So I'm just trying to get where the grudge come in from with that. So you
No,
said
I do
what's the
have a
reason behind
grudge
it?
because like we living in the last days. Like I have a grudge for that. Like we living in the last days. I hate that shit. Like
Oh,
I
you,
can see this shit for like I can see this in my eyes. We live in the last days. The truth
yeah.
is like really get rewind to the false. I can see the shit.
Mm. So it's something you haven't forgiven yourself for?
You talking about forgiving myself? Yo, I've been by myself for like 2 years now. Everything is the same. It don't even matter.
Mm. Mm.
You
So,
talking about this
is
girl?
that the reason why you cheat on other? We cheat on women.
No, I would cheat. I would cheat.
Oh,
Fucking
you would cheat. Oh, okay.
fuck. I don't give a
Oh,
fuck.
I get you. I get you. So you might as well just mess with the 304s. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
Ain't even
telling you, like,
consider
yeah,
cheating.
definitely. Three or four cheat. I respect it.
Oh no, they doing their
You,
job. There ain't no
you
such thing
better
as cheating.
you better spend some money too. You better spend some money. I respect
Hey,
it.
hey. You got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Everybody
What's
ain't
up?
meant to be married or a relationship.
No, I respect it though. But these women out here, like, come on, dog. Like, I fucking hate it, but it is what it is. That's what I hate about it.
You
It is
hate it and
what
you
it is.
love it, huh?
You know
Yes,
what's
it's
funny?
one of them
You
type
know
of
what's funny?
situations.
Hold on,
It's an
Santiago. You know what's
oxymoron.
funny? Is that your name, Santiago?
My
Is
name
that your
is
name? You
Alameen.
know, whatever the fuck your name is. You know what's funny? You keep
What's
saying all these
funny?
women,
What's funny?
Yes.
and that's
He's
rude.
talking about the woman he messed with. You're not part
Well,
of the woman, so you
It's
okay,
the
don't.
woman I'm messing
See,
with.
look,
It's
my
exactly,
not
thing
all
is,
women.
exactly.
my
So you know
my
what?
thing is, y'all,
Stop,
y'all been in my room long
disrespecting me.
enough. No, I'm just trying to get
Okay, go
something to
ahead,
him
Kev.
real quick, but
Go
he's not
ahead.
talking to nobody direct in here. So I just want
No,
to
I
see
get
what type
that.
of woman he
I
messed
get
with.
that. But he's yeah, exact. Okay, I get that, Kev. I know he's not talking
No, no,
directly
no, no,
because I
no.
know he's
Let her
not
talk.
talking.
Let
I
her talk
know
real
he's
quick.
directly not talking to me, and I know he's not talking to
Let her
AJ,
talk real
and I know
quick.
he's not talking to any woman in this room. But what I'm saying to the fact is, the way he's talking was very disrespectful
Bro,
to
we know
whoever you're. Yeah,
we.
go ahead,
I
Kev.
think all of us seen this dude
No, no,
before.
no,
It's
no.
nothing new. That's why I don't get how he
She's
gets
trying to put you
anybody.
in the picture, man. She's trying to have you
I've
look
never
He
come
good.
actually a
across it
test for
before.
me though. He a test because I knew he was gonna get. Oh man, this is so funny though.
No,
But
I'm okay
I'm
with
just
it.
trying to
No,
figure out.
no, I'm gonna still be the same person at the end of the day. You see me in the show, I'm the same person at the end of the day. Like
Yeah, I
we
know
live in
you
the
are.
lot. We gonna live in living in the last days. I'm telling you that right now. Women is stupid right now. You talking about like crazy? Like niggas is crazy too. I ain't gonna hold you. Niggas is crazy out of pocket. Everybody crazy. Keep it a buck with you.
They are. They
Oh,
are.
definitely. Niggas is stupid right now.
What do you
Everybody
mean
crazy.
by you? What? Sorry, nah. But yeah, yeah. So that's crazy.
No,
So
he's right.
you got to change your
He's
circle,
right.
my buddy, man. You just got to change it, man. Because I could tell it's making it's putting an effect on you and stuff to where you feel like you can't expand your bow. You know what I'm saying? You feel like you can't expand it though, but
No, it is what it
just like you said, you
is.
trying to do what
That's
you
all it
doing what
is,
you
really. Yeah, that's all it is.
dig.
And
So,
I pray that it is what it is. After praying, it's cool.
mm-hmm. Dang, scrape that plate a little harder, you know.
Oh, sorry. I thought I was
Make
on.
sure that boy real good over there. You know what I'm
Damn, what
saying?
you eating?
Damn!
Straight
I
up.
thought I was
Like some
on mute.
macaroni and
I'm
cheese.
sorry, you guys. It's actually pasta pie, but I thought, or
I knew it
pasta
was
salad,
salty.
but I
You
thought I was
scraping the
on
mess
mute.
out that plate.
I
You
thought
know
I
how to
was
cook,
on
Poppy?
mute.
Must be
A lot of
good.
people
Damn,
don't
I
know how to
want some.
cook, man. You know how to cook.
Mm.
You know how to
Yes,
cook.
I do. Yeah, of course.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
I do.
about
I know
Poppy
how to
right
cook.
here. You know, of course you should. You should know how to cook. I mean,
So do
so-
you forget these 304s that you say you mess with?
wait, say again.
Do you forgive them
No, 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 no,
for them
no.
being the way they are? The ones you claim that you said you see?
Nah, then like a lot of this stuff is my fault.
Oh, okay. So we digging somewhere, huh? I like to hear that. You know, some
No,
accountability in
I've
this
been on
room.
that. I've been on that time. I've been on that
Okay.
time.
Okay. I hear you.
That's all. And then it's like that's the reason why I'm single right now. I gotta. I mean, right now I'm trying to figure out myself, but I mean, I still got my pickers, and I still got my choosing.
Mm-hmm.
Can I
So
ask you a
what do you
question?
do to find yourself? Like, what do you do?
I
What's
work.
your procedures?
I work. I got my own shit.
Right.
Bullshit. The car in the house. I got my own shit.
So,
That's not enough. That's not
yeah,
enough.
of course it ain't, because you can't find yourself through a job. You can't find yourself through your money or none of that
So I
stuff.
can't
You
find a
got to
woman.
literally,
I can't find a woman.
yeah. But that shouldn't be your goal. If you can't find yourself, how
That's
would
not my
you don't
goal.
even
That's
know who
not my
yourself
goal.
is and put it on another woman?
That's not my goal, Poppy. That's not my goal.
Okay, so that's what I said. You talking about finding yourself in a woman? That's two different things. So
Well,
you got to find something. You got to figure something out to find
that's
yourself
what
and
I
why
have.
you feel a certain way.
No, that's a lie. I'll tell you the truth. That's a lie.
Yo, why you say that?
Because I've been by myself for like 2 years now. That's a lie.
Yeah, but what have you been doing to find yourself though, by yourself?
Okay. I've been doing everything to find myself. Like that's a goddamn lie. Like, yo, I've been doing everything. I got everything I need for myself. I cook for myself. I clean for myself. Like I got everything. Like credit. Like I got everything for myself.
Yeah,
Like
that
having
that's
like
external. That's external. You gotta find like cooking. If you gonna, you need to cook what's in your mentality. That's what need to be cooked. You know what I'm saying? So you can't find
and,
yourself
and,
through external things.
and then I found this app.
Yeah, and yeah, this app, yeah, and this you and it's all about listening, trying to understanding. Once you understand yourself, right, that's how you find yourself, or understand what it takes, understand your triggers, understand how to overcome
It's a
situations.
lie.
You know,
It's a lie. Finding yourself. It's a lie, yo.
yeah, yeah, it is a lot.
I
It's a
found
lot though,
myself.
but that's a
I'm
sacrifice
good.
you got to make.
Like, do you want to see my apartment? Like, yo, I'm good. Like, I'm really
But that's
good.
not. But you are not your apartment though. That's just external things. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you know you got to figure something to find
Because
yourself. Because yourself
women,
is not the stuff you buy.
they see you by your status and everything. I'm good. Like, if I really want to, I can like pick and choose if I really want to.
Yeah, but you picking and choosing, but you still don't know who you are though. You not. As I said, you not the
No,
stuff
I'm
you
good.
buy.
I'm good. I've been this way. I've been this way since high school.
Okay. So you
Well,
sure this is yourself?
Yeah, I'm straight with it.
So you said you can't find yourself, and now you saying this is yourself.
I never said I couldn't find myself. I never
You
said that.
you did say that.
No, I never did.
Okay, so I'm gonna change that. Dude.
All
Okay.
right, then. All right, cool. If you feel that
Yes, you
way,
did.
you feel that way. All
No,
right,
I don't
cool.
feel that way. I just thought I heard that. That's what I thought I did. You know
I
what I'm
never
saying?
said
But
that. I would never say that because that
okay,
don't even sound like me.
okay, it's all right.
what up, right?
I said I cheat on Rihanna's. That's what I say.
Mm-mm. Not the Rihanna's.
And
Oh,
what is the
not
type of
Rihanna.
Rihanna?
What'd she do
What
this
is a
time?
Rihanna?
I cheat on
What is a
Beyonce.
Rihanna though? I don't understand what a Rihanna is.
I cheat on anybody. Like y'all women, like y'all think y'all really tough. Yo, man,
So you're
fuck
proud
with
of being a
It's not.
cheater?
It had. I don't know what cheating has to do with
fuck with
being
No,
tough,
someone
he's
though.
like
proud to
me.
be a cheater. AJ, he's proud to be a cheater.
No.
Let him be
Hold on, like,
proud.
no. I'm literally trying to understand. Like, I don't understand those
Yo,
two. How do those two things
thank
go
you for
together?
your live. Thank you for your live. But like,
I just wanna know. Like, what?
yo,
Like, I'm just
I'm telling you,
genuinely
but
asking.
y'all women are like, I'm telling you, like a lot of women don't know. Like men, like there's men out there that's like me
Mm-hmm.
So watch out for you.
that got their shit together.
I mean,
That's great.
I know a lot
They
of men
got
that
their
are
shit
like you. So
together.
I mean, I'm not used. That's
You're
not
right.
anything
There's a
I'm
lot of
not
men that
used
have
to.
their
But I've
shit
never
together.
heard.
We're not. I'm
Hold on.
not
But I've never
intimidated.
heard.
I'm not intimidated.
But I've never heard y'all think I'm tough. I'm gonna cheat on you. Like those two
No, I'm
things.
not
What?
intimidated.
You're not a cheater.
No, I'm not intimidated. And I'm educated. Also, I got a degree. Also, like I'm not intimidated. Like when it comes to this, like trust me, I'm not.
I'm
This is
glad
like
you're not
end of
intimidated.
day,
I'm just
AJ,
genuinely
end of
asking
day
a
stuff.
question.
AJ, AJ, just you know what? Just let it go.
Mute
This guy,
me.
you
Yeah,
know what?
yeah. Let
He's
me
good.
go.
You know what?
I
He's
don't want to
good.
mute him.
Let him
I
let
want to
hey
genuinely
hey listen.
know.
He's
Let
good.
me
He's
know.
good. Let him be. He's good. He's got his the whole life figured
I'm
out.
good.
He's got women
I'm
figured out.
just
He's
genuinely trying to understand.
good. He's not talking about
Okay, but
me,
why?
so I don't give a shit. So let him
Well,
be.
that's
Let him
good. But
just
either way, I
yeah.
still want to know. I'm not gonna
Okay.
argue with him.
No, I mean I'm cool with
We're
it.
good. I'm genuinely trying to understand his point of view. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yep.
Because
This not an intimidate. I'm glad
because
he's not intimidated, but can I
the reason
understand
why
his
I'm
point of
like
view?
this. The reason I'm like this is because the time we living in.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why.
So would you say you're more disappointed with how things are, or like what is it?
Definitely, definitely.
Okay. Okay. I think that's fair. I think that's a lot of people. We're all a little disappointed. So I mean, I don't think he's wrong for that. Like at the end of the day, like it is a bit disappointing how things are today. So I mean, I think that's a gripe every single one of us has. I think he's crazy for that.
Yeah, I mean,
But I
Right.
guess
can't
what I'm
articulate
saying
it. I
is
can't
just when you're
articulate it.
saying like I'm not intimidated, you know, you're not tough. I'm like, I don't think anybody's trying to be tough with you. Like
No, I can't
at the end of the
articulate it,
day.
but you articulate it better for me. But yeah, I'm definitely disappointed in the shit. But I can't be disappointed because this is life.
So why be disappointed?
Because it sucks.
Why hold the grudge if that's just how if this is just life?
Because it fucking sucks. I fucking hate it.
It would change your reality.
I'm gonna die one day. You
Change your
gonna die one
reality.
day. I don't care
No,
about my
I've done it. I've
reality. My
changed my
reality.
reality.
I'm good. I'm
So,
straight.
what would you advise him to do to change
So,
his reality? Because a lot of people just don't have that mentality to know how to do that.
Change
well,
my
that's the thing.
reality.
Changing your reality is
What?
changing your
Go,
focus.
man. I can go all the way with that.
Okay, so what
Okay, go
would you
ahead.
do to change your reality then?
I already did. I'm good. I'm gooch.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that. You just
Yeah, but
contradict
you
yourself,
can't
though.
say hold on. You can't say that you're good and you're gooch, but you're disappointed and you're holding a grudge about the way things are. It's
Are
got to
you?
be, which one is it? Are you
When I,
good with it or are you not good with
you
it?
want me to accept it? No, I
No.
would never accept this shit. I already see the downfall.
What do you see then?
Uh, yeah.
This nut ass shit. Like, come on, cuz. Like, yo, you got married fucking people on this app. This particular app and everything. And they all fondling. Like, come on, cuz. I'm not like I already see the downfall in this shit. Like this app though. This app perfect perfectly. This app. I see like people like, oh, this, that. These niggas be frauding, cuz.
You learning from it, right?
hmm
No, I don't learn from this shit. I already knew it, man.
Yeah.
Man.
So yeah. So how
But
do it
you do
affect you?
know, well, you do understand that this app, oh, sorry, Kev.
No,
No, you good.
I'm just saying, like, you
this
do
app,
understand
I'm a
that
troll.
this
This app,
app is
I'm a
just a
troll.
very small percentage,
No,
right?
but what you said though, no, you cool. You good peoples. I ain't gonna hold you. You good peoples. But I'm a troll in this app to keep it a buck. Cause I'm gonna tell the truth. This shit, like this app is cool. Like it is what it is. But yeah, you cool peoples. I ain't gonna hold you.
Most
Thank you.
definitely, man.
But I'm just simply, but that's what I'm asking. I'm asking, like, you know, like, yeah, we see it, but I'm just trying to make sure that you also, I mean, yes, this app is cool. It's great. We can connect with each other, but this app can also make you very cynical if you're only,
I'm
if you
not
think
like
that
that.
this is just how the rest of the world is,
No,
right? Because you're echo chambered.
I already know how the rest of the world is. I'm talking about in America. I don't know. I'm not in New
But
Zealand.
that's what
I'm
I'm
not in
talking about within
Australia.
America. If we take it just within America, take it outside of this app,
I'm not liberal
right?
either.
Because not everybody in this country is on this app, believe it or not. And you actually see what people are actually doing in real life, it's really not as bad as this app is telling you.
No,
You're just echo chambered.
I already experienced this, man. Before this app, I already experienced what the fuck this world got to offer.
hmm
And you still experiencing it.
But you're still experiencing that. So like, but that's what I'm saying. What are you doing to change your reality?
My
Because I mean,
reality,
you can buy. I
already
mean,
experienced
look,
it.
you can go out and you can go get a college degree. You can make all the money. You can have the house. You can have the car. You can have everything. You can always have those things, but that's not changing your reality. That's just changing the amount of material things you have.
You
What are
know
you
what?
mentally doing
You know
to
what?
change that?
I'm gonna tell you the truth, and that's a struggle for every human being. Because I think it's like the happiness
Hmm.
every human being want. Like they want that happiness. They want the happiness. That's what happens when you grow up. It is what it is, though.
hmm So then let me ask you this. What is happiness to you? What is happiness?
I don't know.
What
It
would
is
make you
what it
happy?
is. Happiness to me, it is what it is. I'm sorry to be real bleak with that. I apologize because I don't have an answer for that.
No, I
'Cause I
appreciate
don't
it.
know.
Now we're having a real conversation. Like that's all I ever wanted. Like that's it. You know, you were just having a conversation. So like I think that's normal, you know, but I think until you figure out what it is that's going to make you happy, then
I don't
yeah, it
think
doesn't matter.
nobody
It's
know
going
what
to feel
happiness
like no
is.
matter what you do, it's not going to matter because you
No,
don't
I don't
even
think
know what it is that's going to make you happy. It's going to give your life any form of bliss. You don't know what that is.
you can go on dates, you can travel and everything, but everybody is
That's
searching
not
for
it.
that. Everybody's searching for the happiness. I'm telling you the truth, mom.
I can honestly tell you, my life is not perfect, but I am happy. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh, my life was perfect. I have this, I have that. My happiness looks very different than most people. Very different. But I changed my reality. I changed the way I wanted to live.
You do that.
I chose that in order for me
Tell
to be
me.
happy, I wanted to
Tell
live a
me.
life I did not have to escape from,
Well,
which
tell
meant
me.
I didn't need to go and run and have to get high.
So,
I didn't have to run to go to the bar. I didn't have to run to do any of that. And if I
tell me
chose to
then.
do those things, it was a choice.
All right,
And this is
regardless
where I'm at.
alcohol, regardless weed, and regardless all that. Honestly, I'm not high. I'm not fucking drunk or either. Tell me, how do you achieve that?
How did I achieve that?
Yeah.
I was
By
just about to
simply
say.
disconnecting. I took the time, I disconnected, I worked on me. I made me happy. I went out there and instead of sitting there and being like, oh, I wish somebody would take me on a date. I wish all of these romantic partners would treat me better. I took myself on a date. I treated myself to those things. I took the time, one day out of the week, I take a time just for me, an entire day just for me. And I go do whatever I want to go do. If that means I got to go and I got to journal, I got to cry, I got to do whatever I got to do. If I want to go take a bath, if I want to go do whatever, right? And I'm a single person, right? I work a job just like anybody else. I have my stresses, I have my things. But that's all I focused on. That's it. I focused on that. I focused on trying to pull my body and be in balance. I fixed my diet. I made sure that I ate the right foods and I drank
Are you just
right
saying
amount
this
of water
like
and I went outside and
because
I
that's
saw
the
the
right
sun.
thing to say? Are you just saying that just the
You see what
right
I'm
thing
saying?
to
It's
say?
very simple things, and
No,
the
no,
thing
no, because
is
I
the
don't
reason
know
why
you.
everybody says, hold on. The reason why everybody says it doesn't work is because everybody wants to try
I
it for
never
2 weeks
said you
and
didn't.
expect a
No, no,
result.
no, no, no. Are you saying that just
You
to
gotta
say
try it.
it?
What was that? No,
Are
I'm
you
not saying
saying
that
that
just to
just to
say that.
say
That's
it?
shit I actually legitimately did.
So
That is what I did. I went through. Hold on, before I did that, before even when I was doing
No,
all
it's
that,
cool. It's cool.
right?
Somebody can say
It's
anything they
also
want
what
to
you feed
say.
your mind. But this is the key. The key is what you feed your mind,
No, I
right?
already know
If I
that.
sit here on TikTok lives all day listening to the same arguments, the same BS, what am I feeding my mind? I might as well just be eating McDonald's every day. This junk,
Cool. I'm cool with it. Like
so
I'm cool with it.
I
right?
But
got a
So
question for you,
I go
Santiago. Then
and I
I'm
learn
just making
stuff.
sure you practice what you preaching.
yeah, so I got a question
I
for
do
you
practice what
then,
I'm preaching.
because this showing a lot right here though. So what make you feel that she just talking and not action about it?
I don't know this woman.
Because you can't, huh?
I don't know this woman. She can be
Well,
saying
what
anything
make
she
you
want to
feel
say.
that way? Why she just couldn't be doing it, or are you saying
No,
that because
she
you can't
could.
picture
She
yourself
could.
doing it?
No, she could be saying what the she could. She definitely could be speaking the truth. But I don't trust it because a lot of people be saying a lot. What I mean, I don't trust it. Be honest with you. To keep it a buck with you, I don't
What do
trust
it?
her.
Okay, so do it seem hard or something? Do it seem like something you couldn't do?
No, this is not hard. I'm already doing it
So why would you assume that she might be not telling the truth?
because people do that. People just be lying.
So I
You
feel you.
know,
So
valid
why is
people
that the
do be
first?
lying, but I'm not.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to. So like even with that,
Sounds
you
like a
just it's
trust
like
issue to
you
me.
huh?
I just said his first instinct is to believe that everybody is lying on here, which I can understand,
That's a projection.
but that also sounds, yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't
It's
know. Like, where y'all come from? Like,
That's
like
a yeah, that's all I'm about to say. That's what I'm trying to get to. That's what you doing that was a projection because like you couldn't. It was like it got to a point to where you feel like you couldn't believe it because it sounded unbelievable. So that's why you asked her, like, is you actually doing it? Is that, you know what I'm saying? It seemed unreal because I guess you figured, like, in the world, or what you have seen or observed, you either couldn't picture yourself doing it or you've been around people that just always don't do it and you never
No, I'm
seen it
already
before.
doing it. I mean, I already doing it. I mean, like I said in the beginning, I'm doing my thing. I got my own shit. I got my own I got everything. I'm good. You know what I mean, I'm gooch.
Yeah.
So
So even, okay, so when you said you got all that, so why you couldn't picture her doing it then?
I never said that.
That's why you asked her that question. Okay,
No,
why did you question?
the reason why I asked her a question because she make it seem like it's so easy. It was hard for me to do this shit.
No, 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 no. It's not that I'm making it sound easy. The solution to it was simple. Nothing that I'm saying is easy.
Exactly, it
It's
is
going to take a
simple.
lot of dedication and discipline to do these things.
Yep.
None of it's easy. You assumed that I made it seem easy. I never said this was easy.
Well,
This is an everyday effort.
I mean, exactly what she just said. Exactly what I wanted to say.
Hmm. Yeah.
It's hard though. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. It is hard.
Yeah.
I would say for me, yes, it was hard. But
Thank you,
now that
Lady
I'm in the
Play.
discipline and I have the routine of doing it, I don't even think about it now. I really don't. I don't think about it because I have the routine. It's the same thing. I go out there, I go see the sun, I do what I need to do. I do the same, just about the same thing every day. Same thing.
Then what's the problem?
That's it.
What's the conclusion then? Like, what's the problem then?
Well, that's my thing. I'm saying that you said that, yes, it's hard. Yeah, I never said that these things were going to be easy. If you were just learning or you're just starting, yeah, it's just going to be hard. But you get to a point where it becomes less hard because you're doing the same thing. You're doing this every day. You don't wake up and say, I'm going to be happy, try for a week, and then think
Are
you're
you
going to be
married?
happy.
Are you
It's an
married?
everyday thing. No, I've never been married because I don't believe marriage is going to make me happy. I can't get
Ooh.
happiness from another person. Happiness comes from me.
There
That
you
is
go.
the
Wait.
one thing
So
that I hear men on here complain the most about. Women sit here and they expect me to make her happy. She need to learn that she needs to find happiness in herself. Is that not what a bunch of y'all say on here? And then when you have a woman that says, nah, happiness needs to start with you, now all of a sudden that's too hard. Ain't got
No,
nothing to do about being
I
married.
And
experienced
then when,
that.
and then
But
when
I
we
have
are
a
I'm
happy
not
different.
with
talking
us,
about
you
you. I'm
are
talking
with
about
us.
other people, dying other people in this room.
hey, you notice? Hey, you notice that you doing your own self the same way you just did them, right? So that's why I was saying, if it don't apply, let it fly,
100%.
right? So how did you throw yourself
That's my
into
point.
it when she mentioned about men and that you said, I don't do that? You know what I'm saying? So you see what you did?
I wanted
So
to know if she was married or not.
yeah, I get what you're saying. You trying to say that situation. But I'm just saying you just literally did what they did when she wasn't directly talking to you and you took it personal.
No, no, I'm saying why she
I
not?
love it.
Why she not
But
married though? I want to ask that. Like, why you not married? You got everything figured out. Why you not married?
got to take a
Because
second person.
why
No,
would I
oh,
want to be
mama,
married?
mama. Why you not married?
Because I don't want to be married. I don't believe in marriage. I don't understand why a piece of paper has to change anything. I believe marriage is a very a sacred thing,
Yeah,
and the
I
way
do
people like
too.
to throw that around and throw rings at each other,
No, no, definitely. I
I don't
do. It's
care for
sacred.
that.
It's really
But at the
sacred.
end of the day, hold on. You asked me a question. I'm answering it. At the end of the day, yes, I would love to have partnership. But at the same time, my life is not relegated to where I need somebody.
Yeah,
I'm
I
completely
need somebody.
self-sufficient.
Oh,
So if I want somebody, you're
I'm
here because I want you to
self-sufficient
be
right
here.
now, and that's why I got ice
But I
heart.
don't need to be married.
I don't need to be
I don't
married
want to be
either.
married. There's nothing about marriage is going to bring me any form of happiness that I don't have. I want somebody who's going to add on to the happiness, not somebody. I don't need to
Mm-hmm.
bring somebody in to try to make me happy.
Trust me,
Nah,
Nice.
find your own
I don't need
happiness
that.
first before you find marriage.
Got to.
That part.
So, do you feel like that's the way so what's the reason why you not married, Santiago?
Hey, I mean,
Boy, you
No,
took
come
a
on, that
hard deep
answer.
breath off that one. Isn't that serious?
like no, I mean the reason why I'm not married is because how she think. That's the reason why I'm not married. I
So
don't want
one
to lose.
person,
I don't
one
want to
person
lose.
out of billions.
Can I ask how?
A lot of people think like this.
Then
So
okay.
hold on. Can I ask how old you are?
I'm 30.
Have you ever been married?
Oh,
You're making the right choice though, because you got to change the way you think first, so you can change your selection, so you can find that right person, so you can dodge the people that you say that you feel is a certain way. Because a lot of times you just don't connect because of stuff you didn't work on within yourself. Like I said, you can't buy your mentality, because you got a sweet apartment and you got your own car and job and all that stuff. That's not gonna do nothing for your mentality. That's just something that you just made yourself happy or feel accomplished on. So
cool, man. That's
Hold on.
cool. I
So
already
hold
yeah.
did
on,
that. That's
Santiago.
cool. I already
Santiago, can
worked
I
on
ask you a
that, man.
question?
That's cool.
Yeah.
Santiago, can I ask you a question? So when you go on dates and when you like,
I don't even go on dates no more.
no, hold on, let me finish. So when you go on a date with a girl and stuff, like, do you lead with, oh, I have my own apartment, I have this, I'm an independent man?
No, I don't do that. Like I'm like spontaneous. Like if I did go on a date, I'd be spontaneous, make it like really like the worth it wild, worth it's wild.
Like, in what way though? Like,
Okay,
'cause you know,
well,
materialistic things aren't everything to a woman.
I
And
know
you
that.
saying
Like
that
I
you
know
got
that
this and
it's
all that.
mysterious. It's like adventurous. Like I know that. I already know that. It's
Okay.
like if I did go on a date, it depends on who the woman I'm talking to, and I'm like, all right, cool. Like, all right, what type of woman I'm talking to? All right, then I'm talking to that type of woman. Then all right, cool. Then I'm gonna do something different, like something that's gonna worth her while and my while.
Mm.
But I'm not doing that no more.
You
It's
get
just
and
fuck all
okay, I was just gonna say, 'cause you keep talking about this type of woman and that type of woman. What is your type of woman?
Mm.
Like, what is the type of woman that you
I
see
don't have a
yourself
type of
with?
woman. I don't
What
have
the?
a type of woman.
So, no, hold on. What type of woman do you see
I'm
yourself with
telling you
in
the
the
truth,
future?
man. I don't have a type of woman.
So you're
So
gonna be by
it
yourself for
sounds
the
like you
rest
don't
of
got
your
to figure
life?
it out. Do you want a woman?
Yeah, that's what it sounds
Have to
like.
have a
He doesn't
woman.
even want one.
Okay, if y'all want to play that card, y'all got that shit.
No, no. Just answer the question. Don't you want a woman eventually,
Y'all got that shit. I ain't playing that card.
bro?
Y'all got that, John.
Bro, is that? It's not that hard to answer, dog. That's all you got to ask.
Yeah,
What?
I answer your question. Of course, I have to have a woman, dog.
Okay, so you
God,
got to figure out what type of woman you want. You know what I'm saying?
that's
That's
it. I need a fucking woman. If you
what
want me
is
to be
that?
a fucking woman,
What is it?
Well, I'm a woman.
Okay,
I'm a
but the
woman.
problem, hold on.
So do you want me?
But what doesn't make sense, right?
Sorry.
You want a woman. Do you believe that the world is messed up because of the
I
way
don't want a
the
woman. I
way,
need a goddamn
hold on.
woman,
You're upset because of the way things are, right?
and I'm upset because
Now,
of the way things
currently,
are.
right? This is what I'm paraphrasing what you said. You're disappointed about the way things are right now. But then you also came in this live and also said that you'll cheat on anybody.
Yeah, I would definitely
So
would.
if you're going to contribute to the problem, how are you going to complain about the problem?
This man's
I'm
not
not
gonna get a
complaining
woman.
about the goddamn problem. I'm telling the truth. A man need a woman need a man, regardless of it.
Yeah, I feel you, man.
I
I
feel you
don't
on
need
that,
no
but what I'm saying
man.
is what I don't understand is, right? And I'm going just based off of what you've said tonight,
And
right?
I'm telling you what I say. I'm saying the
But I'm
same
trying to
thing.
better
I'm gonna
understand it
stand
because
on
you're
it
contradicting
also.
yourself, is all I'm saying.
I'm
You
contradicting
just
myself.
said
Right?
that I will cheat on Rihanna. I will cheat on any woman.
Yeah, I would.
But then you're upset with the way things are. And then you also feel that, oh, well, the reason why I'm not married is because people don't take things seriously. How are you going to call the kettle black?
Because I'll tell you the truth. Because yeah, I'm not about to be the first person to get played. If she gonna play me, no, I'm gonna play her beforehand. I don't care
But why would you
what
go
we
into a
get into.
You
relationship
could have
thinking like
So let
that,
me.
though?
that
I
opportunity.
got some questions.
No, there's dudes out here that actually think like this, and I'm one of those.
You know, I'm not telling you that there's not women that aren't going to.
There's dudes out
But just
here
like
that
you don't have a problem
actually got their shit
messing with one,
together
right?
and everything. And
But there's men that'll do the same thing. So with
Right.
that being said, with that being said, my question is what are you doing, right, to move forward, right? If we can keep doing the same
no,
thing as
I messed
everybody
up
else
in the
complaining
past.
about
I
it,
messed up in the past.
right?
I messed
But
up
when
in the
we
past.
get up, what are you doing to change it?
No,
That's
I
what I'm
messed
saying.
up.
What are you doing to change it?
Nothing. I'm not a goddamn thing.
So,
Okay.
so all right. So let
That's
me
all. That's
ask
fine,
two
bro.
other questions then. So what? So what do you want in a woman? That's what I want to see because these are simple questions. I'm just gonna ask. When you want to get married, so what type of woman are you looking for? What's
Trust.
important that you gotta have?
Trust.
Trust. Okay,
That's all. Trust.
that's it.
Because trust, it's like it's a pillar. Like it's like trust. Like it brings on a lot of stuff, man. Trust. That's the only
That
thing.
lady's so
That's the
confrontational with
only
that.
thing.
I was talking to me. Oh, because I'm asking questions is what it is.
No,
I'm
'cause
not grilling. I'm not being
nobody can
confrontational with
handle
it. I'm just
AJ's delivery, I guess.
genuinely. I know. It's like nobody can handle me asking questions today. Just asking a
She's not a
question.
bad person. I guess she's just straightforward, man. Just no different from
I
a lot
like
of dudes.
that. I'm not saying.
Like
I'm
I'm not
a
a
compliment.
look for everybody coming in here. If you've never met me before, I am not somebody who beats around the bush. I don't sugarcoat a thing, and I'm very direct
So
and straight to the point. I don't have
what you
time
looking
for
for in a man?
let me take 20 minutes to ask you a question. Like I'm not that person.
So what you
I'm just
looking
gonna
for
ask
in
a
a man
question.
then? Oh, what's your name? What's your
What
name?
Sorry about
happened?
that, Santiago. I didn't mean to
AJ.
cut you off.
AJ. What's your man? Oh, what
What
you
was that?
looking for? What you looking for in a man?
Bro, I'm gay.
All right, what you looking
So
for in a woman?
nothing.
What you
What
looking
am
for
I
in a woman?
for in a woman?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking for partnership, companionship. I'm looking for somebody who's willing to stand next to me, not behind me or in front of me.
The same slice
Right?
of
If I'm
bread.
grinding, then you better be grinding, like type shit. I'm not looking for I'm gonna come take care of you. Nah, I ain't trying to do all that.
Same slice of bread, yo.
You know what I mean? I'm like, hey, come help me out. That's it. Let's go travel the world and go do awesome things. I'm not asking for anybody, I'm not asking to be up your ass and I'm not asking you to be up my ass. Like, we can have separate interests. You know what I mean? If I want to go to a concert, go do that. You can go do something else.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
You want to travel across the road at 30?
I've traveled to a lot of places so far and I'm only 30.
I'm talking about travel
And
across the
to
road.
Rome, that has nothing to do with any of that, to be
No, I'm
honest with
saying,
you.
you say you want to travel across the road at 30.
I have traveled.
What's your partner?
What do you mean, what's my partner?
With your partner.
No, I have not traveled with my partner. I am a single person right now.
Okay. So
I'm a
what's the
single
problem
Pringle,
then?
not trying to mingle with nobody.
What's the problem then?
What's the problem?
You got all the answers. What's the problem then? What's the
No,
solution?
I don't got all the answers. I'll be the first person to
Hey,
tell you that.
you feel like AJ the smartest person ever, huh? You been going for
Yeah, no,
with
like
a
if you're
long.
trying to come to me.
Is it the way
Um,
she put it out, or she
no,
deliver
it's
it?
fine, it's fine.
She
No,
got
the
all the
thing is
answers.
I don't have all the answers. That's the one thing. I'm confident that I don't know all the answers in life. I really don't.
But you
What
got
I
all the
do
answers
have
for
is
me.
experience and the
You
willingness
got
to
all the
try
answers for me
and the
though.
willingness to understand. Hold on. But I have the willingness to understand or try to understand things from a different point of view. So if you want to know things from my point of view, this is what I'm telling you. No, currently I am not trying to be in a relationship. I just got out of a relationship.
Right
I'm
there,
not
how
trying to
that
rush
nigga?
into the next one, right? I need
Yeah.
to take my time. I need to heal from that situation. I need to be single, find myself again, do what I need to do, and move on. That's it.
Holla at me then. That's what I'm saying. Like
That's
that's
what I'm
exactly
saying.
what I'm saying.
But for right
Holla at
now, I
me.
mean, I'm not saying that I need to be
You
in
got
a
all the answers
relationship,
for
but
me
I'm
and
also
everything.
not hurting people either. I'm not picking up
I ain't
people and
hurting
cheating on them,
nobody. I'm not hurting
you
nobody.
know?
I'm out
That's
You
what
of
I'm
most
it.
saying.
definitely heard somebody. You said you cheat on Rihanna with an S, you know what I'm saying? So that's
I
hurting.
definitely would. I definitely
You
would.
can't It told you you're gonna end up eating your words soon. You know what I'm saying? So you
No, I
can't
ain't
say
my
that.
words. I
Yep.
stand on that. I definitely would.
Yeah, so you can't say you're not hurting nobody. So you hurting people.
No, I
100%.
don't give a fuck who you like, man.
No, I'm not
I
worried about
just
that. I'm
can't
not worried
believe he
about that.
said
Like,
he
I
would
get
go
where he's
around
coming
cheating
from.
on anybody.
I get where he's coming from. Like, at the end of the day, if I get asked questions like this, right? And I did come at him pretty hard with those questions where I was like, but you said this, right? I can take it. Come at me then. That's fine.
Yeah, everybody can't
I
take it.
can
It's
dish it. I
obvious
can
though.
take it.
But
That ain't a problem.
I, I,
That's what it is. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Social media.
it's all right,
I'm not
Santiago,
gonna lie, I
man.
probably would have called you a bitch back.
It is what it is. I don't care.
What was that? Oh,
No,
I
Oh,
didn't
I
hear
said
what
I'm
he
not
said.
gonna lie.
call me a bitch back and
I
everything.
said
I say it is what it
I'm
is.
trying to make a joke by saying I'm not gonna lie. I probably would have called him a bitch back,
Yeah,
but
it
I
is
was trying to
what it
make
is.
a joke.
No, man, it
I
is
was
what it
trying
is.
to make a joke
Oh, no, no,
though.
you're good. You're good. I got what you were saying. I got what you're saying. No, I mean, I'm not going to do all that. You know, at the end of the day, it ain't that serious.
oh,
Trust me, it
somebody
ain't
said
that
the B
serious.
word. Who said that?
Man, I was like, I don't know. I didn't.
So
She just
confused.
called me a bitch
Where that
back.
come from?
Like I never call no woman a B word.
I don't think.
Do
Look,
that. I don't
if
do
it
that.
don't apply, let it fly, man.
That
I
part.
don't think nobody
We gonna
said
move it
anything.
forward. We just
I
go.
might jack. Like I don't do shit like that. I don't even gotta do all that dumbass shit.
You,
But
I feel you, man.
no. But like at the end of the day, you know, do I feel like I need to have somebody in my life and that's gonna make me happy? No, I'm perfectly content by myself right now.
There you
I'm
go.
fine.
I fuck
There
with it.
you go.
I have a plan to take myself to SeaWorld tomorrow. Go
Do you
see the
have a
fishes.
plan to finish him? Titan?
I fuck with it. Yeah, man.
What the hell
You, what are
is
you
that?
doing?
Where are you going tomorrow, AJ?
I'm going to SeaWorld. Going to the aquarium.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm going to the aquarium. I'm gonna go take an
That's
edible
cool.
at the aquarium is what I'm
That's
gonna go
cool.
do. Sounds like a good time.
A edible?
Good times.
Heck
Wow.
yeah.
make
I
sure
was like,
make
because I've
sure
always wanted to
the
do it. I was like, bro, I've always wanted to do this. Like, I'm
make
gonna
sure
Six
totally
four.
the
do
What's
it.
the
killer whales don't come up. Don't
deal?
sit in the splash zone.
So, hello, Kevin, my brother. How are
Hello.
you?
Hello.
How
Oh, let me
are
sound
you
like six
today?
Six
four real quick.
four.
Everybody
What
on
up,
the
dude?
Jesus.
panel.
Kevin got a new
How
toy. Kevin got
how
a
are
new
you
toy.
guys on the panel today?
We are
It is a
good
We are
today.
good.
it
Jesus.
is a
Hello,
beautiful
what time
day
is it where you
today.
are?
Beautiful day. We're good and
Thank
Where are
every good.
you from?
thank you for allowing me on your platform. Don't forget
Anytime,
to
brother.
follow my top
Don't.
gifters.
I'm
Follow my top
six
gifters.
four.
Follow my
Six
top
four. I am
gifters.
too. 6'4". I'm too
Oh,
high right now.
did Santiago drop?
Yeah, he dropped.
Yeah, he gone.
Hey, look,
Oh god.
He
I
cracked
was
me
in a
up. I ain't even gonna
I
lie. He
was
really do.
I was I was
Huh?
in a growth
What
I
was
was in
that,
an
AJ?
African growth party.
What'd you say, AJ?
6'4". Hold on a second. What did you say, AJ?
Oh no, no, no. I was just saying. I was like, did Santiago drop already? Y'all were like, yeah. I was like,
Yeah.
man, he cracks me up. Like,
He
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 always
do
comes.
though, but
No, he always does that. He always comes
Oh
at
no,
me
he
and
I
then
did.
know he
No, I
did.
dropped. Oh no, he said he
I just
dropped.
no,
want
he
to
Yeah.
try
dropped.
to.
I was like,
I mean,
oh.
even though I just want him to, I'm gonna say I understand him. I just want him to understand this. I feel like eventually he will.
I
Maybe
think he
you know
will.
what
I
I'm
think
saying.
no. I think
The-
he's a cool dude. I'm just like, no. Did he drop?
You know what? Honestly, you know
We
what?
didn't
I
kick you.
actually honestly get a really nice vibe from him. I just think that he's just yeah, he's
I
just
think he's
gotta
misunderstood.
change the way
That's
he
all.
thinks. Yeah, maybe a
It's
little
just
bit,
he's
but he does have.
misunderstood. That's all.
I do understand. Like I really genuinely do get a good
Sure.
vibe from him. But
But
yeah, he's just sometimes I just want to slap him
he's cool.
upside his
I
head.
don't know. He's cool. He's cool. But what were you saying,
Yeah.
Sixpo?
No, he was.
Zilla, my boy. What's the
No,
deal,
I
man?
Six four's on a
was.
different method last tonight.
Oh no, I was in the African live. I was in the live with the Nigerians today. That's all. So I'm still talking, kind of talking like them. Bigger man, when I was talking like that, it was like, is that the way you normally talk? You don't normally talk like that. He's trolling. He's trolling. You normally don't talk
He's
like
true.
that.
I shouldn't be laughing, but bro, he does that
No,
too
listen.
well. Like,
You shouldn't be doing that.
And I'll be like, what do you
My boy
guys mean that I'm trolling?
with the
I am an
respect for
African
women there,
American.
my boy.
I am more than welcome to talk like this. Maybe,
He
and
does
man.
sound good, doesn't he?
And they be
Bro,
like, just drop him. And the girls be like, drop him now, drop him now, drop him now.
drop it.
He's playing. He's playing. Drop him now. Drop him
Hey
now.
Zila, I got in trouble earlier. I was over there saying you because you know when you come in there with a YT, I came back. I said I don't know you had left though. I said with a respectful woman. And this one girl like they wouldn't want you. I'm like what I found one. I found who to dodge. She fell right for it. She fell right for it. I see why you do that.
Kev out
Get the
here
trigger
making
on quick.
people. Kev out here unintentionally trolling.
Trigger, right. My boy Zila got me bringing out the toxic stuff, but shoot, I feel it though. Like, why you getting triggered if you ain't one of them? But it showed me the type already. You know what I'm saying? Them the ones you got to
Hmm.
dodge. You know what I'm saying? You fall for some stuff, you got to dodge it. Like, what is you getting triggered for if I ain't had nothing? Me and his conversation had nothing to deal with her, so why is you talking to me? You know what I'm saying? But I
Okay.
just
Right.
laughing though.
Hey, one of them said that when they came to America, they go through this little briefing or some shit where they show them videos of us and these people here do this, that, the third, African American. Because one of them was like, I didn't even know African American even existed until I got to America. And I was like, so you seen these videos about us and that we were dangerous and you still moved here? Wow, y'all got some balls. Y'all got balls the size of Texas. I said, what? Let me explain something. What if we believe the videos they showed on y'all? The briefing we got on y'all. What video they showing us? We don't believe video. I said, yeah, they do. It's called
Come
Tarzan.
up, Thomas.
I said, what
Zenia.
if I said, the briefing we saw on y'all was Tarzan. So what if every time we saw y'all in public, we'd be like, ooga booga, ooga, aduga duga googa, googa. Oh, that really pissed him off. I said, see? I said, now, you see how stupid I sound? That's how stupid you sound. Telling me you seen a video about African Americans, so you're gonna treat us a certain way based on a video you saw. But we've been seeing Tarzan and we still ain't said nothing out of pocket to y'all. We still ain't assumed that y'all were brainless, mindless, civilizationalist with some white dude talking to animals that y'all been living around all your goddamn life. And then I explained that to a Mexican. I said, I don't know how y'all got it wrong. I said, what if every time we seen y'all, we be like, andale, arriba,
I was
arriba.
gonna say 6'4" stop.
I was like, so I want y'all to understand how smarter we are than y'all. That's all. I said, but if we was to be dumb like y'all, every time we see y'all, we'd be like, oh, watch it, he got a knife, he's a Mexican. Watching, they'll cut you. Hey, I need some grass cut. What if every time I seen a Mexican, I said so? You would feel that I was being you wouldn't like that. I said, so don't bring that shit to us. Because if we go by the videos we seen on y'all not even supposed to be this intelligent. He's just talking
Where,
trash. He's
hold on.
talking trash. I drop him. I
She
drop him
left.
everybody.
Okay.
I drop him, Saim.
So she came up. What's the deal? Anonymous in the building. I'll catch you. Boy. What's the deal, man? Santiago, I know you why you left, man. You was done being in that hot seat, man. You gotta realize that, hey, this room, everybody gets the hot seat. You know what I'm saying? We take accountability here, man. That's
Santiago,
why I
like, I'm
do
getting
that.
some extra pussy. I don't give a damn. I'm getting extra.
What the heck?
I'm greedy.
Is you a
I'm getting
zombie, bro? I
getting
thought about
extra.
that. You be up at all times.
Man, you know
I'm
what?
scared of you,
Because I
6'4".
can't, I gotta be sometimes because if I'm the one who own the shit. So if Red Cross or somebody call, I gotta be the one to answer that.
I'm talking
Like
6'4".
somebody might need a kidney or some shit, and
It's so cute,
I'm the one who
6'4".
personally go do that.
Mm.
Yeah,
I swear
so
I've
it's
seen you
just
on here. Like every time I've kind of
I'm good,
switched and tried to catch it,
Anonymous.
I've
I'm
seen
good,
you on
brother.
here.
Actually, these lives have helped me stay up while I'm on the road because sometimes I have to go up Port Huron to the McLaren hospitals, or the dialysis clinics. They open pretty early now, so if a driver is too late, I don't like to pull off drivers who already sleep and shit like that because they be charging me extra. So I'll do it.
You still didn't. You try to change it though. I mean, it's okay. Admit that you. I mean, I get your job and all that, but you still could say that you was a vampire. You know. I mean, you ain't about to trick
Well,
me because there ain't no
more of a
way.
werewolf. More of a werewolf.
Okay, my bad. Ooh, there you go. I know it was one of them two because these
Werewolf.
stays up. You know what I'm saying?
It did
He can try to
stand,
throw me off with his
I've
job and
never
stuff so he can't tell the
I've
truth.
never been able to not go, but see, dude, ever since even in the when I was doing music, I ain't never ever got sleep. I can wake up every day at 3:00 in the morning, no matter how tired I am, no matter how much I smoke, no matter how tired I am. If I went to sleep at 2:58, I will wake up at 3:00.
Mm-hmm. It's 3:00 and the thought. I got a real pretty little thing that's waiting for me. Oh, nobody don't know about that, man. It's before y'all time, little grasshoppers, young grasshoppers. You know what I'm saying?
I love how he calls me a young grasshopper. He's like 2 years older than me. Shut up. He's like a year older than
I
me,
was just about to say,
technically.
who you calling
That's
young?
Usher.
Yeah. Wait, when your birthday, AJ?
July 30th.
Okay.
Hell, young.
So you about to be 31. 31?
Happy 31.
I'm about to be 33. 33. 33.
Yeah. That was funny. I came up here and was doing an impression and kept, I was like, and that's not even a little box. He's like, that was your voice?
Right, I still don't. I thought that shit. I was like, you got a soundboard over? She was
Came
sounding
up
just
like
like, hold
Sandy
up, let
the
me see.
fucking, I don't
Came in
know.
here sounding like this.
Yeah.
Do you, boo boo?
Do you, boo-boo?
We sound the same. Twinning. We're twinning around
Oh
here.
God, AJ has one too.
No,
Yep,
that's
she
just
got
my
one.
voice. That's just my voice, to be honest with you. I don't have shit.
Nah, man, she using this. She using the same thing.
I'm using the same thing.
Yeah. Do you?
Not the gumdrop buttons.
See?
Yeah, I could do that all day.
That's funny. But sometimes, every now and then, you got to,
Finish him.
Got
If you don't finish,
Kev, you gotta put some
her.
respect.
Finish her. Let me say finish her because that sounds weird at this time of night.
God.
Finish her.
No, let's not do this. I can't go that
She
deep.
trying her best.
I was like, I can't go that deep.
That's what she said. Quick.
This is.
I don't know. I'll leave it alone.
Oh my God, Kev is fucking me up.
Don't do
It's about
that.
as low as my voice can go.
Hold on, let me give me some of this. I'm trying to think. Is I'm gonna drink some wine tonight? Because I don't want to eat no chocolate. Dog, how her voice?
I am way beyond one.
Sandy the squirrel. I can do that all day.
I can sound like
This is
Stitch.
crazy.
Lilo and Stitch.
Oh my God, SpongeBob.
I mean.
Oh my God, SpongeBob.
I do hear the. I think I hear the SpongeBob a little bit.
In Detroit.
My boy Bob coming up in a bit. Hold on, let me make sure.
What up, Bob?
What up?
Hold on, let me see. I'm trying to give him a grand entering before he come in here.
Hey, remember I was talking to some cats the other day, right, Kev? Remember? Y'all remember when the internet?
My boy Bop in the building. Let's go. Okay. You can go ahead, 6'4". I just want to do that real quick.
Hey, remember I was saying, remember when the internet was dangerous? Nobody like to stay away from the internet. Not look, everybody on this motherfucker. I remember I was talking to my sons. I was like, I remember when the internet was dangerous to get on. You ain't know who you was talking to. And now all of a sudden, look how we just love this dangerous shit.
You right about that?
Everybody's
right
a predator. Can I say that word on here? Versus.
Well, you know, we had to get used to it so we can have our cult followings.
Yeah. What you up there smashing on?
No, I went to Dennis. Me and my baby, went to dinner. I
Where
got the
you at?
little
It's daylight over there?
no. This is
Oh.
my background. I'm out in my
No, that's a
Oh,
studio.
I see
light.
the light. Okay,
Oh
okay,
my
okay.
god, I thought
Damn.
it. Yeah, I thought the same thing. I was like, bro, it's daytime. Where the hell are
Where is
you?
Yeah,
Where are
that's
you?
in my
This
you
studio.
in
is
China or something?
Yeah. What y'all talking about, man?
It's shifted off though, but hey, if you
What
wanna hit
did?
how you feel about the topic though,
Let's see here.
we can get
Two
back.
grudges, forgiveness, part 6. Do it start to turn to a toxic pleasure over time? Did you once love, respect a person you choose not to forgive? Hell no. You cross my ass, that's it.
Mm,
Well, I don't think you deserve. Now, I done tolerated a lot of stuff from women, man. I feel like a lot of times us men has invested a lot into a relationship, time, money, and we see a lot of toxic stuff, a lot of red flags that we'll say something about, and they will, like the other party will reverse it on you like you crazy, you don't know what you're talking about, you toxic. But a lot of times we tolerate that mess just because we put a lot of time and invested a lot of money in it. That's why I believe a lot of men don't like to get into marriages because they don't see the benefit of what they get out of it. Because really, look at it.
Well, see, well, today you wouldn't.
Go ahead, Sifo.
Oh no! I was mumbling to myself. I gotta stop that shit. Now go ahead, Bob. I'm listening. I gotta stop that.
But like I'm saying, man, a lot of men don't really. They're scared of it. They're scared of marriage because nowadays they'll let it take everything you got, brother. They'll
mm-hmm.
take everything you got. Better get the right one.
Boy.
That's all.
Yeah, that's why you got them. That's why earlier when I was talking about on OB Live when I was talking about assets, I was like, that's why you gotta. That's why in a minute it ain't gonna matter what she look like. You better make sure she got some assets. Because when
Boy.
in a divorce, when both of y'all got assets, that's easy peasy. See, you ain't gotta worry. The only men who will worry about that is the men who married a woman who don't have equal assets. That's why I tell brothers it's okay to be the gold digger in that sense. Because you got gold. Why would you bring gold to a person who have copper?
Mm-hmm.
That's why you would see you see a super rich dude with when you see his wife, you be like, huh? Well, if you talk to her, her father probably passed, left her like 8 Clydesdales, probably left her a stock portfolio in his name. She probably a trust fund baby. She probably got assets from, her mom probably had things jumping off, so he looking at, okay, it ain't, now if anything jump off, the separation on the finances part is not going to be detrimental. Okay, well that's killed right there. Now what would be the detrimental part if we really love each other and we hurt each other's feelings? But other than that, if you do it the right way, and that's why I say marriage is not for broke people. When I first started, they asked me what's wrong with marriage today. I said, well, the same thing it was back then. Broke people trying to do it. And I don't say that to put nobody down, but being broke and then coming up, and being around all types of marriage couples who are married, I see the differences. I see the difference in the couples who's married for love. They broke, struggling, always needing help in the bill department. I've seen the couples who married because one person, they look, they look. One person looked so good that nigga ain't give a goddamn. You know what I'm saying? Then I know a couple who she don't do nothing, but he works and take care of everything. She don't give him no problems, and you know they life is just great. Then I seen the couples where I got where I got my membership at the marina. Everybody down there got yachts, so they all got money. You know what I'm saying? So those are the ones who will tell you what married. Like, no, I don't marry broke. That's the worst thing you can do because you instantly giving up all your shit to somebody who ain't got half your shit. And that's the only way to look at it. If you've been a hard worker, a hard earner, you're a man and you've been working all your life. And when I say all your life, up until the point you met this woman and you done amassed a nice little bank account and you got you some Roth IRAs and you kicking it in with your 401k. You a man, so your wants in the materialism department is nowhere near as high as women, so your disposable income is higher than women's. So normally you put that shit up. So within 3-4 years, a man would easily have, if he's not a spendthrift, should easily have about $10,000 to $15,000 in his bank account just on reserve in a savings. And if you do have shit like businesses or stocks or annuities, you really want to protect that. So when you do meet a wife, you want your wife to have similar the same shit. And she's going to want you to have the same shit because she's thinking like you, protecting my shit. And then once we get together and we like each other like that, then what we do is we merge them assets with the marriage. And we protect them under one umbrella. And who are we protecting them from? Not each other. We're protecting them from the outside entities, like family members who may come up and try to divide y'all. Your wife gets sick, and her peoples know about some shit and start saying shit like, "Well, I talked to her, and she told me this, and you ain't got no way to prove she didn't." And now that bitch got you in probate. So you protecting y'all assets from the greedy. So if anything happened to me, ain't no doubt in my mind, my wife will get it all. The kids are going to get what they supposed to get because all that's going to be protected. But if it's not, they going to ravage your shit. And then y'all get along in life. Marriage ain't hard. I tell people, I don't know why people think, stop looking at them goddamn movies. Number one, stop looking at them motherfucking movies. Marriage ain't shit like a motherfucking movie.
Please say that shit louder.
If you the
Please say
type of
that
person,
louder.
Fairy
if you the
tales.
type of person who can look at these goddamn movies and think 1 second that it could be
entertainment.
truth in your motherfucking life, then I got to deem you unstable. If you can look at a Tyler Perry movie and think that that's how black men are or black women are, we have a place, we have a room for you, and it got 4 pads on each wall because
These are
you are not living in
those are
reality,
entertainment. 6'4". Those
right?
are
And
entertainment.
yeah, but see, you have a great population of women and men who look at that and believe that it's based in some kind of truth instead of looking at what's in their damn face.
If I
Right.
If
wanted to
marriage
believe
was
those movies,
anything like
listen.
what
If
people
I
be,
wanted
what,
to,
huh?
sorry, 6'4". I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
go ahead,
But
go
if I
ahead, go
wanted to
ahead, go ahead.
believe all those movies that were on TV and all these ones that they made now and the ones that the Disney made and all that, if I honestly, my life would be like 100% way better fairy tale all this if that actually was true. None of
Yeah,
that
Yeah,
but
shit
how
that you
many?
see
But
on
how many
TV.
women? Oh,
Oh
sorry.
god,
But
it's
like, how many women or
no,
how
it's
many people
okay.
actually
No.
fall for that though? They fall for it all the
Oh,
time,
so many AJ,
and that's the
so
thing.
many.
And
Like,
that's the reason why I was telling him like, please say this shit louder because what
yeah,
these movies and things do also is they romanticize the toxicity.
oh,
Real shit
Mm.
don't look
100%.
like that.
And
Relationships
that's what
should
I'm
not
saying.
be like that. If you
You
gaslight me
can
and you do
watch them.
terrible things and I decide to break up with you and leave and you were to try to run your ass through an airport, you gonna look stupid. I'm gonna tell you that
just
right
right,
now. Like I'm getting
just
out
right.
soon.
If you try to bring your
I don't
ass
know
through the
what you I
airport,
don't know
first of
what
all,
you thinking.
you're not getting through security. Let's get
You know what I
straight with
mean?
that.
First
Like,
off,
it's
Right.
hold on,
you
hold on,
can't
hold on,
just
hold on,
run
hold on.
through fucking security. Like,
Hold on. Let's really break that down, right? So you mean tell me, right, that I break up with somebody. I go, all right, I'm jumping on a plane. I'm leaving. I'm leaving on a jet plane, right? You mean to tell
right?
me,
Gonna
yo
start all
ass,
over.
between the time that my plane is getting ready to board, as I'm standing in line to board my plane, you done went through all of airport fucking security, took your motherfucking shoes off, put them back on, and came and
No,
found
bought a
me?
plane ticket.
What's up, Dark? What's up, sweet?
First, I had to get a ticket.
What's up, sweet? I was like, so you got a ticket, you did all of that,
My
made it
name
all
is
the way over
everyone
here
now.
before I made it on the
Hello.
plane? Yeah, nah, you got me messed up, bro. You didn't do that.
Yeah. No, these
Do you know how
movies,
long it
even
takes you to put your
even
shoes
these
back on the
sitcoms, like even
plane?
these shows that I watch. Okay, listen, I love my Chicago Fire, my Chicago Med, my Chicago PD. I love them. But listen, it's entertainment for me. It passes my time. You know, it's on my my whatever, my recording, and that's all it is. I get pure entertainment out of it. You think that's really real life? You think honestly a fire truck can put out a fire within like a major fire within an hour of a whole show? Get the fuck out of here. Like, come on, it's
Well,
entertainment. Pure
well,
entertainment.
But
see,
people
see,
fall
the
for
proof
that.
for them.
I was about
But
to say
see,
they
the proof
believe in
that
that
they
stuff too.
fell for, yeah, that's where the six figure shit come from. They fell for it. So in their minds, they thinking, oh well, that's what's up. Well, look at TV. They got it. Ain't nobody on there
Hmm.
making six figures. Let me tell you something. I know some of these people who do the reality shows, right? And they don't get paid. Actually, they can make more money working a job. Real shit. They can get more money working a job.
Well,
One, the
some of them do.
reality shows are not even listed as shows. They listed as infomercials on the back end. So Mona Scott ain't got to pay them what she'll pay an actor or actress because it's registered as a big ass infomercial. So she could pay them $60,000 for the entire year to record, and then just lead them to use that fame to monetize, be a host somewhere at a club, see if you get your face on somebody potato chips or something. That's what the fame is supposed to do. You take this low ball number to make yourself look like an ass and get us all these millions. And what you do with that low ball number, you take that fame and you get booked for it and get people to try to pay you to come to their shit. And then so they don't make a lot of money on them shows. So you are not making a lot of money, but putting this image out there to these women, and this is what they're receiving from what you're doing. They're looking at the house that they rented for you to give you that, and they lack the ability to separate the fact from the fiction.
Right.
That's why it's hard to believe some of them when they say they the most educated. It's not like we being
It's
facetious,
not.
but
Well,
educated people
I think it depends.
they don't
I
mock.
think
It's rare an educated
yeah,
person will be mocking something stupid.
You know, I looked up some stuff
true.
though. Well,
Hmm.
you can go ahead and go, AJ, real quick. I
No, I
looked
was
up
just
some
gonna
stuff.
say I was like I feel like for me that's the difference between like a hopeless romantic and a pragmatic. Like I've always been more of a pragmatic type person. Somebody who's very set in reality. Like I don't need a big gesture. Like I don't need you to I don't know, hire a bunch of planes and write "I love you" in the sky. Like,
Straight to the
I don't
point,
need
Hmm.
all that.
because
You know what I mean?
you get it right.
Yeah, like
You like a female red pillar
basically.
But
from my era. I don't
Yeah.
know what the red pill them became. They might have put a little something, made it a little
reality, man.
burgundy. I don't know, because I done
Hmm.
heard some of these brothers on here, the younger dudes, who claim that they red pill, and they were just wild and like, dog, that's not red pill. That's Ritalin pill. What you niggas do? Y'all know I ain't that ain't red
So,
pill. We don't shit. This about one. Like she said, I'm you a realist. You know,
Yeah.
don't give me no bullshit. Come to me with the straight shit, or don't come to me at all.
Yeah, like I said, like I
I
don't need the
used
bullshit.
I
I don't
used
need
to
the
be
toxicity. You come at me with, gigantic gestures and everything else. It's like that's just gonna raise red flags with me. I'm like, what are you really doing? Because, like, it don't need to
Yeah.
do. Why are you doing all this? Like, who's this for? Like,
See, and I
why?
used to be the
What?
opposite. I used to be like, oh, I need all the fantasy, all that. And then I started to realize that that's such fucking bullshit.
No,
Now,
I
if
know
you don't come
people.
with me, if you don't come to me real now, if you don't come with me with no bullshit, I see the red flags. Like, if you are too soft and you are like too mushy is what I call it,
Hmm.
then it's like, nah, like there's something wrong with you. You gotta go. There's something wrong with you. I can't deal with you right now.
I'm just one of those people. Like, if you're going broke, trying to like, happy anniversary, babe, and like you don't, you know what I mean? You're struggling to pay your bills, but you just paid like $2,000 for something special for an anniversary. I'm not gonna lie, I'm side eyeing you a little bit. Like, and by a little bit, I mean a lot because you didn't need to do all this, right? We could have just bought Chinese food and like sat on the couch and watched a movie, and you could have just said happy anniversary. All right, cool. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to do all that.
All right.
Oh, I just rented out this whole venue and
Nah, but
invited all of our
see
friends.
that,
Like,
but
for
see
what?
that's where I'm gonna differ with
And
you, AJ, though,
also,
because if
here's
I
my other
Yeah, I don't
thing.
like
really,
theatrics
Here's my
neither.
other
I don't like
thing.
theatrics neither.
Here's my other thing with
no, but the
the
thing
type
is,
of
I'm
theatrics.
gonna have to
If you
disagree with you
really know
guys
me,
for.
hold on. If you really know me, right, then you know I don't like other people most of the time. Like, I don't want to be around people. The best thing that ever happened to me, believe it or not, was quarantine. Because I didn't have to sit there and come up with an excuse of why I didn't want to go somewhere. I was just like,
Why
nope,
don't
can't
you
go
like
nowhere. I
people?
No,
gotta quarantine. We on lockdown.
I
Why,
get
That's
that,
why
it.
but
don't
I'm
you
gonna
like
have to
people?
disagree with you guys on that one because if I'm actually in
I don't
an
like people.
actual relationship, though, I am gonna go that extra mile, like especially on our anniversary. Like I'm gonna go that extra mile for you, knowing what you like. But if I know it's just like a simple picnic, I'm gonna make that picnic the most special picnic I could ever make. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So that's where I'll differ that way.
Hey,
Anybody know this food in the comments? Etho or whatever?
Who?
I want to
No.
eat where
Where the white
No?
flies?
Okay,
What
cool,
is it?
because he's dipping.
No. Okay,
He
bye.
about to catch a
Yep.
flight.
We're gonna double team him.
I already got him.
boy.
Too
I just
slow.
muted him. Yeah.
I just
So
muted him. Too slow.
say you too slow. You got to catch up, mustard.
Right.
Hmm.
So what I'm I want to get a chance to talk, please. Can I, please, guys? Right. But anyways,
Go ahead, Kev.
man,
Well,
I feel
that's
like I'm about to
sweet.
be off topic though. But I was just about to. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do the last thing that just got in my mind. So why you say you don't like people, AJ?
Like the weight of people that because most people believe things that they see in movies, they believe things that they see on TV. I don't like the weight, right?
Mm,
So, and what I mean by I don't like the weight, I am somebody naturally who does, I am cool with obligations that I obviously have to deal with, right? Family obligations, I'm fine with dealing with that. Other obligations, like I need to go, oh, it's Valentine's Day, I need to go reserve a table at the best restaurant. I'm not about to do all that. Because to
yeah.
me, it's I don't even like Valentine's Day. Number one, just right off the bat, I don't like Valentine's Day, right? Normally. Also, it's a thing for Hallmark. Hallmark is just making money that day. It's literally a card company holiday, right? That's being pushed at you. If you love me, why are you waiting for one day to share that one day with everybody else to tell me that you love me? Why can't you do that 365 days out of the year? Right? Or if you're my friend, why are you expecting me to buy you like a 65-inch TV for fucking Christmas? You got me fucked up, right? Like the most you're gonna get from me is maybe a card that says "Merry the Happy Holidays," whatever it is. You know what I mean? That's probably the most you're gonna get from me. But it's the weight of that. Oh, that's not enough. Oh, AJ, I got you this. AJ,
Gotta
I
change
don't
your
want that.
circle.
I don't want that. And I have changed my circle.
I was about to say just
Right?
like Santiago, we gotta
What
change
I'm
your circle.
saying
So you know.
is, but what I'm saying is it's the theatric gestures I don't like, right? I don't like having to sit there and have to put on and have to mask, right? Mask like my face, mask my features, everything else, because I'm in a public place with a bunch of people, right? And it could be even people who, oh, you thought were my friends. Oh, well, I saw them on your Facebook page. Yeah, I ain't seen Caitlyn since high school. And like we didn't even really like each other. Like, you know what I mean? She used to bully me at lunchtime. She just friend requested me. And now she's here. Like, you see what I'm saying? These aren't my real friends. Because none of my real friends would be in that situation. They would be the first person to tell that person, hey, AJ ain't gonna go for that. That's all I'm saying. But most
Okay.
people, no, I don't like the heaviness of people.
No, I
Am I
agree with
making
that.
sense?
No, that makes perfect
No,
sense.
that makes perfect.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
But that's
Hi,
just life.
Chris.
Something we can't avoid because we see people everywhere as soon as we step out the house. But I
No,
feel
I
you.
know that,
I
but I
feel
don't
you
want to
though.
have to. I'm not saying that I don't ever want to have to ever mask. I know I have to mask a lot of things normally. I don't want to have to do so extra, right? Like
See
I
what I
already have to do
like. I
that when I
think
leave
what
the
I get
house.
out of you,
I don't want to do more.
what I get, what I get out of you, you the type of woman that if a girl met you, you know, she could be real simple and easy. You know, bring a blunt over and some food, baby. Let's watch some. Let's chill on the couch, talk a little shit, play a
Exactly.
card game, and we good. And we
That
good.
part. That part.
And if you wanted to, like you the type, you know, hey babe, how about let's go to Kalahari's for 2 days, and then we come on back home.
Yeah.
It just be us. And then we don't probably do nothing again like that till about 2-3 months later. But in the meantime, we spend a lot of meaningful time together.
Yeah.
Whereas we have all the effects we love. See, you the type of person who like the effects you love to be around. Like
Mhm.
right, go to the club, just get the liquor, bring it home. You know, we can set the environment no matter where we at, long
That part.
as we together and we vibe together like that. See, that's the type of woman,
That part.
fellas, that you can merge with. See, women like that you can merge with because they don't have those extraordinary expectations that skew the relationship.
Yeah,
You
but
just gotta be the type of person who knows how to like I tell my sons keywords to use when you dating, when you're talking to girls. Say to what you like so they'll understand where you're coming from. Like, we love water. We love the watercraft.
Go to bed, Tito.
So you let her know, you know, I love watercraft. You know, how you feel about jet skiing. I like to do that a lot when I'm not doing nothing else. If I don't do nothing else, I probably work 1,000 hours a year. But I'm going to make them 2 hours to go on my
He
jet
got
ski.
me.
You know what I'm saying? So she might be down with that because about that time, she's about ready for some excitement like that. But you got some women who don't want all that overexcitement all the time like that. They cherish that chill mode. Like I do. Me
but
and my
that's
wife, we
but
cherish the
that's the
I
chill
thing
agree.
I'm
mode.
saying, 6'4". Like
I
somebody
agree
when
with
I'm saying
that.
like I'm looking for a partner, I'm looking for a partner where like you just said you're willing to work that extra 2 hours to put on that jet ski. Well, if I'm doing 2 hours and you're doing 2 hours, that's four extra hours. Let's just go kill it,
Yep.
right?
Yeah,
Be on your grind as much
right,
as I am because
right,
our money is our money. Like let's go and have a good time and not have to worry about it, right? That's all I
right.
want. But that is hard these days because people don't want, like people say they want that, but they don't, right? They want to be taken care of, or it's oh, we got to do all of this. Why I got to do all this extra? I just want this. This is
That's
it.
because they ain't adventurous. They ain't adventurous like you are. See, no,
Okay.
there's a lot of people. That's why I tell people get busy with your life, because the more you do and you explore, the more your requirements become altered.
That's true.
Like, here's what I mean. Like, I was talking, like, this one older woman on here, she was vehemently mad and just was against what I was saying. Unfortunately, I had to prove her right, and by her husband. She didn't see that I was right until her husband's passing.
Hmm.
And she hit me in the DM, and
I
she
knew
said,
that
"You
was
know
you.
what? I apologize. You were right." Apparently, in despite of what they were going through, he left her a shitload of money. And she said, "My requirements for men are not what they were before. Some shit I don't care about now, because now I don't worry if I get into an argument with a man that my bill is not going to get paid. My meals are, the house is paid for, the cars are paid for. So now I don't care about a man's bank account. All I want is, she said, all I want is some D now. That's what she said. She said, I don't care
Ooh.
about all that other stuff. That's what she said. I don't care about all that. She said, the shit that I once cared about, I don't care about no more. She said, you were right. When we get money, we get a lot of it. Our requirements do change. So like a young lady like you who's been around the world, you've been around. So you don't, it's no mystery to you. So if you meet a guy who probably can't even afford to do that, it don't matter because you did it already.
Mm-hmm.
So he could come and say, well, baby, I love to go to them play. Oh, you been to Rome before? Wow. Well, hopefully I can work hard enough and I can get us back there one day. But you ain't really tripping because you've been to Rome already.
Exactly. That's my whole point. I'm like, hey, we gonna make it there. You know what I mean? But this is the whole thing I was just trying to say. What up,
So
sweet?
What up,
Oh,
Kanai?
dude.
Kev, what are you eating? A marshmallow?
come on, man. You look a little too heavy over here, man. That
This.
weight. That's that weight. Now I see what AJ talking about. That weight of other people, man. Dang. Like, no.
You better stop.
But you know what? I did some stuff that I don't know. It's crazy. I looked at because I was wrong about three things that I didn't know. I see we in a whole different world, right? The stats that we be putting out and stuff or whatever. Remember, I was talking about it yesterday. I didn't realize because I thought they was trolling and stuff. I looked up three different things. I looked up know how they had these men versus women thing or whatever. But let me
Oh
see something real
Lord.
quick. Yeah, I know. So I was looking up. So I was just curious because I'm trying to see the new world we in, you know.
Oh Lord.
So I seen I was wrong when I asked who was more emotional, intelligent. It said women. I thought it was the me, right? So
Well.
I'm like, dog. So I'm like, let me ask this other one. Then I said, let me see who can regulate, which is part of emotional, aka control their emotions, right? So that's the only thing. It say man scored. Researchers. Let me see. Hold up. Yeah. So it basically said man's higher score on that situation, some situation like that. So I looked up. Let me see. Self reflect. Oh man. Emotional regulation. Okay, I already looked that one up though. Are females more emotional than men? Most researchers agree that women are more emotionally expressive, but not that they experience more emotions than men do. So they saying men experience more emotions, but women express it more. So I
Exactly.
was like,
Which we've
what?
been trying to
What?
tell y'all. Y'all don't want to
That's
We've
listen.
been
wild. That's
trying to tell y'all
wild.
forever.
So it's a lot of stuff because all this stuff I've been hearing, but I just
Wait.
never took the time to
It's
look
okay.
up.
Take
Wait,
your time
we
to
know
process,
So
this.
honey. Take your
We
time to
know
process.
this. We
I
know you
didn't know it. I just
experience
really
more
thought
emotions than
women were more
y'all.
emotional because they express it more. That's why we call them more emotional. But I didn't know
No,
men were.
we're more.
Uh,
We
uh
But
regulate
why?
we
even
just
I'm about to get to
regulate
the
them
logical
better.
part though. I'm about to get to the logical part. Dog, it's just all types of. Hold on, let me see.
Oh, this is gonna be funny.
Yeah,
Yep.
this stuff is crazy. Recently analysts, so women are not universally more emotional. I already did that one though. I'm trying to get to the logical. I know I just looked up one. It actually. Hold on, let me see, bro.
We need to have a organized.
Okay, while Kev's doing that, we're gonna take a commercial break. Can you guys, we got
Yes.
17, 18
Tappa,
people in here.
tappa,
Please
tappa.
tap up the screen. Let's get the likes up. We're only
And
at
share.
five, like, let's get up to 10,000. Let's share the live. Let's go. I know it's
Showing
early in the
love.
morning for a lot of people, but let's tap. I know that finger's tired, but keep it up and let's go, because you're watching. Let's go.
The last song we did
Thank
went
you.
viral on
See,
TikTok.
even though like you're in the
Oh,
middle of
Sam is
looking up that stat, I already know like in the aspect of things. I've noticed with relationships when it comes with men and women, like men will read more into what a woman says than what a woman will do. Like
Mm-hmm.
you can sit there and say to a guy, "Hey, make sure you don't forget the keys." He'll take it as, "Oh, you think I'm stupid? You think I can't remember nothing? Oh, you're thinking I have a problem or something like that." And
That's
it's just like,
right.
homie, all I said was don't forget the keys. Take it for face value. I didn't say nothing more, nothing less. You're projecting all these other issues. And I notice men a lot do that a whole lot. So it's like The whole logical aspect, I mean, yeah, y'all got it, but at the same time, yeah, no.
I actually did see that on both ends, but I feel you on that though. I get you on that. In
Yeah,
huge
yeah.
studies, over 600,000 people. What's this? I said who was more logical? Men tend to be more analytic and semantic, while women tend to be more emotional and empathetic, thus providing clear evidence for controversial theories about the difference between male and female. So it was a different one. I was, what,
So it
which
said we
gender
more
has
likely
more
to be
logical thinking?
Semitic.
Okay. Oh, here you go. Which gender has more logical thinking? In studies examining connection within the brain, it has found that women tend to have a stronger connection side to side, which lead to better intuitive thinking, analyzing, and drawing of conclusions. Which is weird.
Yeah,
Well, we
we
know
don't have
that women
infinite
even admit that.
capability.
Well, women even admit that they will go to logic and then override it with emotion.
That's what it is. That okay. That's what it is,
Women have
and that's the
always
reason why we
admitted
don't think
that.
women are logical because I guess their emotions take over. You
Yeah,
know
And
what I'm
they
we know
saying?
always
that's
admit
going to
that.
happen.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Because it
But
say that it show that they are more logical, but which is weird. But I guess they emotions so
it's
much
not
powerful that
weird.
it takes over their logic. So
Right. See
yeah,
what
Like
and
the
that
most
sounds
women are
weird.
like
men
But
can
that's
that.
just this
literally
day and
just
age. You know
tell
what
you
I'm
what
saying?
they want to
2023
hear.
type stuff. You
Well,
know,
that's
it's
just like cats. Cats have no fear. That's why a cat can jump 5 stories and no problem. That's how
mm,
some women think. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I know what the logic is, but let me see if I can change this shit. Emotions kick in. Emotions done kicked in. As soon as you hit that ground, logic kicked in. I'm in a wheelchair.
understanding the importance of a man.
See, but the whole
It'd be a
aspect
good
about the
try.
logic and emotional part of it is when you speak purely in your emotions, you'll never get your point across. But when you speak
Right.
too much deeply into your logical, it comes off harsh and cruel. So it's like
Look, right. Oh, look
you
at that.
there's a lot of nuances to that, and that's why you have to find that internal balance so it works. Like you have to have some type of empathy and sympathy and a respect of whatever it is that you're trying to convey so the message is properly received, but at the same time say it within a logical manner where it's understood.
Well, I'm gonna
I
tell
like
y'all
how you
something.
said that though. Now you
Yeah,
reminded me about that tone thing. People be saying that. I thought about something when I was at work today. Why I
man,
feel even more why tone and delivery don't matter. Because I
it
thought
don't.
about it. I'm like, dude, people don't say it's more. I figure that the core of that situation, people just don't like what's being said to them nowadays. That's all it is. It ain't got
Oh,
nothing
I
to do with
totally
tone
agree.
or delivery.
Yep.
Because let somebody say something that they really love or like or something like that in a certain tone, they be sitting there hyping it up. Oh yes, yes, I like how you say it like that. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why and I'm always gonna stick with that. That tone and delivery really don't matter for real because they pick and choose when it matters to them, which is like fake. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
What really
Right.
matter to
Right.
them is what's being said. That's what all it is. Because you could say it in any type of tone. You could say it straight up to them. You could say it sugar coated in type of way. They still not gonna
I don't
like
like
it. You know what I'm saying?
sugarcoating it. That makes
That's
it
one
hard to
thing I noticed.
understand.
Dude, if
Uh,
you ever took debate in high school, you learn that that's what you're supposed to do when you talking, when you are lecturing or giving an orientation. You're supposed to speak with authority. You're supposed to. That's what the lecturers always do. In tone ain't don't matter. Now, for those who are into the tone thing, there's nothing we can do about that because soft or hard, I'm
you
gonna
gotta
tell
talk
you
to them like a
this:
little kid.
reality bites. Reality gonna bite. Reality ain't gonna bite your ass soft. Reality ain't gonna give a fuck how it
See,
comes.
tone matter to
So
a
if you
kid.
trip, right?
See,
If you
I'm a
tripping
tone
on
kind
how
of
listen,
people.
Cab, if you tripping on how I say it, wait till the shit actually happen to your ass.
But that's the accountability for them. It's not what you say, it's how they chose to receive it. And that's
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
on them
Yep.
and their
exactly.
triggers. Like, as adults,
Yeah,
we are
exactly.
responsible for our own triggers and we need to
Yep.
go off and work on
Okay, can
it.
y'all hear me?
It has
What the
nothing to
hell?
do with
They hear
what
you. They
you
hear you.
said. It is what
Okay.
their life experiences and how they chose to take
Mm-mm.
it because of according to what they went through has nothing to do with what you said. I don't believe in tone policing people, but I do believe in conveying
I don't.
a very clear and concise message so everybody understands it. Like words have meaning for a reason.
Right.
Yes,
Well,
they
what you were
do.
saying,
But
AJ?
also with the tone. So also with the tone thing, right? It depends on who you're talking to. Yes, in English, right? If you're talking to somebody who's only an English speaker, they only speak English, then yes, tone does not matter. But if you're talking to somebody who speaks foreign languages, or I'm not just talking about like English not being their first, right? For example, somebody like me, English is not my first language. Okay? It's not. It's my third language, technically. So with that being said, my
Okay,
other
flex on
language's
us.
tone is very important, right? Because we have limited words, but it's the tone and the affliction that happens in a conversation or when you're saying a certain word where that can affect the meaning of that word. You see what I'm saying?
One of my
I think I
Japanese
So for
get you a
friends,
example,
little bit.
like
That's just like when somebody
if I
be
say
like,
one phrase,
huh?
so what I'm saying is that when you speak another
Why
language
you why you block Ash?
happen.
That's one of my that's one of my
I
main
didn't block
peoples.
her, but I sure enough replied to her like, just be
I
quiet.
didn't.
What she do?
I didn't block her. I just muted her for
Why you
5 minutes.
mute her? What she say?
What happened?
All right, shit. I don't know. That's one of
I
my
can't
Sorry,
mutuals.
I
remember
Why
didn't.
you just
exactly
mute
what we
her?
said, but
Oh,
she was
no,
just
no,
being
no, no.
like
I
quite
just.
the extra.
I thought she was being rude to AJ by calling her girl. Girl
Oh,
hush. Our
Oh no
girl
no no, she's good.
listeners.
Yeah, I was like no,
Oh,
she's good.
okay.
threw me off. I'm like, she one of the main peoples.
No, no,
Yeah,
no.
no 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 no, you're good,
I
you're good.
just
I
muted her
appreciate
for
you.
5 minutes. That's all.
No no no, I'm just saying
I
like
don't ever
when
block anybody.
no, you're good.
I thought she
No
was
no, you're
saying that
good.
about me.
So yeah, so what I'm trying to say is like when you're speaking, like when you speak a foreign language, right? Most languages, unlike English, where you have 1,000 ways to say something, right? Like you have like a bunch of ways to say like I'm happy, right?
Yeah.
In other languages, you only have like one way of saying that, right? There's maybe one way of saying that, and sometimes there's not even a word to even describe what you're saying, right? But the tone and the affliction, it can dictate the conversation. That's how they make up for that. So that's why I'm saying like, yes, if you're only dealing with like English speakers, that's your first language, that's your mentality, then yes, tone really doesn't matter because the words mean the same shit, right? Because there's no difference between if I scream the sky is blue or the sky is blue, right? It's still the same meaning, right, in English. But if I were to say that, say in my native language, depending on how I say that, that can either become very offensive or it can become like, oh, okay, cool. You
Yeah,
know what
that's
I mean?
very
It
true.
changes the meaning completely. Is all I'm saying is when you're dealing with somebody who may be speaking a different or comes from a place where they're speaking a different language. So like for me, the reason my tone does mess with me a little bit is because my thoughts are not in English. Like my thoughts are in a whole other language that I have to translate into English to be able to speak to you. And then when you're talking, I have to take that, listen to it, so and it switches. It's really weird, but it'll switch, it'll retranslate, and then it comes back out. Does that make sense? So it's not. It sounds complicated, but that's how my brain is.
No, like I
Yeah.
totally get it. Like even in Mandarin, there's certain things you have to say with certain inflections because in order for it to be
Hmm.
understood correctly, you could be meaning five different things if you're not saying it with a certain type of pitch. It
Right.
could be
Hmm.
the same word and it has multiple meanings, and that's why it's important. So I totally understand that.
Mm.
Yeah, is Ash
I
good?
can okay. I can get you to the. So when I'm meaning by that, it's just like I feel on the tone or the delivery or whatever the way you say it, just because it's different. It do be different meanings, but depending on how you deliver it and all that. But I'm just meaning it as in tone not mattering because of I think a lot of the time is what's being said. That's what I'm meaning by that. So if we already know the meaning of it, they just don't like the meaning of what they already know. You know, I don't know how I'm saying it, but basically like
I know what you're saying.
they know what
I
it
know what you're
is. You know
saying.
what I'm saying? It ain't really got to do with the tone on that situation. But you talking about the way you saying it and it have different meanings behind it. Of course, yeah, that's when it matters because it's different meanings with different tones on it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
and sometimes
Yeah.
it's the gall of you having the gall you have to spit that shit. Because keep this in mind. TD, now they start talking about TD Jake's tone after he said that shit about y'all turning our women into men. But
Oh yeah,
all
the
them years he been
audacity.
Hey,
preaching
hold on
that
one
type
quick
of
one.
shit.
one quick second, real quick. What's the deal, Ash? Why you going crazy in the chat for? What happened? What's the problem?
I don't know, they've been tripping
I'm
for a
trying to
minute
I'm
now.
trying to see why you acting like that in the chat. And Lady Play, I think she muted you. I don't know by mistake or not, but I just
No,
unmuted you. So
and I
what is the deal?
apologize for muting you because I misunderstood what you were typing. I thought actually you were coming at one of the girls up here. So I
Yeah,
apologize for muting you.
Yeah, she's just Lady Play's just being a mod, but
yeah.
what's going on?
Yeah.
So I'm just
I
trying to make sure everything's smooth, but I'm
yeah.
just saying whatever happens, we gonna just leave that alone because I see you still going like you angry in the chat and stuff. So we just gonna let that go though. I don't know what happened.
No. I think where she put you think you have control over me to silence
That's all
me,
I'm
but
trying to
that's all
let
you
that
have.
go. I'm
I
trying
don't
to let
think
that
that I
rock.
don't I thought that was part of what we were talking about when we were talking about tone. Is that not okay? Was she not contributing
Is
to
I'm
that?
reading
Because
that
that's how
wrong?
I
No,
took it.
we're just being extra right now because like we could be direct about what we're saying instead of all this extra little stuff.
Yeah. I
See,
don't.
this is the prime example of like speaking with understanding to be understood. Like seek to
Mhm.
understand and then to be understood because this is the problem right now. We're asking for clarity and we really ain't getting none.
Uh, all right, I'm just trying
Okay.
to make sure I ain't trying to have no feud against the peoples, man. I don't know what's been going on, but but back to what we was talking about with the talk. Okay,
No. You're good. No, I thought she was contributing. To be honest with you, I mean, I don't know. For all
I
I know,
thought
I
so
mean,
too. Don't worry,
really
Adrian.
wasn't paying that much attention, but all I was saying was like I just thought that she was just contributing to the conversation. To be honest, like I was just like, oh, okay.
So cool.
From like the
yeah, I
times I
seen what
would look
she
down,
typed. She
it
had
just
be
made
real
sense
at
to
first, then
what
she
was going
said
through.
that you think you can silence me. I read the two things she put. I feel you
But
though.
yeah, no, I don't think it's anything too crazy. But she cool. But anyway, going back to like I said, like the tone thing. I guess my question is it when it comes to that, is it really the tone or is it really what's being said? Right? Is it the words that somebody's using
It
that
has to
are
be
making
both.
somebody?
You gotta be both.
I think it's the
That's
words. I think it's the words over everything for real.
I mean,
Because like the
that's
fact
like
that
the
people can
case.
be
Like
selective about tones, that's why I feel it's more of the words. Because like if it was a tone saying that do your thing, baby, do your what I'm saying, do your fucking thing, you know what I'm saying, they will be loving and eating it up.
hold up,
So
hold up,
why it
hold up,
don't
hold up,
matter
hold
then?
up,
You know what
real
I'm
quick.
saying?
Time out. Flag on the play. Flag on
Time
the
out,
play.
time out. What's
Whatever
going
is
on in the
going on or
chats?
whatever had gone on
Yeah,
in another
whatever going
live.
on in your other
Hold up,
rooms,
hold up.
get at it,
Hold
get it
on,
out of
hold
here.
on, hold on. Everybody stop talking. Please chill. Hold up. Whatever happened in another live, do not bring that over here. That's not what this room is. This is the one and only warning, and you will catch a flight. That's simple.
And I
Is that
second that
understood?
emotion.
how do you
Yeah.
bring drama into somebody else's
There's no
house?
warning, there's no nothing. You just catching a flight at this point.
Like who does that?
Okay. Now I don't know what happened
Respectfully
in that
remove
other live.
yourself. Respectfully
Chill out.
remove yourself, or we will if you continue.
I think they got it now.
Like I understand that Cindy's
Okay,
probably just trying
thank
to
you.
warn us, and I appreciate it, but I don't know what happened between you or Ash or whatever's going on. Y'all can handle that outside of here, but we're not. There's not the room for it. If you cannot be in here and be productive and be a part of the conversation, that's perfectly fine. Come back on a later day, but this is not the room for it. Thank you. Okay.
Bistro, what's the deal, man?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut
Hmm.
y'all
You good,
off.
AJ? You doing
Kev,
your
I think you
job?
were,
That's all.
No,
or
respect the
whoever was talking. Go
assertiveness.
ahead.
We like that here.
But hey, while y'all so happy in that chat down there, go ahead and tap it on up and share to some people in here, man.
Wait,
Chat to the people that don't know how to
what's that?
forgive, man. Every
Matter of fact,
every
there's
other
20
Saturday.
people. There's 20 people in here. Let's get this up.
Let's get
10K.
this up. Let's tap, tap,
Yes,
tap
yeah.
it.
Let's
Get
go
Listen, boy, I
10K.
like
this
how she
live up.
talking. You see
Let's
what I'm
get it
saying?
going.
Yes. Should have been at 10K
It's
though.
almost it's
See,
almost
I
6
don't
a.m.
believe
in
in
the morning
forgiving
for you
people
guys in the West Coast.
Ooh, nah, it's time to get on your head. Why
It's
you don't believe
almost
in forgiving people?
2:30.
because,
2:30 in the
like,
morning here
what am
for
I
us. Let's
forgiving you
go. Tap,
for?
tap,
You
tap.
know
For
the things you
yourself.
did.
Oh
It's
yeah,
one
I'm about to
thing.
talk to you
The
real
thing
real
is,
nice. I'ma like you.
there's two different types of people.
Let's go.
There's people that can do things that are unintentionally that are harmful, and there's some people that willfully do shit that is harmful.
Okay.
And the thing about it is, forgiveness, and when you are apologizing, that is also an act of changing your behavior.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? If it's done by
Okay.
accident and you know there's like certain boundaries to cross or something like that, and you apologize, I forgive you, and you're showing me that you are taking that seriously because you're willingly, actively doing things to correct the behavior that was a problem. You
Mm.
feel me? Then you have other people that will sit there and ask for forgiveness and repeatedly be offenders and do the same thing that causes problems.
Wouldn't that be
I'm
your
not
fault?
forgiving you for the same shit you keep doing because when you apologize, you didn't fucking mean it.
Would that be your fault?
Accountability comes into play to some extent. It requires the best apology is change behavior. I got to a point that the only person I can control is me in these
Yes.
narratives. So with that being said, if anything, I'm going to forgive my own black ass for going through this shit in the first place because at one point in my time, either I ignored something or I just simply did not know better. And
Yeah.
then because when I apologize to myself, I am showing myself grace and forgiveness because I am now going forward to correct that behavior, to make myself better and understand and be more aware. But I'm not giving that to somebody else. Just like I
Right.
feel like closure is for the weak, for the simple fact that you already showed me who you were by what you try to do.
Yeah.
I don't need closure. That was my closure.
So I got a question then. So do believe that you don't, just because you forgive somebody, that don't mean you have to kick it with them no more. And then
Oh, I
what you was
know.
just saying, what you was literally saying is like that would be your fault that you kept letting a person either keep mistreating you, or you kept falling for a person saying I forgive you and then they keep doing the same thing. Like you can only get fooled once, right? So
See, the thing is, that's not always the case, and that's not with everybody.
that is
Because
all the
sometimes
case.
there's a lot of people that get fooled a couple of times. And I'm only saying that when
Yeah.
you're in a relationship with somebody and you're trying to see past their faults, it messes you up sometimes. It's a some of us
That,
practice a bad habit. Let's just be 100.
yeah.
But when you
That's
get sick
accountability
and
come in
tired,
at.
when you get sick and tired of being sick and tired, what is the point at this point?
Right. But
But you
after the
keep
first
doing
time,
the
it's
same
your
thing as
fault.
a problem. So this is why I say trying is lying. We're doers in this bitch. If I can't see you progressively making forth efforts to do the right thing, when you know we had a situation that came to you about it and letting you know how I feel, and you're actively taking parts into the things that you are doing not to cause harm, mentally, emotionally, physically, or mentally wise, just like I would do for you, that's fine. But
You
even
messed
if
up
you
right there
apologize,
already.
doesn't mean I have to give you access, especially if you do something wrong. But the thing about it is, I don't need to forgive you. What am I doing it for?
Yourself.
No, I forgive me for going through it.
So you know the root of forgiveness is I get you on that, but you saying you doing it for going through it. I feel you on that, but you still got to otherwise you saying you still got a chain connected to you in some type of way.
I'm not responsible
Uh
for the other party.
you're
If
not
you
responsible though, but
you
you
act as
you
an individual. You do what you want to do.
yeah,
If you chose to deceive me, you chose to do me dirty, or whatever it
exactly.
is may have you, and I chose to give you forgiveness at a point. Because it wasn't like this person never got forgiveness before.
You know, forgiveness is not the words. It's more of a it's more of mentality change, the way you act, the way you treat people,
And
and what
that's
you
what I
do
was
with
saying
them.
already. But the thing
Yeah.
about it is, regardless, I'm doing that for me. I'm not giving that to somebody
What is the
else.
problem?
Huh?
No. I'm sorry. I meant to mute. My bad. I was talking about the comments. Go ahead.
Oh, you're fine. I don't know what's going on in there. But all I'm saying is, I'm not giving that to somebody else where they knew what they were doing. They chose to do it. Why am I forgiving these type of behaviors? If anything, I'm forgiving myself for the fact that I gave you trust to do the right thing and you still chose to do me wrong.
But it sounds like you still affected though, the fact that I don't know. But do you, like I said, you can't forgive somebody. That don't mean you have to allow them back in your life. That's, that's one thing. But like after you done gave somebody a chance from taking that gamble of giving a person another chance would be more of your fault because you gave them another chance.
Yes,
You
why I
know,
said
because like you
forgiveness.
got an option to read the flags, and then you got to forgive yourself for dodging or misreading the flags, and you know what I'm saying. So I get you on that, but like I said, forgiveness is to let that chain go that's within you, that you got some type of tie to them. So if you okay, I'm gonna put it this way: say
Hmm.
if you was to see this person again, how would you? How would that go? How would you treat them?
Like they don't exist.
You
I don't acknowledge people that I believe that are dead in my mind.
okay. So say okay, I'm gonna put it this way. Now it's time to reverse the role though. Because
Alrighty.
because like even with forgiveness, you got to learn how to even have forgiveness for yourself anyway. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at you. You can do as much as another person. So you feel like if you make a mistake or if you didn't have the right mentality and you mistreated somebody, do you feel like you deserve forgiveness?
If I sat here, like I said before, there's two types of people. There's people that can do things on accident without knowing that they caused harm. And there's other people that willfully do things to cause harm. You get what I'm saying? So the thing about it is, if I was a person, if it was something I did on accident, yes, I would ask for my forgiveness because that was not my intention to hurt anyone. But if I willfully did some fucked up shit and I knew it and I did it with my whole chest, I'm not expecting to be forgiven.
But it's always a reason why people do stuff or willfully do stuff. It's a lot of stuff we do or it's a background to that situation though.
I mean, there's a
But
lot of nuances and different variables and aspects to those things, but we're also talking just on the theory about it alone because there's no concrete way about how anybody would handle this stuff. I just know personally for me that I'm at peace with the fact that as a person, I did all I could and it didn't work out. And I'm not going to keep giving grace to people that don't deserve it, so I'm going to give grace to myself. That's about it. And then we can agree to never speak again.
mm.
That's it. I don't wish you ill. I don't wish you bad. I just wish that we don't ever speak again.
Do you believe that people that come and go in our life is either it's some type of lesson or something that we supposed to get out of that situation?
I do agree with that.
Mm.
People are meant to be in your life for a season, and however long that season might be, you do get something out of it. It's about having healthy, meaningful connections. Doesn't mean they're supposed to last forever.
Yeah. So, have you ever asked or figured out why that person might have treated you a certain way?
It's none of my business.
Well, it will help you. It will help you have
How would
this
it help
little.
me? It doesn't change the fact that I still feel the way that I feel, or the
Yeah. So
fact
your
that
feelings is taken over from you trying to let go of this.
it's not about it taking over my feelings. Because if that was the case, it could be consuming me to the point that like I'm having a hard time functioning. I have other things to worry about than to sit there and ponder all day about why somebody did me wrong. You did what you chose to do, and that's not on me.
Yeah, I feel you on that
Kev,
though.
Kev, can you please deal with the comments before I really do block her? Because I think now she's just being rude.
Mm,
Like, what is going on?
Sorry that we.
that's your call.
Okay.
That's your mutual, bro. What do you
Like,
want us
who's
to
she
do?
coming for? Like, I don't understand what her problem is. Like, who's she
I
coming
told you I
for?
feel like
I
she was
don't know
sitting here
who
tripping about what I was
she's
saying
talking
earlier. Like,
to
I
be
really
honest
don't
with you.
care. I don't know what's going on. This is crazy.
No, no. I don't know what's going on because it's like some of her comments are with the conversation, and then others are just
Right, that's
what?
where I'm confused,
I'm
They have no
really,
AJ.
really
context.
confused. I don't know
Some of
what's
them are
going
okay,
on.
and then some of them are like, I'm trying to be nice. Well, I didn't think you were being rude before, so where did that comment come from? And then it's like, look at you back in my, if you want to block me now. Like, where is that coming from? Nobody wants to block you. So I don't understand where your comments are coming from. I'm watching, I'm listening.
Ash,
I,
is
I
you
don't see you
drinking or
being,
something though? There's
yeah,
something
I
up,
don't see
bro.
her
That is
being
weird.
rude,
Why?
but
It's
she
like
is
why?
being rude.
Why
I
you
thought I
not
was
letting
about to
go of the
talk about my
situation?
feelings. It's not
Why
just
you
me.
still? We on
I
a whole
must
nother
have just
topic.
showed up,
That's a prime example of being forgiven. Like, duh, somebody make one mistake
right?
and then you still on the same
No, I'm
topic.
just confused at where her comments are coming from because I
Yeah,
like some of them like yeah, like
Hold
This
on.
is the definition of dwelling on it. This is what I mean, y'all.
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking about.
No,
Yeah.
A
but the thing
perfect
is
example.
everybody's been telling her to be nice, but which
Right?
is
And that's why,
fine,
and we've
but
had to address
at
it.
this
This is the
point I'm like, I
third
don't know what you want me to do,
time.
Kev.
No, I'm just trying to see. I'm asking. That's why I'm talking to her personally. I'm trying to see what is she been
That's
drinking
what
tonight,
that's why
or
he's trying to figure out what's going on. Here, I'll let you
what's the
handle
deal,
it. I'm
Ash,
gonna shut
man?
up.
What you been drinking or something, or what's the deal, man? Because I don't know why you still on the same topic from a long time ago. Or from we on a whole other topic. Anything? All right. Well, yeah, I guess whatever. Well, if you ain't gonna let it go, then all right. I mean, I guess if you do another one of them, they just gonna mute you or something like that. I guess 'cause you're not saying that. But let's go.
Okay then.
Let go. Let God.
I'm
Yep.
Most
just
Okay,
gonna
definitely.
I heard
take care
that,
of it
Kev.
now. That
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
know.
Well, back to the topic and
She's
everything.
been put
I also
out
saw
of
somebody in the
over
comments sit there and
my
say that
people for doing
everybody
things.
deserves forgiveness. I don't believe
Most
that
definitely.
either.
I believe that.
I don't.
Ash, honey, what we're trying to understand is what's over. Like, what has been your issue tonight, and who do you keep talking to? That's what we're trying to understand. We're not trying to be disrespectful. We're actually trying to understand where you're coming from and who you're coming for. So it's over, but what is over?
No, she taking. Oh,
I'm
all
gonna be
right. Yeah, she
quiet.
gonna be quiet. So all right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
'cause she already
But
taking a
trust
hundred
me,
just to
if you
respond back. I
try it
already answered her
again,
question a long time ago. So
you know who. No, we don't know. That's
I'm
what we.
so
Okay. You know
confused.
what? You know
This
what? Anyways,
projection
listen. If
and
you
like projection and
Ash,
paranoia is like tripping me
this
out.
is the third time we've had to address it, my dear. Respectfully, if you do it again, you will be blocked or muted. Because I have no idea what your issue is, and I've been watching all night.
Actually, I'm done.
See, like
There you
everybody
go.
been super patient with you. Like, what are you doing?
Well, there you go.
She's just
I didn't I had more patience than she did.
I just don't know, like, at the end of the day, like I said, I understand that
That's
sometimes we're
weird.
all going through stuff. I understand that things are happening, but if you don't speak and tell people what's going on, and you come in spewing a bunch of random crap, nobody knows what the hell you're talking about, right? People have no problem being here and helping you out through stuff, but we gotta know what's going on, right? But when we give you chance after chance, we've had to stop the live, stop the conversation to figure out what the hell you're talking about, and you can't give us that, you can stay muted the rest of the life. I'm sorry, that's it. I'm not gonna block you because I've seen you before in here and you're usually pretty cool. I don't know what happened
I
tonight.
think she been drinking. I
I
think
don't know
so
what's
because she
going
not
on.
answering it.
So I'm just gonna mute you for the night. You can still stay in here. That's chill. We'll talk on another day, okay? Cool.
Well, bless your heart, go. Goddamn. Hmm.
But you say you don't believe everybody deserve forgiveness.
Yes, I do believe
Why?
that. Because some people have done very horrific things where it's just like it's very catastrophic to people. Like I
Okay.
completely believe in being your most authentic self, but when you create victims along the way and you're doing things that can harm others, you need to reassess things. If you're not taking the time and effort to reassess where you're going wrong as a person, when you do those things, I don't think forgiveness is required. And being willfully ignorant is not an excuse either.
So haven't you have times that you did that too? I'm pretty sure you did stuff intentionally, unintentionally before because you're human, right?
Yeah, but I also consider
Oh,
other people that
I'm
I
echoing
interact
off of.
with on a regular basis, and I don't feel the need to lie about things either. So there's that too. I don't do
What?
anything that I have to hide that I have to sit there and lie about because I think that's stupid. I'm too old for that shit.
Yeah. So you think? Do you believe everybody got the same mentality as you?
I never said anybody does. I'm saying from my
I know.
perspective,
Yeah. So
not
I'm asking
everybody's
these
gonna
questions
agree with
for a
me, and I'm
reason.
okay with that.
So yeah. So that's the reason why I'm asking these questions because
I understand.
um you gotta like I tell people before like sometimes if you feel like you the bigger person, right? And you know, a lot of people do have their own way of how they express themselves. They got different maturity levels. They got different things they going on through their life too. You know what I'm saying? As to why they do things intentionally or unintentionally and stuff. You know, and we could be literally one of them people and all that. So if I look at it, if you the bigger person, if you know better and all that stuff, and you know that they might be have a chance of going through something as to why they probably did something anyways to either harm you or stole something from you or I don't know, whatever, you know what I'm saying? People that be robbing and all this stuff, a lot of them be, we can call them evil all they want, but a lot of people just doing stuff out of survival, you know what I'm saying? They trying to feed their mama, so they got to feel like they got to rob somebody or something like that. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But everybody got their own backstory. You know, we just really don't know what's going on through people's mind. And all we be caring about is just ourselves. You know what I'm saying? If a person don't act like me, or if they don't do how I do, you know what I'm saying? Nah, ain't no way. You better act like how I am because I'm like this. You know what I'm saying? But the
That's
thing is, sometimes,
narrow-minded thinking, though, and I wouldn't
yeah,
expect anybody to be that way. That's
yeah,
inconsiderate, even from my own perspective. However, I'm only simply saying because this is how I view and see things. But at the same
right,
time, and when I interact with others, when it comes to my perspective on these things, especially if in healthier dynamics and relationships, platonic or otherwise, if I'm explaining to you, there's a grievance that I have that X, Y, and Z bothers me that you're doing and you acknowledge this X, Y, and Z thing. And then even down the road, because I'm not saying it's just like an off the wall cutoff at that particular moment. These things, like, it's like Rome. It didn't get built overnight. It gradually gets to that point where it's like climatic, not anti so much. I'm telling you what's going on. Just like if you wanted me to do it and I'm sitting here saying like, hey, if I'm doing something that's hurting you or bothering you or making you feel some type of way or making you concerned, let me know because that is not my intention to make you feel some type of way. Me considering you be my friend or whoever otherwise, I'm supposed to be also your safe space and support. If I say I care about you, and this is just from my perspective, I want to do right by you because that's the way I roll. I'm
right,
not saying everybody is like that, but the thing
right,
about it is, I am in the process in my life to align myself with the same people that think like me. Number
right.
one, I'm not
So
expecting
let me
everybody
ask
to
this
think
then.
like me.
Let me
But
ask this then. So
however,
anybody that don't think like you don't deserve forgiveness?
that this is what I'm saying. I have like this is where I feel in the respect that when it comes down to certain things, if I'm explaining to you what's going on and you apologize, I give you forgiveness, and we're not actively doing things to change that. And after a while, it doesn't become it's not a cause, it's an excuse to keep doing it. And this is why I say trying is lying, we're doers in this bitch. If I can't progressively see you doing the positive things to make these healthy changes, I don't have to be around you. And then the thing about it is, a lack of effort is a lack of interest. If you wanted to, you would. I'm not going to waste my time. And it's not about being on some cruel stuff. I just don't see the point of forgiving you. You know what you did. You chose to do it, even though we talked about things. You breached our agreement about something. What is there to forgive? I'm just moving on.
So,
If
mm,
anything, I'm forgiving myself for wasting my time.
mm, mm.
I
Wow.
give everybody the open opportunity to do the right thing when it comes to certain things. And especially for the fact that I know in my own character, I believe in reciprocity. I'm not going to go out my way for you. And then you feel like after a while, when I need support and I need help, being a strong friend or whatever may have you, you don't want to check in and be supportive of me. And when the moment I ask for that support, you act funny or whatever other situation it could possibly be that we have to sit there and talk and communicate about that is affecting us one way or another. And this is the other person too. If you're coming to me about something, you feel like my behavior, like, oh, I might have anger issues or something, and it hurts your feelings about how the way I'm coming at you because I care about you and I value our friendship, relationship, or whatever it is. I want to do in my due diligence to correct that behavior because I don't want something that this little to affect something big as a whole that can ruin our friendship or relationship or whatever it is. I'm accountable enough to do that. But if I can't see that capacity in the other person, I am not going to sit here and argue about forgiving you or whatever may have you. It's just that we're incompatible, or it just didn't work out, or you chose to do some real fuck boy shit or fuck girl shit. I ain't got it to do. I'm still walking away. Like I said, I don't wish you ill. I don't wish you bad, but just we can agree never to speak again.
Do you feel like that you deserve forgiveness?
Like I said, if I sat here and willfully did some real fucked up shit, I don't expect forgiveness. But if I did
Do you
something that
want
was
it?
on accident and I sincerely meant it and I wanted to apologize for it, absolutely, I feel like I deserve
I'm
forgiveness.
not
And
saying
that's the
expect it.
variable
Do
I
you
gave.
want it?
Do I want it? I
Yes.
don't need it.
Why?
Because it doesn't affect me either way. Especially if I know if
So
I didn't do anything wrong or had to sit there and ask for forgiveness. There's rarely things I ever do where I have to ask for forgiveness for.
yeah. Uh, hmm.
See, let me give you an example. The best thing I can think of is me and my relationship with my children and me learning how to be a better parent. I have had to unlearn a lot of things about being a better
What
parent
is it?
towards my children. And me and my kids have always sat down and have conversations. These are people I would want to forgive me. But at the same time, willfully in my ignorance and not knowing better and being and just knowing how I was raised and it wasn't healthy, and I'm doing the same thing with them, and me learning better. Yes, I'm asking for forgiveness. Do I want my children to forgive me? Yes, of course. Did they forgive me? Yes. But also, where it comes to me, I am doing a due diligence of changing my behavior where it best is healthy to have them live and thrive and be healthy, mentally stable adults as well. There's a big difference when you apologize and you do the due diligence to change your behavior. I can sit there and forgive you, and then you keep doing the same problem. After a point, why am I forgiving you anymore? Fuck giving you forgiveness.
That sound like I swear the stuff you saying. It sound like is and like I said, that's like straight up. That would be on your end, but that sound like relationship type situation. Because if a person
It could be
or
friendship
some or
too.
so a
I'm saying
connection, it
it's
sound like either
platonic.
friendship or relationship type thing. Because you saying keep doing it. If you keep doing this, because a stranger can't just keep doing something. Because once you
It
walk
ain't a
away from,
stranger. It's a
it
friend.
is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
It could be
Or
family.
yeah, family. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like some type of relationship or
Yeah, but that's what I'm
family
saying
relationship
too.
or friendship or you know a significant other type situation.
But
But
if you're talking about like stranger wise, like those are variable too. I was talking about more so on a more understanding of a setting where you know each other for a long period of time, or y'all have bonds and ties to one another.
yeah,
Where it would be harder to sit there and not go throughout these things, and you can't necessarily avoid those type of people and how you would deal in those situations. So I thought from that aspect, fair enough. But a stranger, I don't expect strangers to do things on purpose. I don't know you.
right. All right. So I like how you said about the kids, right? Do you feel like that if you did anything to even if it's intentionally or not, do you feel like that they should get forgiveness from them? I mean, not get forgiveness. Will you want them to forgive you?
As far as my children is concerned, of course.
Yes.
But that's what I'm saying. Like for my children, I can never see myself willfully doing things to go out my way to hurt them. I love my
But
kids too much. And it's like, if I do things on accident where I just feel like I'm doing things the right way and I mean them well, but I'm going about it the wrong way in the reality of things, is where I seek forgiveness on a constant basis because I can always improve and do better by them. And I'm learning every day to be a better mom and how to like maneuver through life and kind of like reassessing things and how I build relationships with my children because they're not property, they are people, and I want to give them the best start possible. And I'm trying to give them autonomy so they can learn how to say no and be comfortable telling me what's on their mind to express themselves. Those type of things, because I don't want them going in the world and being taken advantage of, where they are this nice person, and like their conditions of what love sometimes is what they can struggle through, and what makes them loyal to such things, where they need to be out of bad situations because they have a hard time saying no, or they're forced to do stuff because they were just conditioned to be that way. Because you have to also consider, when things are happening in your life, these are things that are common to you in your everyday life. So what is normal in your life is commonly placed there. So it's a lot of things that I'm learning to unlearn in myself to establish better environments for them. So that's me actively doing something about it. Apology comes with changed behavior.
Right. So you saying you never purposely did anything to your child?
To hurt them? Absolutely not. I couldn't see myself doing that. Never with like actual intentions. That's like horrific to me.
Never gave him a whooping?
I have disciplined them before like that, but
Okay.
that's what I'm
Right,
saying.
we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, we're getting somewhere. And that's when old teachings that I sat there and said, where I was doing things with my children that were done to me, and I found out that were not healthy for them. And that's where the thing is, once again, doing things with the intention of thinking you're doing something right, but it's not healthy.
I'm pretty sure it is healthy because
Right?
a
Did you
kid need to
think it
get a
was
whooping
right?
every now and
That's
then.
where, okay, look,
Well,
I'm
Kev,
not
let
going
me
to
ask
sit
you
here.
something.
I'm not going to
Let me
sit here
ask you.
and like argue with other people on how they do things for them. I am talking about from my situation with my children, since that was the example. For
Let
What
me
you
my
ask
talking
you
about?
household,
something.
that does not
When
work
it
for
was
me.
done to you, when it was done to you as a child, did you think it was right? As a child, like you ever got a whooping from your parents and you was like, that wasn't right. That wasn't cool.
Well, my family and I
Oh,
grew up religious, so I thought that was just what was done. So there's
Yeah, you're
that.
right. Exactly. So that's what I was getting
and the
to.
reason
You
why
had
I asked that because I be hearing
I
people
think
say
you was
that,
asking
like,
Kev that.
I did it because, that's how I was taught and then I found out it was wrong. But if it was wrong done to you, when did you realize wrong was done to you, and why did it take you to do it to somebody else to realize that was wrong?
these guys bullying the lady. I'm not host.
I can
What are you
answer
talking
that.
about? I'm just asking a
Yeah, that's
hold
all.
up.
You're blocked. It's like, nah.
I
Nobody's
mean,
getting,
at
first
a
off,
point in
hold up.
time, I can't even
Nobody's
say
getting
anything.
bullied. Chill out.
Oh, no, you're cool.
Oh,
Like,
go ahead.
no, I was just saying, at that point in time in my thinking, it wasn't at that point to understand that.
Understand that. Gotcha.
And
That's
the
what I'm
thing
saying,
about
yeah.
it is, when
So
you're
that's the thing. I
conditioned
mean,
to
I think,
learn and think and do
oh,
things a certain way, which is why I actually added to the fact that it's a process of unlearning. I emphasized on that a lot. Unlearning a lot of things that were harmful for my household. I don't care if other people like do use corporal discipline for their children. I try to avoid as much as possible, because my thing about it is, an escalated adult cannot de-escalate an already escalated child. That just leads to more
Right.
problems and issues. So where I come from is, if I can reason with an adult, I can reason with a child. I'm not going to hit them if I can reason with them. And if the fact that it's a child, I'm not going to be hitting you because I can't reason with you. We're going to take a break. We're going to take a moment. You want to go in your room and chill. I'm going to go in my room and chill. And we will reconvene and try this again later, because I'm not going to sit here and go through that stuff. Also considering the fact that too, that I can't even process cortisol correctly, because back in November, I did have a brain surgery. I can't physically allow myself to get to that point anyway. So there's that and foremost. So I had to come
So
from a different avenue of thinking and doing things as well. But I was already
Yeah.
on this path with my children long before that.
yeah.
Right. You know.
So the way you saying all this stuff, it just seemed like, just from my perspective, you seem so perfect. It seemed like that every time if you do something, you got a reason or is an excuse behind it, or if or it's an intention, you don't do stuff intentionally. You sound perfect. You sound like the person that
I'm
everybody
not
look
trying to
for in
come
life.
off
You know what
that
I'm
way.
saying?
I'm not trying
Huh?
to come off that way. And if it
No,
comes
I'm
yeah.
off
saying
that
from
way,
my
I do
perspective,
apologize.
it do seem that way because you saying that. Oh no, I don't do nothing. I never heard a human that don't do stuff on purpose, intentionally or unintentionally. I've never heard that.
Like,
And then you
if
said you
I'm
was
sitting
just
here
perfect
talking
with your
about,
children
I don't
too.
think
I'm doing
she's.
stuff intentionally with good intentions for the sake of my kids, like making sure they're fed every day. I'm doing that with intention because it has
Yeah,
positive effects for the benefit of my children. But to do something intentionally in ill will that can cause harm, I'm not that person.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't think
All
she's
right.
saying that she's never done those things though, Kev. I
Oh,
think
she's
she's
saying,
saying that in her scope she's doing the best that she can
of
to
course.
control that, which most people should have that type of discipline.
I
Which
think
at the end
everybody
of the
do
day,
that.
like we can't sit there and say, "Oh yeah, that person's perfect." No, that's
All
not the
right. I
case. I
guess if
think
you
if
don't get what
If
I'm
I'm
saying,
taking
then
the
so we're
time
gonna
out
let.
to do the
I'm gonna
work
just let
and
if
this
you
realize
slide.
desire to
that
There.
I
control
was
that, try to
wrong
control
at,
that.
and
Hey,
I'm trying
you.
to make healthy decisions for my life and my children's
I'm
lives
trying to
to be
understand, bro.
better
Like I don't
people,
understand where you're coming from.
that's where I'm at. I am their example. I am the only thing in their life that's showing them that there's something better to look forward
Yeah.
to and to sit there and see that there are good people out there. I am their example. I am
Okay.
trying to do
Cool.
the best I can in that regard. And I'm also teaching my children to have boundaries. When people sit there and do terrible things to you, you do not have to stay in it because, oh, because even if it was me, if I'm fucking up and I'm doing stuff that's wrong to you, I don't expect you to talk to me because, in respect, honestly, I don't even talk to my own mom because me and my mom went through this. I will not be that person.
Hmm. Okay. You got
So,
it. You got it. You got it. I feel you. So okay, we're gonna stick with that. So you don't believe people don't deserve forgiveness. It is what it is. Okay, I feel you. So 6-4, you what's how you feel about do you feel people deserve forgiveness?
Mm-hmm. I say because it's not for them, it's for you. It's just you don't let it. I
Exactly.
forgive you, but you'll never get a chance to do that shit again.
I feel
And
you on that.
because
Right.
of it, but see, my forgiveness though, you gotta understand when you offend somebody, you don't get the right to tell them how to come back. So if
Right.
you want back into their graces, if you that type of person who want forgiveness and back into my graces, process.
Hey, I got another thing. Have you ever been in a fight before?
to me,
Mm-hmm.
Any
have her
no anybody, but
Yep.
yeah, I'm
like
getting somewhere with
physical
this one.
altercations.
Yep.
I could forgive the person.
Oh,
I could
I
forgive
used
the
to fight
person I
all the
was in a
time when I was a
physical
kid.
altercation with.
I
I could
used to
forgive
fight
them.
all the time.
Yeah, I've been
I'm about to get
um
somewhere on this because I'm gonna dig
I've
deep because
been
people
very
people I
violent in
guess
my
everybody
life,
don't
so
understand me, so I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna figure
Oh,
a
this
way to
is
get
gonna be
understood
fun.
though.
Repeat the
Okay.
So
question, Kev.
oh, that's fine.
what's what you say, lady?
I would say this is
What
gonna
was
be
the
fun.
question again?
Oh, sorry, please.
Boy, y'all talking at the same time. Who trying to talk first?
Is
Anybody?
I
that
was
you,
asking a
lady?
question. Yes, it was. Yeah, I asked Kev what was the question again. Has anybody
I
what?
asked if anybody on this panel or down in the thing have they been in a fight before?
Yes.
Okay,
Of course.
all right. So isn't that an intentional harming somebody, right?
First and
Mm-hmm.
foremost, let's just
Self-defense.
make this clear. I will
I'm
never
going
have
with
to
it.
Yes and no.
initiate a
Self-defense.
fight, but I sure the hell will finish one. Let's just make that clear 100.
Yes.
Let
People
me
so
just make
perfect,
that
bro.
very clear.
1000%.
Because the thing about it is, I had never intention to walk out my door and initiate nothing. But if you initiate with me, I will finalize that contract. Let's just make that very clear. Do not come
Right.
at me, and I will not come at you.
Facts.
Respect is
So that make it
mutual.
right.
It ain't about that being right in that respect. But I'm also teaching my children that to sit there and allow people to sit
At
there and
the end of the
disrespect you
day,
either.
Accountability, bro. This is
So there's that. No, like I will never
So
go out my way to start nothing with nobody. But when you
cool,
sit
but
here
you
and I'm
you
trying to
still
walk away, I'm doing the right thing by trying to walk away. When you keep antagonizing and initiating and instigating with me, and the moment you put your hands on me, I'm not gonna just sit there and let you hit me. I'm gonna do the
not
right thing and hit your ass back. What you talking about?
majority of the time people is not putting their hands on you first. I already know. And you said antagonizing.
So clearly,
Most of the time people
like
could
I
avoid
said, the
fights.
last time I've
Everybody
been
be
in a
so
fight was like I was in school. In
hold up.
elementary school, middle school, possibly high
Hold
school, and
up.
that's been a
Pause
very
button.
long time ago. So, have I been in a fight recently? Of course not,
Pause.
because I'm not going out my way to start none. What?
We can't say that people normally are going, oh, no, nobody's going to put. People start fights all the time. People start physical altercations all the time. They do that all the time. We can't sit there and say, "Oh no, that never happens." It does.
I just
How do I know
Who
that?
said that?
Because I used to be that person.
That
I
part.
used to be that person where if I were walking down the street, hold on, if I were walking down the street and you bumped into me, that was all I needed to start swinging. So we can't sit there and say, no, no, no. People are trying to avoid fight. No, there's some people out
Who
here
said
who
that?
are literally looking for it in any excuse.
Who said
That's
that?
all I'm saying. You said
Who
that.
said that? Who said that?
What do you mean? Who said that? You
I'm
literally
saying
just
who
said that. You
said
said
that.
most people are going to avoid the fight.
I said majority of the time, people is in situations where they could have walked away. I never said nobody has never started a fight first. I've never said that. I didn't say that's impossible either. I was just saying that
I didn't.
majority of the time they get in situations where they just get in their ego, right? They get to talk running off the mouth. Instead of trying to avoid that situation, they run off their mouth until they get popped in their mouth, right? When they could have avoided the whole situation. I'm saying majority of the time it's been like that. And people be trying to act like they didn't know a fight was about to come, but they knew it was about to come. And I'm highly
Exactly.
believing of that situation that people just, it started off with talking majority of the time, or it could be bullying, but that's just like small stuff.
Okay, well, maybe I misunderstood you because it sounds like you and I are saying the same thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was saying,
It
I
just
wasn't
it
saying
just
people
sounded
just
like you
gonna come
said
up
like
to
most
sock
people
you. I
weren't
mean, they do
gonna do that.
sometimes, but I'm just saying
Yeah,
people could avoid it.
yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely could be easily avoided. That's what I'm saying. Like, nobody really goes out their way to start stuff like that. But at the same time, you do have people that have no problem finding any reason or any justification or cause just to initiate stuff. And those are the people I'm talking about. You kind of try to back up from it.
I
They
was
keep
one of
you
those
coming
people.
at you. You try to sit there and be respectful. They keep coming at you. You in a corner now. What you supposed to do? Sit there and die? Or excuse me, unalive?
Okay. Here go
Like,
another one then. So we ain't gonna talk about fighting then. I'm
right. I mean,
gonna
like, I'm
get here
allowed
though.
to defend myself. That's my human right.
So have you ever called somebody out their name then? What about that?
Oh, I've called somebody stupid when
yes.
they're stupid.
Right. So that's an intentional, right? Intentionally, right?
Sure, if you want to put it that way.
Right.
Continue.
Do you believe you should be forgiven for that situation?
No, because I'm not going to say
Look
something
who
I don't
woke
mean.
up. Huh?
I'm not going to say something I don't mean.
So boy, this is so
Damn.
difficult.
Who
I didn't think it's gonna
finally
be
woke
difficult today.
up?
I don't know why you
I
thought
said
Boy,
it
I'm
vote
just trying to
since
get
we're
somewhere.
boys.
But I guess I can't force this the way I'm thinking of. But hey,
Yeah, I
I'm just
mean,
trying to get
Kev. At the
somewhere
end
though.
of the day,
I do
Some people have
apologize.
understood
I
what I
love
was
you,
saying,
Kev.
but huh?
I get what you're saying, Kev, and I
I know
love
you
you
do.
for it,
Yeah,
bro.
I know
But
you do.
I feel like you're trying to prove a point, and I'm
I
like,
am
I don't
trying to
think you
prove a
can
point. I'm
really
trying to,
prove a
because
point on
sometimes,
this one.
sometimes you got to put it a different way for somebody to understand. But I guess when sometimes some people be so
But I don't
trapped into
think.
what
But
they
I
believe in,
think
or
that's
It's
forced
not
the
or
about what I
stubborn in what they
believe in.
believe in,
And like
they
I
like,
just
no.
said,
I think
I
that's
don't.
the. I think
Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
yeah. I don't think it's a matter of not understanding. I think everybody understands exactly what you're trying to get at. I just think that
not
as far
everybody. Don't
as
say everybody.
I
what's
do
being
too.
Because
said,
if
I'm
you
just
really
saying what's
understood what I
being
said, then
said is
you will figure out what I'm getting to about
it doesn't mean you
why.
have to not know. Listen to what I'm saying. I
Oh,
can understand something that don't mean I gotta agree with it.
Exactly.
That's it.
I didn't say that.
You don't
I
have
know
to
you
say it.
didn't
That's
say
what's
that,
I'm
but that's
trying
what
to
I
valid.
was
just
trying to
help
get out
real
before
quick
you
though.
said something. Yeah.
All right, so all
Go
right.
ahead.
Shooby dooby
Oh, there
doo.
he is. There, Trey.
Boy, I think this is like the hardest one I ever had on this one.
I'm so sorry that this
But I
is
have
happening
helped
to
people
you.
out though, for sure, and it's the reason why I ask a lot of these questions and stuff. It's not,
Hey,
whatever,
I'm
but
loving
I
I'm loving that she's
but
giving
I
you a run for
understand
your
people.
money, Kev.
Huh? You said what?
I said I love that she's giving you a challenge right now.
Hee hee.
This
I feel you
challenge is
though,
good.
but it do get to a certain point where
Kev
I
need
just
this
learn
challenge
how to. I
sometimes.
gotta just because I gotta. I
It's
understand.
okay.
I'm
It's
gonna put
like
it
a
this way.
chess
I
game. You
understand
can
though.
yield. It's all right. It's okay. It's
Hey, Kev.
okay.
Hey, Kev.
Yeah.
Since you were talking about vampire earlier, when you said you must be a vampire, you know what came to mind?
What's that?
They ain't made a good. I'm waiting on the next Underworld movie to come out. They ain't made a good vampire
Boy, I
movie.
ain't see
So
that. Right. with the
Man, I am so
werewolves against
waiting
the.
on the new Underworld. That is the shit. When they came up with that series, I mean, with those movies, that was the shit. That was the shit.
How long y'all been on? I've been on
Y'all
since
like vampire movies?
for like
Y'all like vampire
3
movies?
hours
I
now.
love vampire movies.
Me too.
You know which one I'm
Me too.
waiting for? I'm waiting for him to make another Blade, bro. Forget
Mm.
Underworld.
Oh,
Whatever the
that would
vampire movie is. I
not,
want
not
Blade.
He got to pay
this.
his taxes first.
He can't
That
pay
would
his
be
taxes.
dope.
God damn.
That would be dope to see another Blade. Because then Blade would have to be the bad
That's what I'm
guy.
saying. I'm like,
Because because the virus got rid of all the vampires. So he would have to be the bad guy.
mm-hmm,
Oh snap!
mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, dude, it would be cool, like another Blade movie. Or Queen of the Damned would be dope. I don't know. We need to make vampires scary
Can't
again
do
because the
that.
only
So
Come
time
Queen
on,
of the
nah.
Dam was
Not
scary.
Queen of
they
the.
made them all, they made them all sparkly,
That's
right?
scary, man.
They made
Aaliyah
them all
played that shit too
sparkly
good.
and
It's so rap. Man, nobody
I
want to see
really
no
like
Queen of the
it.
Dam after Aaliyah gone.
She played that part real
that's
good.
true.
That almost sent a chill through me. I'm like, damn.
Oh, all my people's waking up. How
Mm-hmm.
about y'all get yourselves in the box and act normal around
I
here?
like
Stop
the
acting like
Dracula.
strangers.
I like the
Strange.
Dracula Untold. I liked that one. The Dracula Untold with Mark. I
There
think that
we
was
go,
Mark
man.
Anthony. I don't know who that was
Oh
playing him.
yeah, I like Bram Stoker's.
Oh, that was good.
That boy acting
Bram
different. That boy
Stoker's
don't got
Dracula
him
was
a
pretty good.
good sleep.
The interview with the vampire and stuff like that.
AJ,
Good
you say you
morning,
I
acting different
love,
down
everybody.
there?
But I gotta
I
be quiet
love
for a minute. I love
Vampire and
vampire
Werewolf.
movie.
I love
Amen.
Vampire and Werewolf shit.
Hey,
Being Vampire and
What's
Werewolf,
the
I can
deal?
fuck with that.
Rise and
yeah.
shine.
I just can't deal with Twilight.
Good morning, Leona.
Yeah, Twilight was stupid to me.
Hey,
It
hey.
was terrible.
Like, how the hell you falling in love with your food?
I never seen that. I heard that was a. Ain't that like a woman movie or
No,
something?
okay. Here's my thing though.
A
Here's my thing with
woman
Twilight.
movie? It's a sad movie. That's what that
Right.
is.
I thought it was one of them romantic woman movie type
Here's my
things.
It
thing with
was so
Twilight.
bad
Here's
about Twilight when
everybody.
she.
Teen
Everybody
movies, wasn't it?
romanticized that movie. Hold up.
It was terrible.
Hold up. They romanticized that whole movie, right? And the creepiest part of that movie is right when she goes to sleep and wakes up. He's like staring at her sleeping, like, bruh, if I woke up and somebody was in my room while I was asleep, I'm gonna unalive you at this point. Like, what do you?
Aggressively.
He's so cute. Like, what? I hate Twilight. I have forced to see those
So,
movies. I
let me tell you something,
As a
Kev.
grown woman
stupid. Like,
once on the baby.
I mean, I
Most
grew up with
scary shit
Blade. I grew up
ever.
with Underworld. I grew up with him. I grew up with all them
Huh?
Vampire, Lost Boys. I grew up on all of it.
Oh, Lost Boys was the shit.
And in
Oh,
the
you
great,
know what was scary back
and the
then?
90s,
Fright Night. Remember Fright Night?
Lost Boys.
Oh, I like that.
Boys.
Yeah, I
Need
like
my
Man,
Lost
that.
Boys at
Fright
home.
Night was the shit. That was scary. At that time in the 80s, with that vampire
Yep.
that living next door. That and that
The
one
heck was that?
Grace Jones was in. Y'all remember that one called Vamp? Grace Jones was in it. It was called Vamp.
I
Man, I don't
remember that
watch
one
enough
with Grace
TV. I'm gonna have
Jones.
to invest in watching some more movies. I feel like I'm like behind on some things. My goodness.
I'm behind on all type of stuff.
Swear. I
Oh,
feel
shoot.
ashamed right now.
Every scary movie that came out, I
Oh,
was at that theater.
You gonna need to
oh,
Every
watch.
Vamp was the shit. Oh, y'all like Vamp? That was
Yeah, you
it
gotta
was
watch
a
Lost Boys
vampire,
too.
a female vampire strip club.
What?
I heard of that. I heard of that. I don't
Yeah,
care.
Vamp with
Back,
Grace Jones.
Oh, I've
It
heard of
was.
that
A
one. Vampire
Listen,
Strip
vampire
Club,
strip
yeah.
club? What?
yeah.
Good
yeah,
morning, everybody. Good
it's
morning.
not as lascivious as it sounds. I'm talking about it's really good.
It
Like
sounds
real, like these
scandalous.
the plot. You know, these dudes and this girl. Of course, you know how those plots go. They get lost in this weird ass town. Oh, I love
Good
they plots. It's
morning.
always in some weird ass town, and they ended up going to the strip club. They met the one girl
I
who ain't a
remember that one.
vampire, who told them about the strip club, and then from there, it gets real good. It gets real good. Grace Jones played that real good. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So yeah, so good
Interesting.
morning to everybody. Everybody
Interesting.
welcome in. Everybody waking up now. Tapped up the screen, share the live.
Wakey, bakey time.
Let's get
Do
up
do do
to
do.
let's get up to
Wakey,
15,
bakey.
20K. Let's go. Everybody's waking up now. Good morning. Thank you for
All right,
Good
get
joining.
them eye
morning.
boogers out your
Thank
eye.
you.
Yeah,
Wakey,
let's get yeah,
bakey.
Wake
get you
that
brush your
ass up.
teeth,
It's the first day of the week.
wash your ass, get the
Oh, then I
boogies out
hope
of your
y'all
It's the
did that at
first
ass.
day
least.
of the
They
week.
probably just picked up their phone and went right to
But
it. You know what I'm
dog, I
Nah,
saying?
nah,
swear
Nah,
to
you didn't
God,
come here
Booty
still in the
fucking
say
stinking
that
out the
bed.
shit.
mug though.
I'm
Just
still in
booty
the
come
bed, so
smelling
from
I
good
ain't
your
looking
get
at
up.
the
I'm
Say
still in the
that
bed.
shit loud, though. I'll
Take
be
a
at the
bath.
family, man.
Wash yourself.
Some chicks be
Take a
looking like
bath.
they just
Show me
woke
your
up from the
deodorant.
bed and went right to Family
Show me
Dollar.
your
No,
deodorant.
please brush your teeth,
Got the whole cleaning
wash your
song.
face,
Forgot.
brush your hair,
Hold up,
wash
hold
your
up, hold up,
ass,
hold up.
but tap the screen. Tap the screen at
First
the same
off,
time.
wait a minute. Wait a minute. First off, sis, folk, what if I did wake up out the bed and decide to go to Dollar General? It's Dollar General. I don't care.
No, you can't go
Leave
from
me
the
and my
bed to
bonnet
Dollar
alone.
General because the
You all are
bathroom right
going to
there.
bed. I'm still
Get
drinking
those
Bud
eyeball
Light.
boogers out your eyes.
Oh
They
my
be,
goodness.
get the sleep off the side of your mouth. You be slobbing all this. Girl, go get them coupon. You know I got
Hey,
five of
six
them,
four,
$5 off on each
And
one.
second of all,
6'4". Some of
look,
us
look,
haven't
first
gone to
off, first
sleep
off,
yet.
first off, first off, all I'm gonna say is if I'm
Uh-oh.
in Dollar General and I look like that, you mind your business, number one. And number two, okay? Uh,
It's his business once he
look,
smell that smell.
Kev, out of all
Oh,
people out
mercy.
here,
Right?
Kev, ain't no shit.
She said,
Hold
Exactly.
up,
When you
hold up,
got
hold
you
hey,
up.
got
she
sexual
Kev,
She
out
gonna
of
do
ass.
a
all
double
people.
take. Oh no.
Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up,
It's
hold up,
his
hold up.
business when you
Kev, out of
smell.
everybody on here, definitely can't be talking about they don't woke up and just looked at the screen. Mister, yeah, he's asleep. I wouldn't sleep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, wiping it all off your face and shit. Yeah, yeah, it's you.
Oh my
Right.
You
god.
can't be talking, son.
No, I'm just saying though. Like I'm just generally speaking though. Like anybody,
yeah,
I mean
that's
the bonnet is cool, but I'm just saying if you ain't washed the buns in the morning, bro, that's their intention. They
That's
space that's getting
dangerous.
taken right there.
Yeah, but
Oh,
let me
look.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Did it keep you 6 feet away from me?
No.
Boy, it went a little bit past that.
so the plot thickens.
I wasn't ready. I
I'm
wasn't
just,
Hold
ready.
up, wait, hold up. You
just
think
kidding.
this
I
a
was not
roast
that
session,
gross,
Mr.
but you
Third?
come
That was
No,
hilarious.
he ain't talking down. He know he gonna. Now I gotta get on his head. I'm about to force him in this box
uh-uh.
I,
I love how Kev always
No, he
jumps
said
on
he's
Trey
jumping in
when
the
he in
shower
the
and then he's got
comments.
somewhere to be.
because he always want to be in the comments when he want to talk.
He's too busy for us this morning, Kev.
That's true.
Right,
It was
sleepyhead,
like when he
man.
got banana and
Just make sure you wash your
Kev
ass,
was like,
third
man, he
child.
want to be up here so bad. He roasted him.
Thought you was talking about people going to sleep.
play. I just woke up
We've
out of
been
bed
up.
and just turned my phone on. I ain't even get up to go use the bathroom or anything yet.
Whew,
Oh God, Miss
we
Oh
on
Samantha,
it.
please go
I
do
thought I
that.
was.
I just woke up and some just told me
Please
to
go
turn my
do
phone
that.
on.
Please go to the bathroom.
I was
Teach
I'm
finna
Miss
do my
good.
Samantha
live.
how to
That's what I was finna
Uh-huh.
do. I
bathroom.
was finna turn
Did
on
you at
my
least let
live.
out the morning fart? You know what I'm saying? At least do that one.
Hey,
you never know. She probably put it on mute. My
She over there
goodness.
congested over there.
God,
hey,
we're getting too
At
personal
least she
now.
they
farted
gonna
on
be
mute.
like,
Right. Nobody had to do
oh,
it.
hey
She was
look,
out there. Mind
hey
your
look,
business.
hey look, they gonna be like, oh, I ain't been asleep. What up? Y'all still on this motherfucker?
Hey, that's exactly, hey, 6'4", do that
hey,
again, because
hey,
that's exactly how somebody sounded when they fell asleep on a live.
Right, right. That no names, no names.
Oh,
Let
you know talking
everybody.
about you, girl. I'm gonna chase you down. Oh no, I was gonna talk to turn around.
And now, see, I could take y'all to the
You
bathroom with
wanna know
me
how I
when I
was
get ready to go
sleeping?
in
Oh
My
there.
God,
glasses
It's
were all
called a
Oh, that's
crooked.
over
I
there
nap.
by
couldn't
what?
even
please
see
don't,
straight.
please
Harper.
don't.
Man,
It's
some
not
people
sleep.
still get
It's a
on live
nap.
and take naps and then get right back to talking.
Oh,
Like nothing
oh
happened.
yeah, back the other way then.
Bruh. No. It ain't like nothing happened. Let me tell y'all what happened. See, he don't
Oh,
came
this way.
back up.
Oh
I
no.
wouldn't sleep, wiping his mouth, fixing his glasses because his glasses were all crooked. Fell asleep all stupid.
Oh mercy.
Hey, you know what though? I
She
tried
ain't
one time.
wrong,
I'll
Kev.
never
She
do
ain't
again.
wrong.
I never try with the story. In the stories when they wake up, they kiss each other fresh, waking up and shit.
Ugh,
Ew.
that's just nasty.
No, we can't do that.
Let
That's
me
on
just
the
tap
I
him
ain't
out
gonna
story.
walk
lie,
on
I
the
was
side
Don't
over
guilty of
there.
that.
don't
I ain't
ever
gonna lie.
Hold
don't
on.
I
ever
can't act
try
like I'm
that.
Hold on.
perfect.
Don't ever try
Hold
that.
on.
It's just the stories, though.
No,
You
I
won't
woke up
wake
in the
up
morning,
first
did
in the
all type
morning,
of
hit him
stuff
with
in
the
the morning.
ha.
You know what I'm
No,
saying?
that's
Like, no,
wrong as
It's
hell.
just it's
No,
just the
no.
Sorry,
stories.
but hold on, hold on. If
Well,
I'm waking up to my
I've
man,
seen Nikki
hold
and
on.
Victor do it a lot. So
If
I've seen
I'm
Nikki and
waking up
Victor do it
next
a
to
lot.
my
I just
6'4", if I'm waking up to my man and the first thing he wants to do is roll over and give me a kiss, hell yeah, I don't care.
there you go. Somebody being real in here. They done
Nah,
did the,
see.
especially if you
See, that
getting
doesn't
buns
sound
in the
like a
morning.
real
Oh,
Mm-mm.
that happened
thing.
before.
Yeah,
steak
exactly.
breath and
It
all.
just tastes
Morning breath
nasty
and
though.
all.
Well, all I have to do is
when,
scoop my
but when the
booty up.
He
hormones going
probably
crazy,
It
Right?
still
All
scares
I
me
gotta
when
do
you
is
hit him with
scoop
the
my
ha ha in the
booty up.
morning, but no, it's just like y'all got a different level of
Brr,
love right
you
there,
guys,
and y'all probably got
come
some
on,
quality toothpaste that
you
stay
guys have
fresh
never
till
had
the
morning
morning. I don't know.
sex. You guys have never had morning
Yeah.
sex.
Well, it
say
Oh
depends
no,
on
what
what
I
time
time
of
they
absolutely
they
morning.
have,
tripping.
but here's my thing.
Well then,
Hold up, hold up, hold
the
up, hold
breath
up,
is
hold
Yeah,
up,
but
hold
there.
up, hold up.
The
it always
stank
be
Yes,
from
is
the
it's
back.
there. The
there.
Hold
sweat is
on.
there.
It's there.
No, no, no,
She
no,
It
said
hold
always
from
be
the
up.
from the
back.
Hold
back.
up.
It's
Hold
It
up.
mainly be
Hold
from the
up.
back or the
uncomfortable.
side,
Hit the
though. It
pause
mainly be from
button.
the back or the side. It don't never be face to
The
It
face. It
button.
be from
doesn't
the side
matter.
or
It's
the
still
back.
the
You try to
same
avoid
thing.
it at
Six
all
four.
costs. I
That
can't.
part.
Now, if you wear
I
your
just do
hands
like
when
a
your
little
hair is
peck.
on
Listen,
and while
You know,
while
just
your
stick
hair
your mouth
done, you
closed
can
and
do
do a
what
little
you
peck.
do.
ain't nothing non-funky in the morning. It's still morning sex.
Right.
I
Look,
don't know
here's my
because
thing.
I
Funky
got a
I'm
problem
monkey.
with
not
that.
saying
Come
I'm
on.
gonna
I'm
tell
not
you, I
saying
got
that
a
I ain't never
problem.
done it.
Fresh out the package.
Ain't nothing
No, we
non-funky
gotta
in the
wash up. We
morning.
gotta brush our teeth. We gotta go through the regimen, and that's
No,
how
I'm
you
all I gotta.
manage it.
Hey,
Cause
6'4".
like
All I
if we
gotta
do
do is
it,
stick
if
six
I wash
four,
up, you better wash up.
6'4". All I gotta do is stick my booty up in the morning, and I know you haven't gone to the bathroom yet. You know what time it is.
But as long as you washed it after the last time we
Well,
did it, of course.
of course.
Brown
We're
chicken, brown
genuinely
cow.
clean.
Wicka, wicka,
Cause
We're
wicka.
one time I
genuinely
did
we're
before
always
I got
Chicken
clean.
married.
brown cow.
Before I got married, I was with
Bow
a
chicka,
girl,
wow
and
wow.
after we made whoopee, she gonna I went and
Whoopee.
washed up, and her ass just sat there. I was like, "You ain't
No,
gonna go wash up?" She's
no.
like, "No, we ain't done." I was like, "I know, but still, I
What?
just washed up. You go wash up.
Ain't hear nothing.
We ain't
What?
done. Ain't no
What
need."
happened to
I was
y'all
like,
washing
"Shit."
up together or something? That's like a part of foreplay. What you doing? What do you mean? Like, get in there together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Have
wipe
fun
it
in there.
down. What you
Like, you can't
doing?
clean and dirty at the same time or something. I'm just saying, like,
Okay,
what?
hold
Whoa, what
on.
did
That
I
sounds real
walk into?
Hold on.
vanilla.
Let's
That
stop.
hurts my
Let's all
feelings.
stop the roll for a minute because we all know shower sex is not like how we were talking about in these fucking shows and
Oh, that was
commercials
fun.
and
Like,
fucking
damn,
Look,
movies,
look,
sure
look,
ain't.
okay?
look,
So
look.
Sure
The
let's
way
ain't.
they
get
Yeah,
real.
portray
Okay,
it.
here
Shower
goes the
sex,
shower.
shower sex is not. It's a hazard. It's a fucking hazard. Let me tell
It's
you.
It was
like
fun. At least you know you
It
was
you know
is.
clean at the
y'all
same
ever watch.
time.
Well,
Hold
I
on, hold on,
know
hold
it
on, hold
can
on. I
be
got a
fun. You have to
question.
have the proper shower though.
Right.
Okay, you
It
can't have
depends
But I
these
on the
got no.
hotel.
It's
You
shower.
more
can't
You
have
like
shoot
these
this.
that
hotel
Okay.
raw.
showers.
Gotta hold that little rag banister over there. That's what you tell the girl
So
to
like
do.
I
You know
gotta
what I'm
think,
saying?
right?
Boy,
So
you
like
got a
I feel
handicap
like
That's
shower
banister.
real
shower
thing.
but I feel like shower sex in movies is like great and all, like it's all magical and everything else. But then you actually do it, and then y'all ever see the cartoon version of Tarzan when she in like the tree or whatever, and she's just getting soaked. She's just standing
Uh-huh.
there like just not impressed. That's usually how it works.
Oh my god, I
That's how a
can't
good shower
breathe.
sex is.
I've
That's
never had shower
exactly
sex
it.
before. Never
That's
in my
exactly.
life.
I have.
I've never
Yeah,
had.
Expectations,
Fun.
just like
reality.
sex in a
It's like
jacuzzi, just like
It's
in a
like you try to take a
jacuzzi.
It's
regular
like
shower, then out
it's
of
like the
nowhere.
I've
equivalent of
never had
6'4",
like
you're
sex
not
in a
supposed to have
sex on
sex
the
jacuzzi
in a
beach.
neither.
jacuzzi.
I'm not
Yeah,
Sex
that
on
ain't
the
the
beach ain't
I
that
ain't
jacuzzi
never
stepping
great.
had
sex
above
to
ain't
the
either.
all that either.
water for that to get
No,
stuck
and you're not
anywhere
supposed
in
to.
there. No, no, that's
Sex on the beach
hazardous.
is terrible.
Absolutely not. No,
No.
Don't ever
that
have
shit's
sex on the
not
beach,
No,
y'all.
you're
cute.
It
not
is
supposed
not
to
worth
have
That's
it.
sex
only
in
in
a jacuzzi because
movies.
of the heat.
You want to saw
You
somebody's
get
panties
sand in
out?
places you didn't
Absolutely
even know
not.
you had.
Yeah.
That shit
fucking
Do you want to
hurts.
have kids?
And then the
Don't have
water make
sex with
everything
people who
tighter.
Excuse me? That's not real
you
lubricant.
mean
Ew.
smaller?
You said the
No.
water
You mean
make it tighter.
smaller?
Shoot. So
You better
many
get
Man,
people got to get in the
the
water
cold
these
water
seconds.
make
I'm
it.
like,
Lord of mercy. Where
You
did y'all
said
get this
tighter.
stuff from?
You mean smaller.
That's not how any
You
of this
know,
works. What?
right. I've never seen
yeah,
it.
shit. When I
I'm
was
sorry.
younger,
I'm
Hold on.
sorry. They say this happened to every guy.
Every what's wrong?
look,
No,
all
you
I'm
said
saying is,
tighter. It's actually smaller.
they also portray like sex on the beach or being like amazing. Don't ever do that. That is
Ew.
fucking waste of time. and
Oh
gross.
my God! Can you
No,
imagine all the
listen.
sand and where it's gonna
Have you
be
had
at?
to wash? No, listen. Have you had to wash all the sand out? I've done it before. It'll last a week. You'll find sand
What
in
the?
places you never thought you had places.
I
Oh
had
my!
It's
sand in
so
my
many.
hair a month
It's so
later.
many
Listen,
granules. There's so many
my poor
granules in it. You be
locks.
like,
It's
damn.
I don't recommend it for anybody. It seems romantic in the movies. It's not. It's
I need y'all
not.
to get me
Well,
to that
what is?
15K. What is y'all doing?
Yeah, let's
I'm
Well,
go.
what
still
is?
tapping. I'm tapping down here. If you can
I'm
see
Well,
me,
tapping too.
I'm still tapping.
the understood don't
What
have to
it
be
is?
explained.
What it is about the you gotta use one of those things you clean your computer keys out with that blows that air. You just gotta stick that down
But
there.
the area.
Yup, that'll get it all out.
God sakes.
That is that how that works? Lord of mercy!
Ask me how I know one of them that's
Mhm.
cleaned out your keyboard
You
key.
gonna just blast it clean? No, my heart.
Oh man, I was on we
Might
was
as well
on my we
just
was
use
on
an
the
air
boat.
compressor at that point. Shit.
That's
Because I used
exactly what
that
he's
at the
talking
boat.
about.
You gonna just shove it further down in there? It's
No,
gonna be
it's a can.
hazardous.
They sell it in cans. They sell it in cans. You
They
can clean your
sell
computer
in
Yeah,
keyboard
you
with
Yeah,
shouldn't
it has
spray
a
that
little
on
red.
yourself.
It
There's
has a little red
chemicals.
hose. It has a little red hose. It's
Yeah,
just
there's
this little
chemicals. That's a
pipe.
liquid. If you
Oh, I
hold it
thought
too
it
long,
was
the
air.
liquid
I was
can
like, hold on, girl, bend over. I'll get it out for you.
Oh,
Oh
she
my
gonna kill
God.
us.
Oh
I'm allowed
no.
to.
It's
No, don't
all
do
out
that.
now. It's out. It's
No,
out.
no, no,
Over
don't
here,
do that.
hold your legs. I'm gonna do your toes too. I'm gonna get it from
It
between
ain't
your
out
toes.
6'4". You
Say,
just blew it
oh,
all the way up her yin yang.
exactly. That's a setup.
Right? It just went all the way up. Never mind out.
Sir, you just
I'm
Oh,
just
breached
I
trying
hope
to
that
contract.
girl
help.
is
You don't
okay.
do
I
that.
hope she's
I know
okay.
that. Listen,
I'm just trying to
I know
help.
the pressure he's talking about.
She
She
gonna
shouldn't
get
have to do
frustrated.
that though. She
No,
should know better.
I hope she know better.
Yes.
You're everywhere, always on both of us. You
Look,
know,
look,
I was like,
look.
hey, bend over, I'll blow it off you.
I'm gonna be very
Six
honest
four
with
is
you.
just
There's a lot of women
silly.
that actually believe that their vagina is the same hole they pee out of. My mother was one of them. So
That's
not
damn
all of them
So
know
close.
you gonna
that.
put
Yes,
mama
that's
on
Not
true.
all of them were
blast like
taught
that?
that, and it's terrifying to know that they don't know the difference between
Hmm.
their vaginal opening and their urethra.
I'm
That it's a real
Was the
thing.
same thing
I'm
with
telling mama to
spreading.
not forgive you for putting her on blast like that.
That's fine. She'll be all right. She got to learn anyway.
Nope. You would just
But you really
intentionally
can't
She'll
put her
Oh,
learn.
I
on
did
blast.
that with my full chest. Absolutely. And I don't need forgiveness for that. I did what I did and I said what I said.
She done put mama
Sweet,
on
you sure
blast.
you ain't a Leo, bruh?
I'm a Leo
Like I
moon.
know you, I know you a Sagittarius, but you sure you ain't got no
Oh,
Leo
this
placements? Because
makes
that's
Yeah,
a
I got
very
a
sense.
Leo
Leo
This
way
moon.
of
makes
doing it.
sense.
It makes sense
These
That
now.
makes sense.
signs,
Okay.
these signs, man.
That's valid. That
I'm
makes
all
sense.
five.
All right,
I'm all
everybody. We
12 of the
got
signs.
27 people in here. Tap, tap, tap. Let's get up to 20K. Let's
Hmm.
go.
I'm a
Let's go.
Libra.
20K.
Ah.
I'm a
Let's
Libra
go.
rising
I'm a
as well.
human.
And they be kissing all hard on the stories. I be like, I know they mouth be hurting after them scenes. They be like, oh, they be kissing
What the?
hard.
I
What?
refuse to trap myself.
But
So
some
I
women
can't let
don't
a
like.
star
I
tell me
heard
what
some
I
women
am.
don't like. I heard some women don't like French kissing. Some American women don't dig
Oh,
French kissing.
I hate. Oh, I
Oh,
hate
I
it.
love
You
it.
start putting. No, you
First,
start putting
there's
your
a way to
tongue.
do it
I
and there's a way
no,
not to do it.
Merci.
no,
Mwah.
Yeah,
no,
that's really what
no.
it really
I don't
it
know.
really
To me,
depends
I be
on if
like,
you know
if
how to
she
do it
a
or not.
good kid, hey, if she a good kisser, I mean, she good somewhere else too. I've always noticed that too. If she's a good kisser, you might get you a good one. Because every girl I know who can tongue, if she can tongue kiss you to the point you get hard, yeah, she got a gift.
And
She got
6'4", not every handyman is good either.
But
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
I heard that
well,
too.
well.
It's coming
that's
up.
Okay.
different.
Keyword
I am way
hand.
too gay for this conversation.
AJ.
I must
You still
ask you
can
a
join.
question, but
You
I
can
shall
still
shave it
join.
for
It's the same
later.
thing.
No,
Oh, that is
I mean,
funny.
like I said, no, like I said, like I get the whole making out thing. I don't know. I guess I don't know. I've never been told I was a bad kisser, but like at the same time, like when it comes to that,
But at the same time, like as a kid, I remember growing up and being self-conscious, right? Because I like was afraid because like at the time we used to play this game like 7 Minutes in Heaven where you get locked in a closet with somebody.
Whoa.
Remember them
Yeah,
Oh
games?
my
we were
I
those
did
god,
not like
kids,
those
and I
like
games.
was
It was
like,
awkward.
yeah, it was
Hey, y'all
awkward,
remember
but like
Richard
I also
Dawson
didn't
used
want
to
to be
kiss
made
all
fun
those
of,
women? Oh, I remember
huh?
on the price on the Family Feud, Richard Dawson used to kiss
oh
all
Yeah,
the
yeah, I
ladies.
remember. I
Yeah.
remember.
That was
yeah,
I
he used to
wonder
crazy.
did
kiss all
that
the
I remember
ladies.
motherfucker
that.
ever get mono? I wonder he ever catch mono.
No, but that
Probably
was
he
like
kissing
Mono's
that
that
many
fine.
was
women.
like that was crossing
Oh,
the line. But now we look at it now, but
Oh, the
back
Me
then
Too movement would have had a ball with that motherfucker.
oh
fuck,
Lord, how would we get here?
that would have been like the
I
start.
don't know.
This
I might have
escalated
What
brought up
is
this
that?
quickly.
whole shit.
What is
Ouch.
what?
What?
What is
The
what?
Me Too movement.
The Me
I
Too
said the Me
movement.
Too
The Me Too
movement.
movement is
What
the
is
Yeah, they
that?
would have had a ball with
the Me
Richard. They would have
Too
had a ball with Richard Dawson.
the Me Too movement of all the women who came forward who's ever been essayed
Hey,
or
could you imagine them
Oh,
coming
I
back
get it.
on
I
him?
get it. Okay.
Could
yeah,
you imagine?
Like
Could you
Bill
imagine
Cosby
all them
type stuff.
old coming
Hmm.
back on Richard
exactly.
Dawson?
And who's the other guy? Who's the other guy that they really got? That director or
Um.
whatever his name was.
My boy be forgetting to mute after he talk on that thing. He be telling everybody his
The
order and stuff.
the
I'm
Me
in the
Too
order.
movement with oh, who was the one that
Oh,
they
it
got
is
out at the
coffee
time?
time. Coffee, coffee.
You don't need coffee. You
Uh,
It's,
need me. Sorry, no.
yeah, it's
Oh, there
bathroom
you go,
time.
Kev.
I
Oh,
was to
that
say,
sounds
you
good.
want to put yourself out there
You
where
don't
you at?
need you don't
I'm
need
talking
coffee.
junk.
You need Bud Light Lime.
Oh
Now that's my
snap!
saying. That's my saying on my content. I gotta I used
you
I
don't
ain't did it
need
in a while.
coffee.
I need
You
coffee.
need me.
Yeah, AJ know
You
what
don't
it
need
is. Yeah, she
coffee.
got
You
it.
need
Except I need
I
me.
Kev
need
to smile a
coffee.
little
Wake
bit in
up,
them damn
everybody.
those damn videos because he be looking way too mad.
Right.
Oh wow.
You look like a
Except, hold up,
security
hold up,
guard
hold
in
up, hold up, hold up.
those videos. Actually, you look like you have
No,
like a
man, I need
vest
Kev
on.
to. Okay, Kev. I
You
got a
don't need
request.
coffee. You need.
Hey, I'm gonna need you. I'm gonna need you to be a little bit more lively in them videos because you be like, you ain't need coffee. You need me. I need, bitch. You ain't need no coffee. No, I'm just kidding.
I said throw that
I
in
need
there.
some energy.
You
Look,
You need
you ain't
that
need no coffee.
She's
enthusiasm.
You
not
need
wrong,
me.
Kev. You need to put a little
You
bit
see what
more
I'm saying?
energy into
Like he
it.
just
A
like,
little
and then
umph.
just go in. Like you know what I mean? You know, I'm
don't
gonna
need
make a
coffee.
video
You
making fun of
need me.
Kev.
Like,
I'm gonna do it. I'm
No,
gonna do
let's
it.
not
I'm gonna I'm
go.
gonna
Hey,
I'm
you
gonna
know
stitch
what
one of
was
his
No.
my
videos,
shit?
and I'm gonna do it.
Y'all know what was my
go
shit
ahead, get the
too?
trend
The
going, man. Y'all can get the
Animaniacs. I
trend
used to
going.
love the Animaniacs.
That was my show growing
Like,
up.
look, you
I
don't
love
need
that
coffee.
show.
You
Anima-
need me.
Yeah.
yeah, Warner Brothers
Oh,
was
that
wrong
thing.
for that shit. Them three little motherfuckers was a motherfucker.
I never understood how political it was
Let
until
me
I
think.
got
Let me think. How
older.
am I gonna do it? I'm gonna be like,
Oh, y'all ain't like
I'm gonna be like Kev. I'm gonna be like,
Animaniacs? Oh,
you don't
Well,
need
what about
coffee.
the
You need
You
me.
what is
did?
it
What you need to
called?
stop doing is you need to stop crying because crying is not good. All right, stop crying. Get your shit together and let's
That,
go.
right. That's a motive. Yeah. Go ahead.
Fucking move on.
Yeah.
Shit.
Spread the word.
You don't
You
need
don't need
coffee.
Hashtag you
coffee.
You
don't need
need
coffee.
me.
You need
So if
me.
I give you lemons, say fuck the lemons and bail.
There you go. There you go.
I
Yeah.
wasn't ready. That's
I
funny.
was ready.
It's funny.
No,
I
we
feel
all need
like
in
that
our
would
back.
get more views, but
We need in our background. We
I
all
know my
need.
mama
You
be
don't
looking at my
need
stuff, so I
coffee.
know how
You
she
need
is. I can't
care.
even do that.
you know what to get you a lot of views? A cat playing with a ball of yarn.
You know what get you a lot of views? Period A,
TikTok.
period
Oh God, no,
That
Kev,
was some
please
good
Nah,
don't.
that
shit right
needed to
there.
die.
Oh my God, why did you just bring that
Any cat
back?
They
video,
got 5
any
million
cat
followers off
video,
that.
Jesus.
any cat
You know what?
video
Because
gets
he
you
did
some
that.
followers.
Because he did that. Hold on, Kev. Because you did that, and I
No,
said I was gonna
don't
stop
do it.
doing it to you, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Don't do it. Don't
Are
do it.
you
I already knew
ready?
what you about to get.
Do it for TikTok.
Purr.
Oh my goodness.
A purr.
Where's
Oh
So at?
no.
Where's So at? Smack his So.
Right, please no. She ain't been in my. She been in She been doing She been in them other rooms,
I
man.
haven't
She
seen her
don't
in a
mess with me
while.
no more, man.
I'm gonna get
Aw.
her in here and be like, hey, you
What
wanna
time
go
she
mess
come
with Kev?
on?
He live right now. Let's go in there and purr at him.
It's for
Please don't do that.
2 in the morning.
Man, I ain't never had to block a mob before. Please don't.
Her.
I don't. Oh yeah,
I
you
was
could
like,
do
hey,
that.
that's she doing disrespecting their blocker, lady. She said, "Per, that's disrespectful."
Right.
I just didn't.
But another mod can't block another
I
mod.
wish I had an automatic like muter when somebody say that. No, that joke's so serious. I literally tried to put that as a
Think
keyword so she couldn't type it down there, dog. She kept typing it so many different ways it could not get blocked. I'm like, man, I said I forgot as many ways to type her.
oh snap.
Oh, that shit was funny.
31 people in here, man. I should have been at 15K, man. Come on, y'all.
Let's go.
These
Let's
is
go.
it
We're
just people
live.
eyeballs
Let's
just watching?
go. Tap the screen. Let's go. Good
How's it only my
morning.
I
mods
think they
typing?
sleeping.
You don't need coffee. You need Kev.
There you go. You already know. See, Lady
Let's
Play
go.
already know, man.
I need cafefe.
Hey, you know
If
what? They
50.
dropped
Well,
the
Leah,
ball. You
have
know
we
what,
started
Kev?
live probably about like
What
1
type?
o'clock? No, what
Like
time did you
3?
come on, Kev? About
3?
12?
Oh
I
wow.
got
So
I
that
got
was
on at
about
3.
12. Yeah,
Wow.
about 3 o'clock.
Uh,
Hey, they dropped the ball on Green Lantern and Ghost Rider.
only
Oh,
been
I
on for
Yeah,
like
3
it was
that.
just
hours.
Yeah,
about 3
I
I
o'clock.
hope they
like
make a
that.
remake of Ghost Rider. I
Facts.
really hope they make that like they give that one justice. It hurts my heart.
Yeah, they
I
really
like
need to
Ghost
do
Rider
him
a
right.
lot.
Yeah. They and Green Lantern
Well,
could have been
they had Nicolas Cage play
Right, it's
him,
supposed to be that
so
$20K.
Right,
what were
yeah.
y'all expecting? He is a terrible actor.
well, he was good in it, but the plot, Ghost Rider is much more than what they gave us.
Yes,
He
it
could be,
was. It's very
yeah,
much.
he could
It
be
did not
more.
give what it was supposed to.
Yeah. I mean,
No,
him
I
turning
know,
into
but that's what
Ghost
I'm saying.
Rider,
I'm like,
all that shit was cool. You know, him turning into Ghost Rider and beating up the bad guys who came from here. All that whoever did Constantine should have did Ghost Rider.
Oh, that would have been good.
yep, Constantine
Keanu
was a
Reeves.
good one.
That would have
Y'all
been
love
really good. I
Constantine.
have to agree with that.
Yup,
Ooh.
yup. Yeah, whoever did Constantine
Think
should have did
DC
Ghost
movies
Rider.
are better than Marvel. Come on,
I don't
quit
know
it, bro.
about that, but
Quit
I mean,
it.
DC is still good, but I don't know about that.
Okay, so hold on. If we're gonna argue that, I will say DC animated movies, and I would say the DC TV series are way better than anything Marvel can really fucking do. I'm gonna be 100% honest.
That I agree.
But the reason why Marvel movies are always going to be easier is because they're
Yes.
more relatable. Their heroes are relatable. You can't relate to the heroes of DC because none of us are Batman. None of
Mm,
us are Wonder Woman. None of us are Superman. Though they're not relatable, right? They're more like, oh, cool, I want to do that, but
Like you
they're
want to
not really
idolize
relatable.
them.
DC, yeah, where DC it's the villains that you relate to. That's what you're relating to with DC.
Like
I'm
mm.
Wonder
Thanos.
Woman.
Like Thanos
That's
and
Marvel.
Magneto. Like
Yeah,
I love
but DC
Magneto.
it's gonna be Joker,
Oh,
Poison
aren't those
Ivy,
Marvel?
huh?
Mr. Freeze. Because a lot of people
Mr. Freeze.
hearts is
Mr.
on
Freeze is
ice, so they for
DC.
sure Mr.
Yeah.
Freeze.
Yeah,
Penguin. What? The Riddler. The Riddler
Penguin,
had issues.
the Riddler.
Penguin.
Yeah, I was
You
in
know, Jim
Penguin.
Carrey played
Yeah.
a good Riddler when he played the Riddler. Jim Carrey played a good one.
Shazam!
He played one better
Yep,
than
he did.
Heath Ledger. I thought
Shazam.
so. Yeah, they could have
Mm.
did him better too.
Yeah.
And
How
they
he
could have
remind
did
me of?
Heath
Aquaman better.
Ledger. Heath Ledger played Joker.
They
No,
could
he
have
did
did
a good job as Joker. I think he did a good portrayal.
I
they
mean,
could
I
have did a better
actually kind of
job with
like Suicide
Aquaman too.
Squad. Speaking of which,
You know, I like the one with Idris
I didn't like the
Elba.
new Joker
That
movie.
one.
I thought that was stupid.
Oh, you talking about that Fast and Furious movie?
how
That like
many
new
of
No,
these are
Joker
going to
movie.
come
no,
That
out?
one was
When are they going to let that
Idris
franchise
Elba
just
is in
go?
Suicide.
Oh, that one. Oh, yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I don't know if we could say that on here, but yeah, and yeah, Squad, yeah.
Self-unaliving.
Even though it's the name of a movie, that's not a movie. Let's get him.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that part.
Thanks for the share, Nanya. I see it. It's a new person in here.
Like,
You already knew the share already. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen that name before.
Yeah,
Fast and
Narnia.
Furious has too many movies. It's starting to be like Land Before Time.
Hmm?
Which one?
Yeah, and they getting too
They need to let it go.
outrageous
Hey,
what you can do. What you can do with the cars. Like a lot of shit they doing is like, come on now.
I feel like they're just
Y'all,
they're keeping this franchise
hey
alive for the
now.
sake of people getting paid and keeping their careers going to keep Revel events. Like I swear that's what it is at this point. Because a lot of these people that are in these movies aren't in
Mm-hmm.
any other movies right now. They're just in Fast and Furious.
Too fast, too furious.
I'm too
Yeah, that
fast
movie
for
was sweet
y'all.
though. What was that movie with Idris Elba and I forgot the name of it though. Starsky. No, I want to say Starsky and Hutch.
Aren't they on like Fast and Furious like 500 right now?
500.
Yeah.
Or
No,
like
you wrong. It's
336? What
actually it's
fucking number
six
are they
hundred and
on?
three. What you talking about?
603. This
Yep.
has been going
Oh,
on for a
damn, bruh.
century, all these movies.
603.
Yeah.
You saw them in Fast and Furious, then Fast and Furious 2, then fucking Tokyo Drift. Here, now, and yeah, they go through
You know
all of
what?
them.
I swear if they
Now,
come out
Fast
with
and
one more, what are
Furious.
we at? 20 now?
That's what I'm saying. Stop making these damn movies. Let it
Like,
die, bruh. Like,
I
find
think
something
I
Let it
think
else.
I
go,
I
like
think
Like,
I
Alpha
stopped
said.
Vin
watching after the
Diesel.
second one.
That's what I'm
Vin
saying. I'm
Diesel
like,
has
y'all could
been
have put
done
Vin
for.
Diesel in so many damn other movies.
I'm telling you, at this point, I feel like it's
I
just
think that's really who's
irrelevant.
keeping it going, is him. I really
Probably,
think it's
yeah, I'm
just
pretty
him
sure.
going, like, keeping it going.
The Rock was
Because I
doing
don't
it
think it's
for a
anybody
minute.
else.
No, Rock be in other movies since
Yeah,
then.
but him and Vin Diesel don't get along.
Yeah, they don't get along.
Why?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Probably
they fucking
some
hate each
people you
other.
just don't connect with.
Oh, well, I don't know.
I know
And
why, because they didn't forgive each other.
ha
Ha ha ha ha ha.
right.
You already know how I am.
They go ha ha
Yeah,
ha
Kev be
ha
petty.
ha. That was a good one.
Kevin
Ha
over
ha
here being petty.
ha ha.
What
Oh
about the
my.
That
Terminator?
was swell.
I used to
We,
love that
Ooh,
she
Terminator.
said that
Terminator
was
was cool.
swell.
Yeah.
We almost at 15K, y'all. Let's get it. I'm up, man. I'm up. I probably got another 6
Technically,
hours
y'all
for
should have been up
y'all.
to
You know what I'm
20K
saying?
now, and y'all just slacking. I don't understand.
Take a
Boy,
power nap
right.
Like
on
a
your. I'm gonna have to
faffy.
take a power nap, Kev.
And I ain't talking
Huh?
about the mods, because the mods be tapping.
You said you
But
gotta take a
why I
power
only
nap.
see
I feel
two
you.
names down there?
Six good. What you mean by six good?
He tapped 6 times.
What the?
We need to get that machine and tap it for us. You
Having
see it
tap
on, how they be
It's
twice.
like a
tapping that
vibrator.
thing? How they tap, tap,
Oh
tap,
yeah,
tap
the
like
screen
that.
tapper.
6 hours.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said I might have another 6 hours in me. I'm saying I've been asleep. I gotta run somewhere for sure. For sure. I'll see. I'll see. Because they usually pick
Yeah,
up during these
I'm
early
about to go to bed
Sundays.
in like 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Take my little
Okay.
Oh,
nappy
y'all was
nap, and
up.
then I gotta get up and do
Y'all was
stuff.
up.
Me and my
Wow.
kids, we about to make breakfast and get on this game. We just
Mm-hmm.
got finished beating Hades last night. That was fun. Love that
Hey.
game.
Hey.
And now we have to finish Cult of the Lamb.
Court of the
Yes.
Lamb.
That game is so cute and funny. It's hilarious. My
Aw.
6-year-old like, Mom, we have to have more followers. We gotta sacrifice them.
Oh.
Right? No, I'm gonna take my little cat nap. Get up. Go do
Go
my
ahead and get
usual
you a pillow,
Sunday.
Lady Play.
It'd be my
I'm
son.
up for the rest of the day.
Today is Sunday, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
Sunday
Yes, it
morning.
is.
Yes, it is Sunday self care.
I
Get my
know.
self care
Mm.
playlist going. Light
Shit.
my
My kids had me
incense.
playing
Cleanse my
Friday Nights at
house.
Freddy's last night. That stuff was terrifying. Worst jump scares
Hey,
of my life. I did not like
so
any
here,
of it.
so y'all want to hear a story time about that game?
Sure.
What's the game?
Five Nights at
Five
Freddy's.
Nights at Freddy's.
My kids had me playing it last night. I was terrified.
So
Sounds
so
scary.
so
It
true
sounds scary.
story.
It
I
is.
used to work in security, right? And I used to work overnight security,
Oh
right?
no.
And I remember, and so where I was working, right? I was working at this warehouse, right? It was on my first post, right? And all I had to do was just guard this gate. That's all I had to fucking do, bro. But I'm working at night, right? So like I was like, man, and I kept like running out of shit to like stay awake, and I was like, I'm just gonna bring my laptop. I'm gonna play a game, right? Like, cause ain't nothing happening, right? It's out here, it's pitch black, like nothing's going on, like there's only so much music I can listen to, right? So I bring my laptop into work, right? I'm sitting there and I'm playing Five Nights at Freddy. I probably played that game for like 2 or 3 hours with all the jump scares. Mind you, I have to walk around a dark warehouse and like a dark like lot, like having to do my patrol. And the whole time I'm like, bro, please let nobody be here. Let nobody be here. Let nobody be here, bruh.
Man, that shit have you paranoid.
I almost shot a mannequin. I almost pew-pewed a mannequin a couple times.
Oh my god. See,
And I
now.
was like, I swear to God, 2 of them moved. Like,
See, I was just getting ready to say
Hello?
that. I was just getting ready to say that. As long as they didn't move. Oh, shit.
like I'm telling you, like, don't do it. But no, it's a good game. I love that game. But basically, it's a jump scare game that teaches you about energy conservation. Let's be real.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where like you have to observe what's going on in order to react properly. So like you're
And you
stuck in
gotta
an
hear.
office somewhere, there's 2 open doors, and like you start the night with a battery of 100%. Me and my kids kept it on 100% because we kept the door shut. We ain't got time for that. Mommy gotta live. I don't have time to be sitting here blacking out because my cortisol levels got too high. That's too scary. I'll watch scary movies all day long. Don't put me in a scary video game. That's too
Yeah, I
much
love
goddamn
it.
control, damn it.
Yes.
I swear to God.
Yes.
Anyway, not the point. Sitting here watching it. I got my 16, my 6-year-old. We're all sitting here trying to play the game. We watching and playing it. Next thing you know, we all screaming. We're all freaking out because here go one of these animatronics at the door. Here go running one to the door, banging on it. Yeah, we was losing our shit last night. I'm good. I don't like it. Pineapples.
Oh my. Oh, I'm meant to do this.
It was almost worse than playing Resident Evil. I don't like that.
Oh, I
Oh
love
no,
playing
no, no,
Resident
no. It's
Evil.
evil. Oh my.
Man, I couldn't play that thing on no Oculus. Can you imagine
I'll just
sitting
beat
here?
4.
Look, trying to turn left, trying to turn away from the TV. You can't turn away from the TV because the TV's everywhere. No, thank you.
Mm.
Swing it at
Yeah,
me
but
every
see, I'm
damn thing.
psychotic and I would want something like that on Oculus. Like, you know what I would kill to play on Oculus?
What?
Left 4 Dead.
Oh, oh, you
I
the
would so play
adrenaline
Left 4 Dead with an
junkies.
Oculus.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I'm like crazy. I'd be like, yeah, let's play.
I
I'm
will
down.
watch
Let's
the
go.
shows all day long. I will watch murder mysteries. I will not play horror games. Not by myself. Absolutely not. No.
Not, no.
Mm-mm. Like I remember
I
playing
was
Silent Hill, the
playing.
director's cut, and all the doors were open. You can go anywhere. That was the most terrifying thing to me. I've never felt so much fear in my life. No, thank you. Mm-mm.
Let's go. 20K, y'all. 2080, y'all. Tap the screen. Let's go.
Let's
Tap,
go.
tap,
Let's
tap.
go.
20K.
Hold up. Do I got some music or
You ain't
something?
doing nothing.
We ain't doing nothing.
Look,
We
look,
just
look. It
sit.
ain't that hard to tap the
Yay.
screen. Use Kev's big head, for practice. Just tap his forehead. Let's go.
Let me see if it
Smack it
works.
aggressively.
Oh, it works.
It
I was
better, you
tapping
know
up
what
here
I'm
by the
saying?
mic. Oh, look at those
I'm
cards on
about to
your head.
finish you.
What was
Ooh, you
that?
sound evil.
Don't worry about it. It's the voice
Oh
of
my God.
forgiveness. The voice of forgiveness.
That sounds
How
disturbing.
Oh man. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
That sounds like the voice of death. Like what?
That
Like
sounds
I
so
come to
evil,
claim your
Kev.
soul.
We ain't gotta worry about all that.
Come with
Candy
me if you
Mountain, we
want
do
to
not
live.
appreciate that at all.
Dog, she do sound just like
This voice right here. That junk is crazy, though. I know I do. I know I do. And the funny part is, I'm not even using a soundboard. This is just the things I can do with my voice. She sound like straight helium. Straight helium.
Yeah, I could do that all day.
Oh my
Y'all
god, it
sound
sounds
Octave.
like
like
the Lollipop
Elmira.
Kids.
So,
Elmira.
I'll hug you
back in my
squeeze you
day,
forever and ever.
there's somebody that on this app that sounds just like this.
Do
It's a
you
dude.
know the Muffin Man? The
The
Muffin Man?
Muffin Man?
Yeah, the Muffin
The
Man.
Muffin
Well,
Man?
she's
I know the
married
Muffin
to the
Man.
Muffin Man.
She's
6'4"
married to
The
white
the
dude, bro.
Muffin
Muffin
Man?
Man.
My boy sleep on live with the curls.
Yes,
Say,
the Muffin Man.
She's married to the Muffin Man.
Hey, do anybody ever have anybody ever heard of the pod people?
nah,
Pie
Pie people?
people?
Yes.
that sound like a real man.
It's an old movie. I'm surprised. Nobody ever heard of the
What is
pod
that?
people?
I'm gonna
Are
have
they
to
just a bunch
watch
of people
something
obsessed with
because
pie?
I have never heard no
Like
pie
pie like
people. Are they
3
made out of pie?
No,
or
not
like
pod. Pod.
3.14?
They like pod that come out the ground, like
Oh, I
rebirth out
thought
the
she
ground.
said, bruh,
It's
I
called the
thought you
pod
said
people.
pie.
Blair, what's up?
My fat ass thought you said pie. Like, I
You
ain't
got
even
a
gonna
word
lie.
on it?
Pod. Oh wow.
Pod.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, I thought you said pie. I was wondering if they were apple pies, cherry pie, like
Uh-uh.
rhubarb. Like what?
It's called
I
the
thought they said
pod.
pie
It's
too.
like like the little seeds that you put in the ground,
Yeah,
and
pod
it
people.
opens up
Yeah.
and people come out. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like a
yeah,
pod.
yeah.
They like zombies.
Wow.
Oh, that's freaky.
Yes,
Oh,
I
I
want
got
to
a
that
watch
was
that.
like
question.
that was an old. You know what? That was an old movie.
You know what else is another old movie I just thought about I hadn't seen in years? The Abyss.
Forgiveness.
Oh shit, that's a good one.
Yeah, I was like, I haven't seen that in a minute.
It's like how they discovered Atlantis or something close to it.
Yeah.
The Abyss was cool.
Oh, dude, I heard they're coming out with a new Dead Space. I hope they put. Man, I'm so buying on Oculus. I heard they're gonna
Dead
put
space.
Dead Space
You
on
learning about
Oculus.
dead space.
Dude, they put it on Oculus. I'm totally playing.
What is Oculus? Oh, that just scared me. My real voice scared me.
We've been talking about it for like the past 10 minutes. What?
You was. I just didn't
Put it on
understood what the
Oculus.
game was.
Like you know how like
You
you
know,
have
like
like the
the VR
3D
machine, the
headsets?
VR set.
Oh,
Oh, the
VR.
VR. There you go. 3D. What am I
Oh,
saying?
I get
Yeah.
you now. Oh, so that's what y'all was talking about the whole time. Okay, I get you. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was like,
like
bro, they
Oculus.
put that on Oculus, like,
yeah,
thick.
I need to
Okay,
be able to turn away from the TV if I'm sitting here getting ready to panic. You can't do
you know
that
what?
out like this. No matter where you turn, you're in the game. You're
You
fucked.
still in the game, right? I get you now. Yeah,
No,
that
Yeah,
but
that's
makes
you know
sense.
they put
terrifying.
Resident Evil on Oculus. You could play, or is it Resident Evil or Silent Hill? It's one of the two is on Oculus, but I want to
It's
play it.
Resident Evil, and that's evil as hell. No, thank you.
I was so
Oh, that's my
playing that
game
shit.
too, though. I ain't gonna lie.
I
Let me
was
tell
so
you what the
Zombies
name of
hyped.
coming
it's
at
called.
me. I
You know
can't
what I
turn
want to put on
away.
Oculus?
What?
It's
Mm-mm.
called. It's you know what it's
Let's put a
called.
wink on there. Let me just wink.
It's called the Invasion of the Pod People.
Ah, okay.
Ooh, I
I'm
might
gonna
That's
check
look
what
that
it's
into
out.
called.
that.
You gotta act like you're a pod person, pretend like you're a pod person, so you don't get killed. You know. And it's a
Oh
rated
yeah.
R movie too. And it's a new version out now.
I don't know.
Ooh.
I don't
Mm.
like new versions
It
of
says
things. They usually
sci-fi
ruin it.
and it's a thriller show. Well, no, this is not. This is a 2007, but it's real old. I think that was made in 1960s or 50s or something like that. But
God dang
this a
it.
new one's
Might.
out now. I didn't even know
Mm.
until I just looked it up.
So I got a question. Is anybody else's like TikTok doing that? Like where somebody will type something in the comments, but for whatever reason, like all I can see. So like,
It's
if
the
you type in the
likes.
comments, your whole first letter of whatever your name is like blinked out. I only see like everything after the first letter.
That's just you.
So like if I'm looking at like Lady Play's name, it just says 80 Play.
Nope.
Oh no, we see Lady Play.
I
Yeah,
see
your
Lady
stuff
Play.
sleepy.
That's just you.
You gotta update your app
Why
or
can I
something,
not see the?
probably.
I'm
I'm
all the
saying
way
your
up to
phone might need a
date.
nap.
Oh dang.
Oh.
Yeah,
I had to update mine
like
yesterday.
Trey's is just Erd child.
That's about right. He's a herd child.
I was like Erd child.
See, I'm about to put my nerdiness out there, and I don't want to be judged.
He's
But
more like a
am I
curd
the only one
child.
up here that plays Dungeons and Dragons? Is it just me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't play
you.
No,
that.
I play D&D.
That's just you, nerd.
No, I play.
Oh, why are you?
No, hey. No,
That's not
AJ plays
nice.
Dungeons and Dragons.
You hurt me. Ow,
Yes,
Yes.
my
I
feelings. My
intentionally hurt it.
I apologize
I'm
for
about to
him.
not get forgiven now. I'm sorry.
He said he intentionally did it.
So
I'm
like,
not
okay, so
forgiving you,
She
like,
not to
sir. You
never
look,
hurt
look,
forgive
me.
me.
talking
She ain't
about
gonna come in
flying
my
nerd
room no more. I
class.
don't forgive you.
No.
Hold on. Talking about talking about nerd flags, right? One, yes, I play D&D. Two, I'm also a huge Trekkie, so
What?
just
You're a
saying.
Trekkie?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
a
what?
Trekkie.
A tricky? What
I'm
is
a
that?
Trekkie.
That's how you laugh.
Star Trek.
Star Trek,
Oh,
dude. I watch
tracky.
Star Trek.
Oh, I love Star
Yeah,
Trek.
I
Damn, what
watched.
Oh
the
my
I
fuck?
watched.
God.
There is
People getting
not.
too blunt on here. I didn't know
I
what
have
she
watched
said.
every single. I have watched every single episode of Star except Enterprise because Enterprise is stupid and nobody don't waste your time watching that.
She said
Um,
stupid.
I said what I said. Everything
Okay.
Respectfully.
I have
It's cool
watched,
though. We got
and
two
I'm
nerds
currently
in here
working
now.
on Discovery. But
You know
yeah,
why
I was like
people had to
Discovery. I
watch
think
it?
is the only one that I have to finish watching.
You know why we had to watch the Star Trek? Because back in the days, we didn't have cable and stuff, and that's what came on Saturdays.
You're not wrong.
Nah, I just watched it because it was
Did
fucking
you watch
awesome.
MASH?
I used to
I
watch
hate
MASH.
MASH.
Yes.
I
I
hate
watched
MASH.
MASH.
MASH is
It's
Now
about
watch
it's
this,
with
man.
Wow. I look at you different now because I fell asleep on it all the time. That was bedtime for
You want to
me.
know what? You want to know what else I watched? I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all real old school. I watched The Rifleman. I
Yep, I
watched
did
the
too.
Andy Griffith Show because
Yep.
it came on. I
Leave it
watched
to Beaver.
the old Leave It to Beaver. I watched what else? Wonder Woman.
Yep.
The
Yep.
like when it was on TV, like the Wonder Woman.
I used to
Yep.
Yeah, I
watch
watched that
reruns
shit.
of the old Batman
Um,
show. The
Mr.
Yep.
old one with Eartha
Rogers.
Kitt.
Mm-hmm.
Flip Wilson.
Flip Wilson. Yep.
Mr.
The Adams Family, the
Wilson.
black and white.
No, not that. Not that. Flip
The
Wilson.
Munsters.
Yeah. Yeah, no, but I used to watch the black and white Adams Family. I love that show. That was my favorite show
Yes.
I remember
when I was
that.
little.
And you I
What
used
about the
to
new Wednesday? How y'all feel about that? I haven't seen it yet.
That's
It's
not my
on Netflix.
I
Wednesday.
haven't seen that.
Mm,
That's not my
I
Wednesday.
don't
I
really
like
like
the
it.
show for what it is, but that's not my Wednesday.
Uh,
Yeah, I was like,
She
it
like
ain't.
who was the better dancer between Wednesday and Megan? I
Did
know
you
y'all
guys
seen that
know?
trend.
Did you guys know the teacher in that one was the original Wednesday, and
Are you
Yeah,
the
that
serious?
was
master was the original mother?
Christina Ricci.
Yeah,
No, Christina Ricci
she
was in
played
it.
the teacher in Wednesday, which was the
Mhm.
original Wednesday.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That I did
Yeah.
not know. I learned something new. That's cool.
Yeah.
Like that's really cool.
Oh, I watched the old
My
school
boy six
Batman's
four
too
is done. What the
from the
heck?
70s.
Wake up, boy. Wake up.
I
There you
watched the
go.
most
He
messed
woke
up
up.
show I think ever in TV
No,
history
He
with
talking about
regular
sleep.
fucking, and that was Brady Bunch.
No, don't fake it off now. We already heard you already. It's too late.
You've been caught.
That's how you know you sleep because you was unmuted. I ain't hear nothing at all.
The
You ain't
hell was
even
that?
cough or anything.
He was just silent. I almost
Nothing.
forgot he was there.
That's how I know it ain't no 6 4 silent. No way.
Now
Not the what I know.
you know how I learned how to clean up and take care of a man. Guess what TV show taught me that? Leave it, Cleaver,
Mm.
the Cleaver, Leave It to Beaver. That's how I learned how to do everything from that one show. That one show taught me how to do
Oh,
everything.
that lady was what?
I love the way
Oh
she
hell
took
no,
care of
that shit was
family.
not real.
I
I mean,
loved it.
yeah, but that
Well,
shit's
you didn't probably trigger
ridiculous.
some people in his
She
comments.
made like
I'll
a
never
12
do it.
course, like she made like a crazy amount of food
I mean, I
constantly.
used to make
She
big
was like constantly
breakfasts like
cooking.
that.
Wait a minute. We talk about the wrong person then. Leave It to Beaver with the two boys, and she have a
Mm-hmm.
husband, and then the boys got one knucklehead friend
Mm,
because she don't cook a
Oh
lot of
yeah.
food.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I wasn't a
No, no,
fan
no.
of
Yeah,
it.
we are talking about two different shows. I was thinking about
Yeah.
what's the other one? It was Leave It to Beaver. There was another one. Shit,
I don't
I
know.
can't think of the name of it.
Love
It's gonna come to
and
me.
marriage, love and marriage.
Oh, she didn't cook at
Go
all.
together like
I
a
love that show
horse
too.
and a
She didn't
carriage.
cook at
This
all.
Mm-hmm.
I
Horse
tell
and
you,
This I tell
brother.
Married with
you,
Children.
You can't
brother.
have one without the
Oh, everybody,
other.
okay.
The
Everybody know about it.
Brother.
other.
Okay, he said he wasn't a fan of Leave It to Beaver, but
Marriage.
see, back in my days, that's all we had back there to see shows like that. Because it wasn't a whole lot of us on TV at that time.
Oh, I feel you.
Yeah, so I had to learn from other TV shows like that.
Mm-hmm. Be you on that.
Uh,
That's a
oh,
lot.
you want to
Okay.
know what was my ish though? Like my ish,
What?
fucking reading Rainbow.
Oh, I
Happy
love
Reading
that.
days.
Rainbow.
And
Bro, that was
Barney.
my
I
favorite
can
show,
go
bro. Actually,
anywhere.
dude, if I can find like the actual show, because I think that you can get it like DVDs,
Wishbone.
I would so buy them.
I miss
Yeah,
Wishbone.
I think you can
Take
find.
a
Oh yeah, Wishbone too. Wishbone was cool.
I remember Happy Days too. I remember that.
Happy
It's
Days.
reading
Cheers.
Somebody down
rainbow.
there, they put it in a comment down
Oh
there. I
yeah,
see a
Cheers was
Prince.
good. I like
Princess.
Yeah,
Frasier
cheers.
too.
Frasier was good. I liked Will and Grace.
Oh, you took it right out.
Oh
What the hell
my.
that one was? Will and Grace was always dope.
Third Rock from the Sun was hilarious.
Yes, it was.
God, so funny.
What was
Malcolm
that
in the
show
Middle was
that had
like my
Topanga
all-time
on it?
favorite show though.
Boy Meets World.
Yes, that was
I
my
like that.
baby.
I like Boy Meets.
She
I
was so
Boy
remember.
Meets
fine,
World is a
man.
good one too.
Topanga.
Whew, she
Oh,
was
you
fine.
got a Topanga thing. Oh, Kevin's out there
Mm-hmm.
looking for his Topanga.
Ain't that what the
I think I break my
Topanga?
celebacy for her.
Mercy, try to slap her
Not
like a manga.
Topanga.
Stop it.
Topanga was that thing.
Topanga was the
Not
danga.
Topanga.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You about to risk it for the biscuit, y'all.
She was fine, man.
See, I remember Blossom. What was it? Other shows. I hated
Saved by
Full
the Bell
House.
was another good one
Saved
too.
by House was
Saved
Saved
by
by
the
the
Bell was
fire.
Bell.
always on some hard shit. That shit was hard.
Mm-hmm. See, what was that one
That's what
DC
she
show?
said.
I think it only had like a season and a half, maybe 2 seasons. What was it? Birds of Prey. I liked that show until they took it off. They ruined it.
Uh,
Yeah,
Because
they did
Batman
a
and
lot.
I
Catwoman
know a
had a
show I
baby.
wanted to see that was on Netflix. Y'all seen this Jamie
Oh,
Foxx
y'all
show? It
ain't.
was a Jamie Foxx show called Dad Don't Embarrass Me.
Oh Lord.
Yo, I'm ready to box with Netflix because they keep playing with
Yeah, I
me.
still
I'm
haven't
waiting for them to like drop season 3 of Witcher,
It's
Please,
Mm.
I'm
fine,
waiting
but
for that
it's your
too.
typical Jamie Foxx.
That was
and they
such a
keep.
good
You want to know
game.
what they did?
Oh,
Oh yeah, it's out, it's out. I went over there, resubscribed to it, paid the stupid amount for it because Netflix sucks anyway, and so I went over there to go click on it, and it's just a trailer.
That's hateful.
I
That
What
is
did
was
y'all,
like,
why.
you mad ghetto for that? Like y'all didn't even need to do all that.
uh,
what about Planet of the Apes? What did y'all think about Planet of the Apes too?
I still
The
ain't
old
see
one
it.
or the
The
newer
second
one?
one or the
No, the
original
old
one?
one. I'm talking about how the
I
old
ain't see
one.
none of them.
Oh yeah,
I didn't mind the old one.
I don't think it
Exactly,
was
false
bad. It was very
advertising.
interesting.
it was. It really was.
Intriguing.
It
I think I
was.
liked
It was
what was
very
it,
thought
13 Monkeys
provoking.
or
How apes
yeah.
standing up and riding horses and stuff like that. That is so weird.
And keeping people as pets?
Yes,
Crazy.
yes. Putting them on, put
All that
things on their necks
reminded
and
me
stuff.
of,
I'm gonna
Yes.
take my horse to the
People
old
walking
all it
around with
town
reminded me of, I
collars.
don't know if y'all watch Futurama.
I love
Oh yeah,
I'm
I
a
Futurama.
seen
huge
that before.
Futurama fan too.
Down, down,
But you know
down,
that
down, down,
episode of
down, down,
Futurama
down, down, down.
when Fry and Leela go to that little like isolated couples planet, and it turns out they're in an exhibit on like a monkey planet.
Mm.
Oh
They didn't
shit.
know. I
I
was
think I
like,
remember
that's
that.
fucked up.
What about the
Fucking with
purge? Anybody heard about the
Purge was
purge?
okay.
the purge
It
I
was
was
don't know.
okay.
insane.
That's how you answer that. I don't know.
It was good. I liked it that you
That's
had
our
to
favorite song.
be in the house at a certain
How y'all
time
ain't laugh at
of
that
the
joke, man?
purge.
That was a good joke. Just gonna let my joke ride like that. That was a good joke. I don't know.
Good try. Hey, forever, you guys.
I remember. Hey, you want to know what movie that I did like watch or the original, right? Not the American version, the original Japanese version
The
Okay.
of
Grudge.
Mirrors. No,
Mirrors.
Mirrors. Do y'all
Somebody
remember
finally
watching
answered the
Mirrors
question.
like back in the day?
I do.
The Japanese version, bro, way scarier.
See, yeah,
5
okay.
times.
I do
5
agree.
times
Like
scarier.
the American remakes of some of the Japanese stuff would be terrible. Like Grudge was one of them. The Japanese version of Grudge was way better than the American version. Way better.
What made it different?
Yeah, because
The whole cinematography in itself was
the
different. How the
cinematography and
storyline
the
was set up.
storyline, it just fits better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If
Because
they try to
really,
remake it
because
where it
really
was
at
like
the end of the
American
day,
custom and it wasn't working.
yeah, and I'm sorry, I didn't really care for like the slow burp sound.
Right.
Like it's just a slow
Exactly.
burp.
Yeah. Oh.
That's what it was reminding me of. That's why I thought you were talking about that one.
Yeah,
There's
that's
just
what I thought the reference was too. That's why I was confused. I was like, what, Cat?
it's just like how they sat there and take anime and take them into like live action movies over here. I hate it. I hate it all. Dragon Ball Z never happened. That movie does not exist.
That part.
We all agree on
Or when
that,
they tried
right?
to make a live remake of Avatar, The
That
Last
too does not
Airbender.
exist. That too does not exist.
I was like, bro, why did y'all do that? And y'all did it the most racist way possible too. Like,
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
nobody ever want to talk about that.
Oh, I did. Like how everybody was categorized as a certain race, and then like even in their bending abilities, they couldn't bend fire. They had to use other things to have the fire. Like none of that made sense to me. It was sad.
That was my whole thing. And really, let's talk about Avatar: The Last Airbender because that's just like Buddhism for children. It's basic Buddhism for children is essentially what that is.
In the best way possible.
In the best way possible. I always trust me. I love that shit. I was like, oh, I love this. But like, I don't know. I grew up on like anime, but I also grew up on like Studio Ghibli, which like not a lot of
Yes.
people know other than Spirited Away and like Howl's Moving Castle. They don't really know about like Ponyo,
My
what is
kids
it?
grew up on Ponyo.
Castle in the
Ponyo loves ham.
Sky.
Oh,
Yeah, like
there was this one that recently came out. It was about the planes. I forgot what it's called. Oh my
oh,
gosh.
I know which
Because
one you're talking about.
my
Yeah.
kid loves that one. That's his favorite one. Is the one about the planes in Japan around that time of war where they were like designing planes and stuff
Hmm.
like that. It was just a really beautiful story. Even though granted they were meant for war, but the obsession that this little boy had when wanting to design and make planes was a beautiful story in
Hmm.
itself. Beautiful story. Like there was
Mine would be, oh, what was the one? Princess Keoki?
Princess Mononoke?
There's two of them.
There's Princess
Yes.
Keoki. Okay. What was that one about?
Little Bamboo. That's the girl that was brought from the moon, and then she got transformed into a bamboo seed, and then her dad, who was a bamboo like harvester, he was harvesting the bamboo. And that's when he found her, and she was a baby, right? And then she
Oh,
blossomed like bamboo and became an adult, but she was a very prized princess. But she came from the moon. She came to Earth to find love or whatever, and then ended up getting called back to the moon or whatever.
okay. That one I want to have to watch.
Yeah, that one
There's
was
a lot of
good.
like there's way more because I know there's like Princess
Oh, if y'all
Mononoke
want to
is a
bring
good
it.
story about like Earth conservation and stuff like that and taking care of the planet and being
Oh
eco-friendly.
yeah, and while y'all liked The Matrix, I was into the Animatrix, which was
The
way better.
Animatrix
I'm
is
just saying.
terrifying. That shit's scary.
I love the Animatrix. Oh, I love that shit. It
It was very strong
was like
distorted
the best
reality.
one. Yeah, yeah, the Animatrix will fuck with you.
It's a mind fuck.
Somebody
They fuck with your head.
sleep, somebody looking sleep. I didn't see your face. There you go. Hello.
Oh, who she singing to? Who you ain't see?
You.
The
Oh, me?
serenading.
Oh, I had to listen to this video.
Hey,
I was trying to listen to something real quick, you
Yeah,
know.
it was.
Oh, I'm not sleepy. I
Afro
overslept. That's the
Samurai
problem.
is legit.
First of all, Samuel L. Jackson in any anime, that shit sounds
He's
impeccable.
amazing.
Yes, it is. I love that.
Like I
I
even
love both
loved
of
him
them.
in. I mean, I don't even know if it counts as an anime, but the fucking Boondocks.
Boondocks is an anime. I don't
I
care what
loved him in
anybody
that.
says. Boondocks is the shit.
Boondocks is the shit. I was like, I fucking loved him in that, dude.
Pops is the one that made Boondocks, though.
Pops is funny
Mm-hmm.
as hell.
What's his name? I forgot his name again. Dang, what is his name? I keep calling him Pop. I know he passed away
He
a
went
couple
on
years ago.
the Wayne Brothers show,
Yeah,
and he
I'm
played
trying
the
to think of his
granddad.
name.
He
That's why he
played
called
Pops. Yeah, because he was granddad on Boondocks.
Granddad on Boondocks. Yup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but they called him Pops on the Wayne Brothers show.
Yeah, that's why I call him
Mm-hmm.
Pops. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, John Witherspoon. That's his name, right?
Yeah,
I just
didn't he
fucking
John
with
pass away?
Witherspoon, yeah.
him. Yeah, he passed away like a couple years ago, I think. 3
Yeah,
years ago.
Yeah,
yeah.
he passed away, yeah.
That hurt my heart.
Yeah, it did hurt.
Same.
That was a yeah, that's a rare voice you're not gonna hear in a while. In a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I
Boy.
mean, I was also hurt when Bernie Mac died too. That was
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
that was
that was
sad.
you right.
I
Yeah.
loved his show, man. That Bernie
Oh
Mac show
yes,
was like the
Yeah, that
ish.
show
It was
was
yes.
one
like
of the
that was
best.
laughing for days.
Now that's
Mm-hmm.
how we used to be brought up like that, the way he's treating those kids.
Yeah.
You
Definitely.
remember what
Boy.
Big Mama did? You know how Big Mama did that. You better listen what
You
Big
know,
Mama
Oh,
said.
that's your deep voice? Hold on, let me check you something. Tell you something.
You know how Big Mama did that. You know. Let me show you
Big Mama
something real
wouldn't
quick.
take that mess. She'll get that belt out and get you.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But today people get canceled. He would have got canceled if he was still living today.
Robin Harris. I do remember Robin Harris.
Right?
Yeah, he would have got canceled for sure if he was still doing what he was doing today. A lot of people. You see, they try to get Dave Chappelle. Everybody
Who,
got
Bernie Mac?
sensitive now.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, Bernie Mac would not.
I mean, a
He
lot of the
wouldn't make
stuff
it.
Yeah,
was
like a lot of that
well for this
stuff
type of era we live in. I mean, I don't even call
Yeah.
it being sensitive. It's being a
couldn't
lot more
translate.
self-aware than what
Yeah,
we
but a lot of
previously were.
Sensitive.
which ain't a problem. I think a lot of it too is I
Being
think the problem
sensitive is not a
nowadays though
bad thing.
is that a lot of people
Yeah.
no, but I think like the problem is that when you take like
What happened?
hindsight of today and try to apply it to back then,
Right.
like understand like people
I
like still
think
have the
because
understanding of like how things make just back then, like what the mindset was, what the consensus was.
right. It's not the same as today. And then like we're a whole society that's a lot more mental health conscious and like representation of different things and
Mhm.
sensitive topics about how people are and how they perceive the world. It's just like a very strong sense of mindfulness and consideration versus where we just didn't give a fuck who we talked about. We fucked around and talked about everybody equally.
Yeah.
Everybody got
It
it.
was actually in fun, but not everything's serious now.
Pretty much, yeah. Everybody
Yeah.
got it.
Everything's serious.
That
You gotta
part.
watch how you talk now. You can't even talk regular on here no more because they
No,
so
you really
sensitive.
can't. It is what it is, though. It sucks, but yeah, that part. Ooh, more coffee. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Mm.
I need my
You don't need
coffee.
coffee. You don't need coffee.
I need my Java. I need my Fefe. I need my coffee. Like I need my lady.
You got a bunch of old birds in the Me Too movement, man. They couldn't get no way with men, so they're gonna try to make sure that no woman get away with men.
Rise and shine, 6-4. Rise and shine. Welcome back.
Mm-hmm.
He came back with bars. Let me see, man. I should have came in here like
What? I was running water. I'm like, what the hell was that?
nah, it ain't late at night when you hear
Oh my.
like
Oh my.
not that one either.
That
Look how
sounds
fast
like
third child came in here. What is that noise?
that sounds like some BDSM stuff going on there, sir. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I had to
Yeah.
see what that was going on. What other songs I got on here?
Oh dear.
Mm-hmm. This is my favorite one when somebody say something silly. My boy third child has woke up. Hold on, I gotta get him a third child is in the building, guys. Let's
What's good?
go.
What's grooving with y'all? What happening? Grand Rising,
What's the
great morning. How
day?
y'all feel, man?
Good
We are
morning.
Gucci, man. Gucci, man.
I'm still running errands. I'm still finna run somewhere. I just came up here to see what the hell y'all had going on.
Here's a little bit of that's my favorite one for some odd reason.
Who in the
Nasty.
background clapping?
I can't show you her right now. It's like that.
Damn, bro. So you
But,
finna force me to use my soundboard? That's crazy.
you said what?
I said you finna force me to use my mic and my soundboard. That's crazy.
Yeah, boy. This is we soundboard boys. It's like,
Hell no.
you know, you know. This my I made my own sound right here on this one.
Oh my.
Mm-hmm. When somebody say something interesting, you gotta use that noise.
But I'm gonna jump up down off this here, take my cat nap. If he's still on after my cat nap, I'll come
Nah,
back.
hell nah, AJ. You gonna start leaving when I come up. You got 5
Right.
seconds.
I got 5 seconds. Hey, so
Every
hey,
time I
I've been
pop
up
up,
here
you
for
wanna
a
haul
minute.
ass. No, cause I'm finna drop back down. You hear me? I
All
just
right,
came
all
up
right. I'm
here
gonna
to give
say
y'all
it. When he drops
some
back
good
down is
morning
when
warming. You heard me?
I'll take my cat nap. You
I
right.
came to give y'all Folgers in everybody cup.
You right.
Mm-hmm.
You
I
right.
want
You right.
Folgers. I'm making some right now.
Hold on. I gotta make it right. I gotta make it right with my with my
Who the hell
birthday.
said they making Folgers when they just said they finna take a nap? This crazy. Your ass gonna be laying down up at the same damn time.
Like,
I got ADHD. I trust me. I'm gonna go to sleep. All I'm gonna
I think I
say
got
is
that shit. I
I'm
think I think I
gonna.
got this shit too. I wasn't diagnosed by a doctor. I'm diagnosing myself.
Oh
I
my
think I
goodness.
got ADHD because I don't know how to sit down. That's why I be passing out the way I do.
He be all passing out upside down and shit, like on his
I be
head.
going ham all day, and then when I'm sitting there, and I wake up in the morning, I'm like, damn, how the hell I went to sleep? This crazy. This I was just talking.
Just talking.
now he blame his sleepiness on ADHD. Oh my goodness, boy. His
That's
lack of accountability is
Man,
serious.
can't bump you, bitch. That bitch say you want to blame your sleeping on anybody, everybody, but it's okay.
Mhm. Oh
It's
damn.
like the
I'm
third
still
excuse
blaming
I'd
it
have
on
heard him
myself.
use. Now this is making it laugh.
I'm
Look,
taking
I
whole
had to own up to
accountability.
it. I fell asleep. It was me, man. You know what I'm saying? I tried to come with a bunch of excuses too. It just didn't work.
I take a whole accountability. It's my fault.
Thank you. I'm about to say we already know. You know what I'm saying. There we go. I like to hear that.
And all I'm gonna say is that it's not your fault because all this, that, and the third, just to oppose Kev. I was waiting for that.
What sound that was? But the scooter loud as hell.
You
This
gotta
little
use
ass
that when
scooter
people
so
use
loud, boy.
excuses.
What happened?
Well, y'all finna go into the bathroom with me. Ugh.
What?
Oh, you scared me. I thought you said the bathroom already.
I am finna
What?
go in the bathroom. I told
Pushing
y'all I
it
was
and
getting up.
stuff. You said you about to go
I'm
to the
finna put my
bathroom.
mic
What
off.
you what you went in the bathroom to do? Ooh, you ain't had to
I'm
tell
like, we
nobody
helping
that.
you
You
push too.
gassing.
Cause I'm gonna put my mic on solid so y'all know I'm in the
Oh,
bathroom.
you scared me for about. You like you got too comfortable on
So we
live.
do
I'm going to
a
the bathroom.
Ah, everybody goes to the
so we
bathroom
do
now. I know.
I was really
I
about
gotta
to be
go in there
like,
and wash up and stuff. You know, I gotta take a shower though. I ain't gonna do that until later. And make me some coffee.
hell nah.
Cappuccino. I'm gonna make some cappuccino.
some
Cappuccino?
cappuccino.
What is that? I thought it was cappuccino.
Yeah, it is cappuccino.
Oh,
Vanilla,
she
I
doing her
drink.
own remix.
We call it
I'm done,
cappuccino. I
y'all.
can
He said, "What is cappuccino,
hell
bruh?"
nah. Hell nah.
Oh
She
damn.
about to sit on.
I told it's gonna be something like this,
She said I'm
as
finna
you
put some
let me out slowly.
cappuccino.
And put my peaches in a can
It's
and put it in the
giving a heavy
microwave.
Barry
Whoa.
White.
Scared me for a
What's
minute.
good, 6'4"? What's good on later play? I can't see that name right there with the yellow and black background. I don't know who that is.
What up, dog?
Yeah,
That's
right. I
sweet.
still don't know the name.
Hold
I
on.
just
It's
know it's
sweet.
unforgivable.
How you
I just
doing,
want to say
Queen?
unforgivable.
How you doing, Queen? Everybody, how y'all doing, man?
Great,
Hello.
great.
I'm
Already.
still calling you sweet. I should probably call you queen now. But
Either way, it
I
works.
met you as sweet. Like it just makes more sense.
I mean,
I
I've
think
always
I
had
seen
both
her
of
in a
them.
live before somewhere. I think.
We friends on here. What you mean, good sir?
Oh,
Dang, Kev, you
my
don't
bad.
Okay,
I'm
forgot?
AJ,
sorry.
you stood long enough. I respect that. You know what I'm saying? I respect that. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
now
So
it's your turn.
you
Now you
gotta
gotta
put
take
some
her spot now,
respect.
cause I'm up.
Okay, AJ.
I
All right.
think he was just upset he couldn't change my mind.
Oh no, you good, third. You good. I know I
But
be
I
feeling bad.
appreciate you. Either way. Either way. Ooh, coffee. It's done. Yay.
Yeah, this be sweet. She kind of like my kindred spirit on here.
AJ, I gotta catch you again when we going, cause I be wanting to have my conspiracies, spiritual, open-minded talks, and we ain't
Yeah.
had one of them that. And I ain't really let y'all know how I think and what I be on. You know what I'm saying? I
I
want to have
want
one
to
of
have
them
one of
internet.
those.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we need to have one of those.
I like
yeah,
What you got?
those.
yeah. I'm a very spiritual
What
person, so
y'all
like I'm
believe
down for
in?
that.
I like all those
I'm mainly
things.
spiritual.
Yeah, I was like I'm
I'm
100%
spiritual, but
spiritual.
might
I
not be the
can't.
same spiritual, but I am spiritual.
Yeah, I was like I know
It's
I'm
Everybody
very
got their own.
spiritual. I know.
What you talking about, Kev?
I say everybody got their own versions of spiritual, I guess, but I'm spiritual. You
I mean,
know?
it's not like it's an organized religion, so it's to each their own. That makes sense.
Yeah, that does make
Yeah,
sense.
Well, I'm
yeah.
spiritual but non-religious. So yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Got you.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
religious.
I'm
I'm
that way
spiritual, but I
too.
believe in the Bible. That's what
Bible,
I
that's
am.
what I am.
Yeah, like I'll put it
Different
this way.
strokes for
I
Like
different folks, my
understand it's
guy.
a Most High, and I praise the Most High. You know what I'm saying?
There
God.
you go.
I know it's a correct. I know we come from a Creator. You know what I'm saying? I know we come from intelligent beings. You know what I'm saying? But I'm still spiritual. But I feel where you're coming from,
I
Kel.
feel you. There you go.
okay.
Preach.
Yeah, we gotta have that conversation. I'm excited for that talk.
I'm intrigued.
I'm
I'm
very
I'm
excited.
unfortunately I don't really go by like what goes on with the Bible. Nothing against anybody else. That's just how I feel about it. But
Kind of
all the different
unforgivable.
aspects of spirituality and then like philosophy and poly and monotheism, I like having discussions about that. I like discovering and learning new stuff. Very open in that respect.
Heck yeah.
So what's the?
Um. Oh, go ahead.
Mhm.
I was about to say, what's the part? So since you want to say something about the Bible, right? What's the
Oh,
part you
I
don't?
wouldn't. I wouldn't know.
I
What you
mean,
don't
a
get
lot
about
of
it?
it
You
I
know,
don't
open up a
really.
can of worms.
I am about to
I
open a
didn't
can of
mean
worms.
to
You shouldn't
open
have
up a
talked
can
about
of
it.
worms. I was just saying respectfully, we could agree to disagree. It's just I don't really care for like don't get me wrong, there's good moral teachings in it and whatever may have you, but at the same time, like there's a lot of it I just don't care for.
What is it?
Um,
One example.
one example, okay, in the book of Job, where God was testing him and his loyalty, and the fact that I find it kind of weird to test your most faithful servant, and like you had no problem saying as the greatest almighty God that the devil made me do it. I have a problem with that.
Wait, the devil made who do it?
God said the devil made him do it. You made me
What?
destroy my faithful servant.
Give me that. Give me that verse. Give me that verse. That don't even sound right. What the
No,
heck Bible
look.
you reading?
Hey,
Oh, okay. I mean, you asked.
No, I'm saying I need that verse. I'm
Here,
asking
let
for
me
the
make
verse
sure.
first.
Hold on.
That sound weird.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound weird. It reads weird too. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I need straight verse on that.
Here,
Because a
hold
lot
on.
of people, the thing is, what I noticed, a lot of people, they interpret. Everybody got their own interpretation of
Which
a
is
certain thing. That's
also
why I like actually
concerning.
going over it with people.
It says the sky was blue, but it really mean that it was purple and red at the same time. See, y'all
Mercy.
translating the Bible wrong. Y'all ain't got
The,
it right. Y'all don't even
I'm
know what y'all
done.
talking about. That's how it
the
always
devil
goes.
made the
Like, damn, how you
creator
know
do
the answer?
something. That's
That's
funny.
crazy.
Yeah, it's the book of Job, verses 2 and chapter 2, verses 3.
Okay, there we go. We're getting somewhere.
Yeah,
Book of
that
chapter
that
two.
that
You got
whole
me now. I
that
gotta
part of
look
that
that up. I
passage
love it.
bothered me because it literally said that you moved me against him, destroy him without cause, aka the devil made me do it. For what?
I love it. I'm about to help you out then, because I love trying to understand a lot. You know what I'm saying? So.
Look, I'm gonna let y'all have
Gotcha,
that
bro. Hey, Shonda,
conversation.
if you want to come up,
Mm.
let me know. I'll drop down for you so you can preach,
I mean,
brother.
I didn't need to get this far into it.
So you can get that Sunday service, brother.
Oh, it is Sunday. Yeah.
I
Well,
Look,
wow.
all I'm gonna say is I'm gonna let y'all talk about it.
I pulled the
I
kid
have
out the
read the
grenade
Bible.
this morning.
I know, but AJ's just gonna say she has read the Bible. I've only read it once. I cannot be like, yeah, it's gonna be in the book of this, verse this, forward line down, this, that, and the
I
third. Like I
know.
can't do all that. I've
Look,
only
I
read
know
the
how to
thing
go to
once.
Google
Yeah, I
there.
was like, I've only read it once, like, and that was 14 years ago.
Yeah.
So
Look,
like
I
I was
grew up
no.
in religion. My mom's a minister, and like
Yeah.
she's one of the people I'm in no contact with going forward in my life because she was just a very terrible example of what things should be and what to be as a Christian. So
You
that's
said
also
Job,
why I have
or
no problem putting her out there.
Yeah, that makes sense. That
Job
makes sense.
what?
I'm tell y'all the truth. I've never read the Bible. I've always went to church and listened to the words.
I
I've
See,
never
and
never
read
that's
read.
the
it.
thing. Like, I remember being young, and my bishop, I loved him to death. He was like my grandpa. And he always said, don't take my word for it, take it to the word for yourself. And I just happened to take that
You
thing,
got
that
to.
enthusiasm with everything else I did. I will go forth and research everything before I kind of like try to speak on something I don't know
There you
about.
go.
So I
Yeah,
took that
So
enthusiasm for everything else.
yeah, I
And
didn't
kind of
so
grow
like
up
say
anything, I
in
learned that.
major. I didn't grow up within the major religions. It was always up to whatever I wanted to choose. So that's why I'm just gonna be real quiet.
See, I wish I had that.
so you
Yeah.
said Job what?
Chapter
Come
2,
on,
verse
Job.
3.
You said chapter
2,
2. Uh-huh.
verse 3.
Verse 3. Okay. Let me see. And the Lord said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him on earth, perfect in
Oh, let me take that back. I did read. You got to read the Bible in
fear
church.
of
So
God,
I did when they do the verses and
and
stuff.
do
So let me
all
take
those
that back.
signs, although you
But it's
know
only like kind of like cherry picking the exact points they're
this
trying to make in their sermon. If you
Right,
don't really
right.
read it
So
for
I can't say I
yourself,
didn't
that's the
read the
hard
Bible. So I
part.
did. I have read the Bible because they'll tell you to stand up and read.
said unto Satan, from whence comest thou?
You can't sit down and read? That's crazy.
No,
Hell, you got
not.
to read the
And,
Bible standing up? This crazy.
no, no,
I
no.
ain't
It's
never
just a
heard that
verse.
before.
It's just
Y'all
a
crazy.
verse. You just read a verse and then we sit
Upon
down. That's how
the
our churches is.
broad earth and walking
It's a small
up.
verse.
Lord
So you
said
telling
unto
me y'all
Satan,
church used to make y'all stand up and read?
Yeah,
Mine did.
that's proper. That's being proper.
I mean, like you also have to
God,
understand
I
within
was being
religious
silly,
values in
but
the
damn,
black
that's crazy.
community, it goes back to slavery. Like one reason why black churches are forever long and they're almost every day was the simple fact that that was the only time we were allowed to rest back in those days. So yeah, we go to church. It just
look at the
became to a
cheers.
point where it was perpetuated that we had services that long. Because if you go to any other like religion, like they're usually in and out in like less than 2 hours.
Oh, our church ain't. Our church is from uh 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock.
But that's the whole point I'm making. It's for the slavery mentality of the fact that that was the only time we were allowed to rest when we were in service.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? So they prolonged it
Right,
as long as they could, so they didn't have to go back out and work. That was the whole
right,
point of
right.
it.
Okay. I mean, I've never heard of it, but I understand what you're talking about.
Hmm.
Or, put it this way, I've
I'm
never
trying to.
thought
I'm
about it.
being
Put it that
punny
way.
in the
I've never thought
comments.
about it.
I take all those things into consideration and aspects.
I,
Like when I went into deeply researching a whole lot of stuff, I learned a lot of things. Not
Oh,
very
okay.
happy about a lot of things I learned, but it's reality. It is what it is.
Yeah, you're right.
so with this verse, right?
Y'all see what
With
I
this
did in the
verse, you said
comments?
that uh,
See what I did in the comments? So
sit
clever.
down and live. We got the cheers.
Chair the live. Tap, tap, tap
Oh,
the screen.
Oh, you're funny.
oh my. Cheer.
Okay.
All right, cheer the live. Right, that's gonna be the new thing. Like, what is that? They gonna probably overlook that though. Sit down and tap. That's what you mean? Because I just live. So, so where I'm reading the same thing you said, but I'm trying to see where you. I don't get. Well, you said that the Satan made the Lord do something. I'm,
Yeah, I mean, it literally
I'm
says
trying.
it.
It do? What the heck am I? Hold on. I'm gonna read this again. And the Lord
And the
said unto
Lord said
Satan,
unto Satan,
hast thou considered my servant Job, that there is none like him in the earth, a perfect and upright man, one that feareth God and escheweth evil, and still he holdeth fast his integrity,
There
although
might be more to it
thou
down
moved
into the
again.
scriptures, but that whole chapter explains about how Job was a good and faithful servant.
Right.
And he was like, did you try my servant Job? My thing is, that man went through a whole lot of unnecessary stuff just for the simple fact that to prove something that didn't need to be proven.
Oh, I get you now. So you saying, so the Lord sent Satan. That's what you saying, right?
The thing, the
To
bottom
trial
line
Job.
is, somewhere in that passage, it says to the extent of the fact that it says, you made me test my servant or something like that and destroy him. That's the part I'm trying to get you to look for. But I'm looking for it myself, so I'm not just looking here looking
Right.
crazy.
Yeah, right. And I guess there's and the Lord said unto
Ah, see, I'm nice and refreshed and back in bed.
Random as hell.
I smell you. Boy,
I
Leanna ain't
smell
playing.
good.
That
Don't
smell
go
like
there.
fresh.
Don't go there.
Is
I
that
smell good.
Dove? Is that Dove soap?
Yes, it is. Amen to
I
that.
know I smelled it through the. Mm-hmm. I
Oh
am
my God.
right.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't
Fresh.
nobody fresh as me. I feel
Mm-hmm.
so fresh, so clean.
So fresh and so clean,
Clean,
clean.
clean.
Go ahead on,
The
y'all. Go
sharpest
ahead
song
on,
ever.
sing.
Skin
Let's
for
get a beat
skin, but
going.
before
See, if I had an
land.
actual Bible in front of me, I could tell you exactly where it is, but I don't have one.
You got get the Bible app. That's what I'm on.
Oh, I gotta download that.
You're
Oh,
right.
oh.
Yeah, I
Wait, it's
keep
on
this
an
on
app
deck for
now?
people
I've
who want
never
to.
owned a
Yeah,
Anybody
I
want to
Bible.
tell me
want.
about my Bible? I keep it on
I
deck.
want to download it just real quick.
So want Satan
The free
for
app. There we
the
go.
presence. Or you could just go to Google and just say, "Where is
I
the
was
verse
going to
that
Google.
the
I wanted
devil
the whole
forced
scripture.
the maker to do anything?" They'd be like, "What the heck?"
Open. Allow. Continue. Allow. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Come on. Let's go. Boop. Check. Okay. And.
I'm gonna just Google it. Where in the Bible the devil told? Dang. Where in the Bible has Satan forced God to do something? Ooh,
Yeah,
oh, there
I'm
go
waiting for that
Job. There.
response
Okay.
too, because that's I heard that question. I'm waiting for that response too.
Yes, yes, yes.
Uh,
Oh, here
here's
you
what
go. So it
happened.
might be the one you was talking about. All right, God allows Satan to destroy, but he said allow. Okay, hold on. Let me see. It's a difference between allow and force. But
Here's
let me look
what
this up.
happened. I'll tell you what happened. Real
Go
shit.
ahead, 6.
It's in the book of Ezekiel where he talks to the king of Tyre, and he's describing how the devil looked and why the devil became the devil because of the way he looked. He let the multitude of his beauty corrupt his heart.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah,
Did
he
you just
thought
drop the mic? Oh,
because he was the shit. Yeah, he ain't had to listen to God no more.
hmm.
So he said, by the multitude of your own beauty, you pretty much locked yourself out.
Okay, that make kind of sense on that one. I know the reason why God does everything, you know.
Exactly. Exactly.
I think he do it with no purpose.
Amen. It's time to say amen. Today is Sunday. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Don't let me get to preaching. I bring the Bible. I love to
Oh
talk about
Lord.
that. Actually, I bring it up because I want to actually, see everybody's interpretation. You know what I'm saying? So I look at it from a different way. But a lot of people, I
Looks
noticed that a
like
lot of people
Aaron's
that don't
trying
like
to
the
answer
Bible,
y'all in the comments.
uh,
Aaron in the
not,
comments is trying to answer y'all.
not
Aaron, if you want to
that.
come up, do you have enough followers? Yeah, he's got enough followers. I'll drop so he can come up because I'm about to go to bed.
Okay.
Okay.
Get you a couple hours of sleep and come back. Say
Yeah,
no,
I'm
I'm
gonna
talking
take
to,
a
but
cat nap.
yeah,
If you're still on, I'll come back.
yeah, for sure, for sure. And good looks, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I'll still be here. I'll just be in the comments, y'all.
Okay. Don't snore too loud in the comments.
Shit, my baby's sitting there snoring right now. Poor little thing. She was too scared to sleep by herself after we was playing Five
Not
Nights at
that.
Freddy's.
Not that one. Just tell about the devils. Not to, not or whatever. I do what I want. I just do what I want. I just do what I want. Oh, that's all I'm about to get to. Y'all done brought about the church. Y'all done brought out the church. Oh, this ain't your topic right here, huh? You say I'm spiritual. I don't believe in anything. You know what I'm saying? I'm just a tree lover. But
I believe in
uh,
me.
Yeah, like
I was
it
about to
literally
say
says it
what I
in there. It
noticed is
might be
that
in the
while a lot of
third
people,
verse, and it says, "The Lord said unto Satan, host thou consider my servant Job. There is none allowed like him in earth, a perfect upon the upright man that feareth God and is tooth evil, and he still holdeth fast to his integrity, although his motives against me, you've moved this me against him to destroy him without cause." That's what it says.
you said it over again because y'all think it was like a noise at the same time when you was saying it.
Sorry, like I said, my baby's snoring next to me in the background.
No, that wasn't. I know. I just said it one more time. I think it was. I was talking to her at the same
Okay,
time. My bad.
yeah, because it's literally the one I said,
Okay.
verse, chapter 2, verse 3. I'm
Mm-hmm.
reading now to, like, I think this is the King James Version. And the Lord said unto Satan, hast thou considered my servant Job? There is none like him in the earth, a perfect and upright man who feareth God and escheweth evil, and still he holdeth fast his integrity. Although thou movest me against him to destroy him without cause. You've moved me against him to destroy him without cause. That's the point I'm trying to make.
That's what he told God.
That's what God told Satan.
That Job move against.
No, you moved me against him and to destroy him without cause. This is God saying this to Satan about Job.
Y'all
What is
gotta
it?
make sure y'all
Two.
reading the same Bible verses. Because
Wait,
some
two
Bible
what?
verses
And
are
that is
different.
Job chapter 2, verse 3.
Okay. Let me get that. Thou movest me against him to destroy him without cause. He okay. And
Nah, y'all on the right page.
it fast. Also, thou movest me against him.
You ain't gotta read the whole thing.
So it sounded like he was talking to It sounded like he was talking to Job. I don't think he was talking to
No,
the
it
devil.
says he said to Satan, like you gotta read the whole verse. I literally
Okay.
just read what it
Okay. And
said.
the Lord said unto Satan, Hast thou considered my servant Job,
Continue reading what
that
he
there
said.
is none like him in earth, a perfect and upright man, one who fears and escheweth, and still he holdeth fast. Although thou movest me against him to destroy him. Right. He's yeah, right. He's talking to Satan, right?
Right,
He's talking
about
to Satan, but
Job.
he talking about Job though.
That's literally what I just said.
Yeah, so the person he talking about is he's saying basically Job forced him, well, not in a way, but basically
What?
I'm gonna put it this way. Job basically wanted to use God wanted to use devil to test Job. That's basically what that is.
I understand that, but if he was already a faithful servant, and he was already doing his due diligence, and to destroy this man's life. And he literally said, without cause. Emphasis on the part where it says without cause.
Yeah.
Therefore, he had no reason to do that.
Yeah.
Therefore, what was the point?
Well, I think only the Lord would know that, but
My
it's just like he
problem,
did to
I
Abraham when he told him to
respectfully so.
sacrifice his son. I don't think he did that for any reason. It was
I
another test.
respectfully so.
We know he do tests. I know you remember that part where he had Abraham to sacrifice his son, but he didn't do it. He told him to do it. Right.
I mean, regardless or not, he almost sat here and tried to give something else to sacrifice too, so it wasn't him necessarily being obedient either.
Well.
So either way, it's slightly flawed. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, yeah, I don't think it's flawed, just misunderstood. That's why I be trying to understand. That's all I do. I just try to understand it, because some stuff was just some stuff we don't just understand, because but I'm a firm believer that, even if that, I'm pretty sure there's some intention behind, even they say without cause. So basically when he said without cause, I mean, it was no reason why he had to do it, but because it was nothing. I guess Job was considered this perfect person, right? So it was that's the reason why I mean without cause. So that's why God still wanted to test him or something like that. Or if it was a testing, I got to read the rest of that story though.
Yeah, because it still was done without cause.
Yeah, so that means, he had no reason to do it, so he went and did it. I guess he did it he had a cause, but I'm saying that
prove a point to somebody he did not have to prove a point to.
Yeah.
If you're God, why are you proving anything to the devil?
Well, here's the thing, what you gotta understand. We gotta understand one thing about that. One, I think we all missing a point where God is talking to the devil. Of all places, they in heaven. I thought he was kicked out.
Well, I thought that too.
But in the book of Job, we see he got access to heaven, don't he? Ain't that what it's saying? He was on the mountain of God with the angels.
What's the deal? Peace.
I mean,
how you feeling, man? Love you too.
Ain't that what it say? Don't it say he was on? It was, one day Satan and the angels presented themselves before God. Ain't that what it say?
I mean, Satan once upon a time was named Lucifer, and he was God's right hand man.
But listen, this is after the expulsion. It says what? Don't it say that Satan and the angels presented themselves to God on the mountain of God? Ain't that what it say in the book of Job when it first started?
I mean, either way.
I mean, that what it
I still
say?
prove my point. I mean, I'm not sure because I didn't read that far into it. I was speaking specifically on the verse I brought up.
Okay, now before that, it tells you that. It tells you, and that's what I tell people on that book of Job. Here it is. The angels was hanging with Satan, and they all went to God. Why was Satan hanging with the angels? And how come he was in heaven talking to God about Job?
Well, somebody allowed it.
The book of Job is one of the most telling of all the books. But yet that information is a lot of times looked over because people don't want to believe that they want to believe that there is no fellowship of God and Satan when the book of Job shows a fellowship. If you hated this person and if he wasn't on, why would you even tell him? Have you considered Job?
And that's another thing. Why would God hate any of his creations? That don't make sense. Because he could simply, if he hated them, he could have just simply wiped them off or make them non-existent.
He did it before. He did it before already.
What?
Well, we had giants.
The face of the earth.
Well, that's because we had giants.
That's different, though. You talking about when he destroys something or take it away? That don't mean he hated them. It's just not part of the purpose of his. That's all it is. I don't mean he hate him. Because if he hated something, I'm put it this way: if he hated anything, it's no purpose of him creating it or even letting it exist anyways. Because it's not like he don't have full control of who comes on Earth or not.
So he
Right,
wait, what?
right. I get that. Right.
He doesn't have control of
Yeah.
who comes here or not. I thought he knew you before your existence and everything
Exactly.
else
Oh,
after.
you must have heard me wrong. Yeah, you heard me wrong. I said that if he hated something, right? I said he would not create it. You see what I'm saying?
Okay,
Because
cool.
he knew he
Because why?
already
Like he got
right.
full power of everything that goes on this earth. Like whoever come here, who don't, you know what I'm saying? Like literally, he would like. What's the point of? Oh, I'm gonna hate you, but I'm gonna create you to hate you. You know what I'm saying? That's just weird.
Right, I
I
know
mean,
you're
a
gonna do
lot
some
of it's still
bullshit
weird to
on Earth. I
me.
know you're gonna do some
Right?
bullshit, but I'm
But
gonna
this
make
bull.
you
I'm
anyway.
getting forced to create this guy. Let me.
I
I'm
mean,
forced to make him exist.
but wouldn't
I
that
know you about to fuck up humanity.
wouldn't that still take
But
away
go
from the
ahead.
ideal of free will if he already knew what you were going to be here and
Yeah,
what was going to happen to you before it happened?
yeah, most definitely.
So,
But
But
everybody have a
then,
purpose on here.
but
I
would
mean,
that be smart though, as a god, to know what your creation is gonna do and still just sit back and say, "Well, I'll see if they'll change their minds."
but that's what I'm saying. If he already, regardless of you changing your mind or not, he was going to know you were going to do it if you were going to change your mind. It defeats
That
the
don't.
purpose of it. Like,
But look,
are we,
third
are like,
child, you said you
what
can
is the
create something.
definitions for everybody as far as what is like destinedly preordained faith of like fate versus actual free will? Because like free will is the variable when it comes to things. Fate is things that are already concrete, kind of like written and showed in that respect.
Yeah,
So
I
like,
talked about that too. I talked about that too with my friend like recently about that. I say I do believe everything is predestined, and we still live in free will. So the reason why I say predestined, and I do believe, God knows everything. He knew us before we was born, right?
right.
So the thing is, he letting us live our life, even though he already know about our life. You
So
know what
the
I'm saying?
idea
So,
of free will is an illusion.
huh?
So the idea in itself, there of itself of free will, it's an illusion.
I
It
mean,
doesn't
I guess you
exist.
could say that then.
It, it
In
doesn't
his
exist
eyes,
for
it's
the
like,
simple
cause
fact that he already knows. So if
yeah, he
he
already
already
knows. Yes,
knows, it's already been preordained and destined to happen.
yeah, most
So
definitely.
there is no such thing as free will in that respect. Then we might live in an
No,
illusion of a
no.
society that it has free will. You might perceive that you have options to do things, but your answers of what path and road you're going to take was already predetermined. So like
Yeah,
it doesn't work.
yeah, but we select my thing. It's the same thing I told my friend too. I
It's the
said just
illusion of
because
choice at the same
j-
time, because like you
look,
can sit there and say you have choices to make, but your choice is already predetermined, so it
no,
still doesn't add up.
listen, the same thing I told my friend. I said we do have free will. Just because somebody know your will, that don't mean you're not free of doing it. It's a big difference.
Because somebody knows your will, that's like knowing somebody's intentions if you're speaking in that respect. But
Exactly. You could
but
say that. Like, why wouldn't our creator not know that? Like, this is the person that made us. It's like I said, we can see life is way
but that's
bigger than
my
what we
whole
see it as.
point.
Because
But
the
that's
thing is,
my.
we trying
I
to
never said
understand
like
our
I
creator's
understand he
purpose, but
knows.
we just wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying? We would have to be actually our creator to know the purpose of why we here. Because I always wanted to ask that and try to figure it out, but our little human minds ain't gonna be able to figure that out. It's
But
not.
that's what I'm saying. It was already destined and predetermined what you would do and how things would pan out. So like it's just you're following design basically. That's it.
Or
Yeah,
we could
but like
just
I said,
agree
just
that a
because
lot of it, or we can agree that maybe it's not like we think it is.
it's not
Because,
like we think.
good
It's
point.
not. That's what I'm saying. Our human brains is not about to figure out why our creator created us. You know what I'm saying? I always wondered like why I'm on earth for. Why we got chosen out of everybody. Why I have to live this life. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
Right,
why would we
right.
know who made
Right,
us? You know what I'm saying? Why would we know that purpose?
right,
We just know we're here. We living it till we the best we can. That's why I
exactly.
said I just stopped trying to get a headache trying to figure out, dang, what is this? Why? Why? You know what I'm saying? Some stuff just not meant. We can always ask what the heck, who created our creator? You know what I'm saying? And
I
that's
mean,
mind blowing. You
I
know what I'm
just feel
saying?
like some of them things just don't matter in retrospect, where we have to live in a moment. Like yesterday's the past, the
You don't mind if I
tomorrow's a
smoke?
mystery, and today is the present, and that's
Is
why
it
I
a
tell
cup back
you,
there?
you just work with what's going on with you at the moment. Be mindful. Like to sit
Oh
there and
no,
work
you can
that
smoke
far
your
back
weed.
into it, it doesn't make sense to me. It
Just
doesn't
dump,
even make
oh,
sense to
just
me.
dump your ashes out the window. You good? Over in here.
Boy, so what the heck? But yeah, so like I was saying, because I literally just had this talk with my boy though, like recently, like a couple days ago, because I was telling him just because, and I was telling him the difference between predestined and free will. I said because he was saying the exact same thing. He like, how is it free if we know we gonna do? But I'm like, we gotta think about the key word is just because somebody, like I said, he know we gonna do, but it don't stop us from doing what we already choose to do. We make our choices, but just because he know our choices, that don't mean we not free. You know what I'm saying?
It's still an
That's all it
illusion
But if he
because
is.
it's
know,
already been determined. That
hold on,
doesn't
I'm
make
over here.
sense.
But if he know
Huh?
we gonna do it, but see, here's the thing. That's just
But
like
that's the
saying
whole point. He
God,
knows you're going
God.
to do it. Therefore, it's already been it's called
But he's not forcing us to do
predetermination.
anything. That's my thing. That's where free
Nobody
will
said
comes
he's
because not he's
forcing
not
you.
holding our
It's a
finger like do
natural
this.
occurrence of the fact that it was already preordained for you to do it. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, if you will. Like it's already been decided that you were going to do it just instinctually out of the fact that you were drawn to do so.
But what? But see,
It's already been
that's
known, but not
weird to me. That's
decided.
weird to me. That's weird to me because that's just like me creating you, knowing that damn. When I create him, he gonna unalive about 100 motherfuckers. But fuck it, let me
Yeah,
go on and create him. How?
yeah,
I mean,
But that's
what kind of
also
God would I
subjecting it
be
to
to know
morality
that and
too.
still unleash you?
yeah.
Okay, slavery still happened, genocide still happened. It
But
still
think about
happened.
it
And
this
guess
way:
what? All these
why
people
would
were
somebody that
fearfully and
created us
wonderfully
not know what
made.
we
They
gonna
were
do?
all
That's
God's
weird.
creation.
Right, right. Like
That's what I'm
I
saying.
wouldn't
This can go
understand that.
literally two different ways. Like I said, I think so much higher because the fact that you can create nothing out of nothing, something out of nothing. That's just show. And then this is the reason why I know how. This is like okay, this like this we say. You say don't read the Bible, but this how you know our Creator have some type of power of knowing. Because even Jesus, or when we have people that give messages, right? Oh, these the messengers and all that stuff. Like, where you think these messages coming from? They know something, or they knew, or somebody knew how Jesus was gonna get here, or even Jesus himself. This my perfect one. I like to say with the
That's
Peter
just
thing.
avoiding
He
everything I
told
just said.
he he told him he told Peter that you was gonna lie to me 3 times, right? And guess what he did?
He lied to him three
So that's just
times.
a picture of what the power of what God can do,
He
right?
said you
So
would
why
deny
you
me
think only
three
Jesus got
times
the
before the
power to
fourth.
know what somebody do, except for our whole creator ain't gonna know?
I never said that. And also, you just made my
Now
point.
I'm just saying in general. I'm just generally speaking. I'm just trying to get it to. I'm not
I
talking about
mean,
just you
you still
personally.
made my point because he already knew. That's the
Yeah,
whole point. So
yeah,
it was already predetermined. It was
yeah.
already
It's pretty.
dictated that this was what you were going to do on this day, at this moment, at that present time. This is the
Yeah,
action you're going to take. It was already
yeah,
predetermined. Regardless
yeah,
or not, he knew that in the shape of your iniquity or whatever it's called in there. He knew by long before you got to the point of you being in existence what you were going to do.
yeah,
And then all on in respect of the fact that morality, like, oh, he's going to just create people, he's going to know he's going to do this, that, and the third. Yes, people existed that did these things already. They
right.
were fearfully and wonderfully made too.
Yep. But what I was
I'm
about
just
to
saying,
say.
if he knew you gonna do something fucked up and you still were created, I had to question your creator.
My point. Thank you.
That's because
Now
our
I'm gonna
human
tell you
minds can't
this.
take. Because I'm pretty sure he knew little babies was gonna pass away. But hey, we got to realize our life ain't for us. Who's to say? Who's to tell us our creator that they effed up? You know what I'm saying? How we gonna tell our maker? You know what I'm saying? It just show how little our brains is compared to him. You know what I'm saying? Just because it hurt our feelings, that don't mean that God don't have a plan for none of us. You know what I'm saying? So how we gonna judge our creator because the way he knew or how he knew life was gonna be? You know what I'm saying? Like it's a reason why, but because we don't know his purpose,
How do you say he
her,
knows, but then
the
he
universe
doesn't know?
purpose,
That
how
doesn't
we
make
gonna say what's messed
sense.
up? Huh?
How do you say he knows and then turn around and says he doesn't know?
I never said that. I never said he doesn't know. That's what you
It's
want
a
me to say, but
question
I did not say
saying
that.
the world that we live in right now should not exist for the simple fact that all the things that are happening in this day and age, right now. All the bad things are happening. All the terrible things people are going through and struggling and have been with and dealt with,
Yeah,
wars,
what's bad
all
to us,
this
that
and
don't
that
mean
type
it's
of
bad
thing.
to God.
This technically shouldn't exist then, from what you're explaining.
We be trying to give God the same mentality we got. That's the sad part. We don't
But
never
you were just
realize that.
speaking about how he would
Just
sit
like I
there
don't
and
believe
create
God gonna
people,
work through
and then
one
you
religion.
just
I
sat there and
don't think
said
it
he
worked like
wouldn't
that
create
either.
people with the
I'm just gonna
intention of
focus
them
on the Christians only.
unaliving multiple people. But then you turn around and say this, like it's just like, look, I'll agree to
Is you
disagree
did
with
you
you. I'll agree to
huh?
disagree with you.
No, because
I'm
you
not.
did you even understand to even disagree or agree?
I
You I
do.
don't even think you
I
understand because it
do.
sounds like
But
you
the
put
logic
your own
still
thing
yet
in
doesn't
there.
make sense to me, and
What?
that's all I'm
So
saying.
I
So
get you. I can't force something my mentality on you, or so I get you though.
I mean, I'm
But
just saying
I think you don't
professionally,
just understand what I'm
I'm
saying though.
not
That's all it
knocking where
is.
you're coming from. I feel you, but it's just for me
No, you
and
don't.
to me, it does not make sense. But I
Okay, I
respect
get you.
your
Probably don't.
different
Yeah,
thinking and viewpoint of opinion. I'm not
I
here to
feel you.
sit there and literally tell you you're completely wrong because if that's what you believe, I respect that.
I feel
However,
you.
that's not my mindset and it
I
is what
got
it
you.
is. I'm
I
just
got you.
wanting at this point to have understanding in this conversation. It's not to be rude or disrespectful. That's not what I'm
See,
about.
I got you. That's never been my life, anyways. I
No, I feel
don't
you.
do
I'm
that.
just
I don't
saying
get
for
in my
me,
feelings.
because
That's my thing.
because
I
I
just
don't
talk.
usually like talking about stuff like this because it does get heated and people do get disrespectful, and it's like I have been called a
I don't
devil's
think
daughter
nobody been
before, and it was
disrespectful in
just like
here.
unnecessary and uncalled for because I have a different perspective on life than what you do. So I have to be ridiculed and talked down about it. But that's not what happened here. We literally had a genuine conversation and trying to understand one another. And I respected that. That's all I was saying. I didn't say like you didn't conduct your live anything like that. I usually peep in here and I usually don't come up on your platform a lot. I usually watch. I know how you do and I respect it. That's why I'm here right now. Like
Right.
I knew I could have a conversation with you and then not go AWOL. You feel me? You feel me? So
Mm-hmm.
that's all. I'm just going to
What's
agree to
up?
disagree because I feel like we're just reaching an impasse at this point. Like we just believe different things, and it's okay.
Yeah.
It might
It's
not be
like that a
okay with
lot.
you for your perspective of how your religion is, but for me, it's just it is what it is.
Let me clear the air. I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. I'm not religious.
Respectfully so. Fair enough.
Yeah. I just want to clear that. That's all I want to say.
All
Well,
right.
I learned. I'm gonna say recently, I made the decision to be more spiritual because I'm open to hear everybody's perspective and stuff. I think when you just stick in a religion, you become stubborn. You know what I'm saying? So I'm
Yes.
more open minded. So I'd rather be spiritual. But I could say I could believe in certain things. You know what I'm saying? Because if it makes sense to me, to me, if it makes sense to me, I would
Look,
say I
two
believe in
things
certain
can
things.
still be true at the same time. You never
Yeah.
know. But that's what I'm
Mhm.
saying. I'm not here to knock your experience and
Right.
disenfranchise what you believe in because solely based off of my own experience. That would be
Exactly.
inconsiderate and that wouldn't be fair because how you feel and experience life is very valid, just as like as mine is. But we just agree to disagree. And it's just like
Mhm.
I don't want to just keep going back and forth and then we get kind of like into a heated or something like that. And it's just like I feel like it's not going anywhere. We could just change the subject. I feel like talking about different viewpoints because I want to learn different things outside of what I know and understand. So I can
Right.
kind of like reshape and reframe my own reality. That's is why I also do this stuff all the time. So I'm just saying, like, yeah, this I didn't really want to get this far into this, but I'm glad we got here because it did make me think about some things. I'm not gonna give you that. What that at? We're not gonna go there. Just know it was very spot and provoking.
So
We can
maybe I
talk
can
about
ask.
something else if that's
Six-Phone,
okay
what
with
is you
you.
eating over there? Dog? Y'all should be loud on the mud. I don't know what that is.
I don't
I'm
know what
should be
you
Potato
making all
are.
type of
cans.
noise.
So
Them
maybe y'all can
potato
answer this
cans.
question for me. So, okay, so y'all talking about spiritual. So what about reincarnation? Do people believe in reincarnation, or do you think you stay dead for the rest of your life?
Well, let me tell
Say
you
it
something
again.
right now. I'm gonna
I
I
give
was
you
don't
talking
this
believe
about
ice and
that.
water.
reincarnation. Do you believe that you'll come back to life after you pass away, or do you think you'll just stay with God? That's what I want to know.
I
I
think we go
Well,
back to where we originally came from. I believe this is off my
here's
belief.
what happened. Upon your death, you got to think of something you really want to be, and then say the word Shazam, and then that's what's gonna happen.
really not funny. I'm serious.
No, I'm like, listen. When I used to teach it, I used to be an armor bearer at church for
Uh
10
huh.
years. I used to teach Bible study. And people will come with questions like this. And I used to get that a lot. Here's what happened. I direct you to your dreams. Now, you and I both have admitted we done woke up and told you about places we've been and never left our bed.
Right.
And we said that shit was so fucking real. Well, guess what? There's a thin line between death and life and sleep. Your dreams are your reality. Your dreams are your reality. Dream on, baby. Dream on. When these lights are out, dream on. Dimensions. It's 11 dimensions. That's right, dimensions. So when you out of here, and we only live in the second dimension. Right. Now, you know it's a good example. If you ever seen that movie Surrogate, that'll give you a better clue because when they go into the room and they see all the people hooked up to the machines and they ask the guy guarding them, oh, they here to escape life, and he said no, they're in here they're running to death because in their minds they somewhere else now. So that's how it basically is. Because you in your dream, you gone. You your dream and you don't hurt yourself. You gotta think too though. Humans are 90% energy. Yeah, and we are 90% human. Yeah, we are 90% energy. And energy don't get destroyed. Energy just reciprocates.
90%.
90%. Exactly.
Yeah,
energy cannot be destroyed.
I thought it was 100%.
It reforms itself.
No, it's 90% energy. You organic. No, we organic. It's 90% energy because some of us blood, but 90% of you run through is energy. Electricity. Yeah. Your brain is electrical. We reciprocate. And because
I thought energy was in everything. Ain't neutrons, electrons, and protons is the energy?
Protons, all that. That's everything.
Yeah, so I thought everything was energy. I thought whole life is
there's
energy.
different levels to it on the levels of consciousness.
But see, those 100% because we are organic. But see, that's not 100% for them because we're not organic. I mean, they're not organic. We're organic.
So
the same way we do robots is someone probably did like we're organic. We had a creator. We create robots. They gonna have energy. They gonna have like they might.
I'm about to say robots is energy, right?
Right. So they gonna have everything. We trying to create what we were created to be. That's all we doing with the robot. So with that being said, energy is like what I say. Energy is transformed. You can't destroy energy. Energy don't die. All it do is transform. Yep. And when you die, your energy. Who knows? Like he said. When you follow your dreams or whatever your reality was through most of your dreams is what or who you become after death. Mm-hmm. That's just my perspective. I'm a passenger and I don't fucking get it. He's my client, one of my clients. That's him, but he got a good perspective on that.
I just want to understand the other 10% though. Can you tell me what that could be?
The 10% organic. Well, because we're organic. We are human. We flesh and blood. The other 10% right.
But isn't flesh and blood made out of energy?
No, because
that's made out of matter.
Your body dissolves into dust. The
energy
does not. The energy is you. It's your spirit, your soul, whatever you like to define it as. That's your energy.
Yeah,
I get what you mean about it. I'm being like really technical and lyrical. I feel like anything with atoms and neutrons, which is everything that's on in your universe, got that. That's how I look at it.
The universe is made of atoms and neutrons and protons and everything else. We got multiverse, but it's all different dimensions. Not every dimension is the same. You yourself somewhere else, but you're not living the same life. You might be a totally different person, but in another dimension, but you're yourself. That's been proved. That's science. I follow spirit science. I follow this thing called spirit science, but what it does is teach you, because science, spirit, magic, and all that, all of it the same thing. It's just different perspectives of human beings. They broke it down and made it to what they wanted it to be. But everything coincides with everything. Like y'all, our creator. Everything is everything. So
that's what I said. That's what I said.
Right. Everything is everything. So like you can't be nothing that I ain't that we can't all be.
Exactly. We know different from a rock. That's how serious I think. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Different from a rock, a tree, a ball, anything. Everything got protons. Everything is alive. Everything has energy. Everything
has that's what I'm saying. Right.
But we are organic. See, we are organic. We were created. That's our intelligence.
That's our capability of our intelligence. We know that we were created. We just trying to figure out how, what, and what's our purpose. I don't even think there is a purpose. Whatever it was, I think we served.
I think so too, because you see the trees got their purpose. Because look, the trees got their purpose.
Everything got purpose. Every last thing has a purpose, man.
But human
even that
beings,
comet that's flying in space.
Right, but as an individual, we only have purpose as a group. You can't have an individual purpose. You're not individual. God made us as a group of people.
I got you. Okay, I feel you.
We are a group. We can't be.
I like how you said that.
I
like that. I like how you said that too. And I think good and bad is a group. You know what I'm saying? Evil. You know what I'm saying? All that is a group.
Everything goes hand in hand. It's an up and down to everything.
There we
it
go.
all goes hand in hand.
Exactly.
Some cultures believe there is no God, there is no devil, there's just you.
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that.
And this is another thing. This is how we know that everything ties with one another, because like that's why I be getting why my cousins say sometimes, who's to say what's right or wrong? Because think about it, if we did everything perfect, a lot of us wouldn't even be here today, right? A lot of us is probably so-called mistake babies, or you know what I'm saying? If people was really that's how I know that it's a purpose. No matter if it's hurting us, if somebody got hurt in the process, or you lost a leg or something like that. Oh, it seems so cruel and evil and all that stuff. But everything, it's a purpose behind everything, no matter if we like it or not. You know what I'm saying? But that's why that's why I feel that way, because like a lot of us really wouldn't be here.
That's just hurt. Those things are preordained from our creator, like injury and things such as that. Like, hell, I can go play football and get my shoulder broken, and I'm mad. And who I'm mad at? The motherfucker that broke my shoulder. I can't be mad at God. He might have ruined the next 6, 8 months to a year of my life. He didn't, but that guy did. That injury. Like, I don't think things like that are preordained. You don't have a preordained history. We are individuals on that aspect, but as a whole, it ain't like you just say, well, God against you. No, God see us as one. And us is everybody. Us is everybody.
Deep. That's deep.
God see us as
that's
one.
What I'm trying to
one
say.
Is everybody. Everybody think they individual. I'm this, I'm that, I'm that, I'm this.
Nope.
You ain't nothing
we all play
in God's eyes if you're not a group.
Right.
If you're not a group, you're not adding up. Only a group add up.
We literally all play a part.
Yeah, but we have to play it together.
Right.
That's why they say it's a common sense. Everybody, like, it's literally the whole world got the same. Like, we all on the same. Like, humans give out a frequency. Every man on this planet share the same frequency. The only frequency we can't get to, and you have to get high to get there, to be honest, and that's with the frequency of the earth. Because the earth vibrates at a higher frequency than humans do. We vibrate differently. Everything vibrates too, like a rock, of anything, everything vibrates. When you break it down, that's why I say I do spirit science. Because it's a science, it's magic, everything is like, it coincides to me. Everything has to do, but when you figure it out, if you can figure it out, and if we can't figure it out. Just play your part.
It's not meant to figure right. That's one thing I learned. It's not meant to figure out.
It's not meant to be figured out. You have to die.
You be hurting their head on it.
Death don't even. We gotta. First, I think you got to go through all the dimensions, and we only in this dimension number 2. This is the second dimension that they know of. It's 11 of them. And so, if we don't go through all the dimensions, what do we know? You don't know nothing.
That's like this.
That should remind me of Dr. Strange with the hydroplaning.
Right. Anything. All science. Science is science. Science is math. Science is biblical. People don't understand that. Science is biblical. Just because a white man saying, well, this is that and that, it is. No, that's all biblical traits being put out in the world. It's just how you intercept it and interpret it. If you interpret it the wrong way, you're going to come up with the wrong answer. If you just accept it for what it is, then it is what it is. And a lot of people don't do that because everybody see themselves as individuals and think they got the answer. No, it's a group answer. It has to be a group answer. Because we are humans. Humans is human.
Right.
Ain't saying none one name. Ain't nobody got a name in the word.
Right.
I thought about something else. What about that's how I be knowing, like the people that ate poison and stuff, you know what I'm saying? You know, who's to say that they ain't had no purpose on earth and they just unalived off purpose or something like that? That don't even seem fair, right? But then again, we learn from them though.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah, this is like, no, I'm telling my client your TikTok info because he digging you. I told him
Oh,
you in here, you in the D with us.
Yeah, because I'm late for work. I'm going to work
yeah.
and I'm trying to hear
Oh
this.
yeah, I'm in the city, my brother.
That's what's up. I'm going to
Yeah.
follow y'all, though. That's what's up.
Oh
All
yeah,
right,
for
my brother,
sure,
you
man.
careful out here.
Y'all
I
take
talk
care,
about
man.
Yep.
everything, man. As long as
Yes,
we
sir.
keep it respectful, that's all it is. You know what I'm saying? But we smooth on it.
Oh, that's what's up. I like that, dude. That's
Oh
what's up.
yeah.
I'll talk to you.
All right, brother, you
All
be
right, man.
careful out
Y'all
here.
be safe, man.
Man, let me tell y'all something. One time I picked this guy and this girl up, right? And I had Black Guru playing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, bro.
All right, and his girlfriend gonna say to me, I don't want to hear that. Could you turn that off? And I was like, number one, this is my car. And since you don't want to hear that, you and your man can get out. Right here on the freeway. I pulled over under the underpass and I put him out.
Oh my, she like, you don't. I don't want you. I don't want him saying stuff to my man. She probably holding on to her to his nail or something to say that relationship, and he was gonna say the wrong thing.
Man, that man he was like,
Oh,
oh man, you gonna do that for real? I'm like, hell yeah. I'm like, your girl talk too much. You, you don't read the sign in my van? It say, well, no, I will not adjust my radio. No, your
yeah.
grandma can't sit up front with me. No, your man can't pay on the other end. No,
Yeah.
I don't flat rate. No. Yes, it's weed you probably smell. Yeah, that's probably weed you smell.
Yes to that, right?
Okay, I
Yeah,
have
They
well,
another
and
probably
all
question.
that.
I
Uh-huh.
have another I have another question to ask. Okay, so y'all saying, okay, so when it's time for everybody to leave Earth, and they say our purpose is finished down here, what does that mean? That it's
I say
I
finished?
that
don't
that's
think
your
there's a
purpose,
time. I don't think there's a time everybody gonna leave because just think we all leaving at different times now. It's 2023.
right?
Right.
Ain't
Exactly.
nobody ever left at the same time except in an explosion or a club shooting.
So it don't work like that then, right?
I
I
highly
think
doubt
what's
it.
being I think here's what I told people even when I was in the church. It may have been taught wrong because remember a lot of them preachers didn't have no education. So I
Right.
don't know how you can even trust what the fuck they were talking
That's
about.
why I read for
Because they'll
myself.
even admit to you they ain't have an education. Your past the 80th year anniversary, and then they get to telling you, he didn't know how to write, but God spoke to him. Huh?
No, I don't
That
believe in all
motherfucker
that.
couldn't read or write, but he couldn't read or write, but God gave him the confidence to be able to do all this shit, huh? Okay. All right. So we found out through New Age studying that a lot of them niggas just had it wrong when it came to teaching it. And the reason why they got it wrong when it comes to teaching it
So
because God ain't really just inspiring them to teach it.
I want I want to address this comment. So what in my from what I in my belief or just of reading the Bible and stuff, because I see people be like, you need to accept Jesus and all that. I understand that though, but I think it's a time in our life where we gonna have a chance to accept them. I think it's the time. I don't think it's even just in our because it do say I think at the end of the day, every knee shall bow and every tongue will confess. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's gonna be that time where everybody gets the chance to accept them or whatever. Because like if the one sin that's unforgiven is called blasphemy against the Holy Spirit or something like that. But I think the Holy Ghost, I think that's something that's just in his people or something like that or whatever from this is my belief or whatever. So I think because the reason why I can't say that, you must accept them or something like that, I think it's like an internal acceptance. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it just always just out the mouth or something like that because it's people that's mute that have a chance to even say, I accept you or something like that. Then you got babies that's not even born that don't have a chance, right? You have people that's mentally challenged that don't have a chance. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's a time in life, or it's going to be a time where everybody is going to, because some people don't even know. You know what I'm saying? Some people across the seas don't even know nothing about, accepting who. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
And I don't even think his name was
right.
Jesus back then. This our American way of calling because I think we gonna get the real name at the end of the time or whenever. You know what I'm saying? When that time come. You know what I'm saying? So I always try to think in fairness. You know what I'm saying? I always been that baby that was always trying to think, well, how am I so special to get this religion and theirs is wrong or something? Like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like I said, I thought deep on this stuff, and a lot of stuff it says it in the Bible, you know. And then I'm gonna go back to what that predestined thing is. The reason why I said that, because think about it. He said in there, it say if your name is not written in the book, right, that you basically not one of his, right? And it made me
The
think about it. That's
Lamb's
the reason
Book
why
of
I say that he knows everything, because I feel like we living in a book. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we're in a book. You know, so just to call it the book of life, right? Or the book of, I think it's the book of life. You know what I'm saying? And
the
Revelation
Lamb's Book
is
of
talk
Life.
about that, right? That's what
Right, the
made me make it
Lamb's Book
make
of
sense
Life.
that we living in a book. You know what I'm saying?
No, right now when he say every knee shall bow, every
And
tongue
every
shall
time,
confess, he
yeah,
meaning even the wicked
even
will
everybody,
confess it. Even
yep,
those who told you at one time, I don't believe that shit. And we see that now. We
yeah,
see people who are atheists and they come to a near-death experience and they tell us now they
mm-hmm,
believe in God. So he's
mm-hmm,
right. Every knee shall bow, every tongue will confess.
yes,
There's guys who mamas been trying to get them to go to church and they ain't never went, but all of a sudden now he want to hear the preach word. Every knee
mm-hmm,
shall bow, every tongue will confess. See, we
yeah,
all thinking it's going to be some big ass grandiose stage set for all of this. No, it's happening as we live. That's why the Bible is the living word. It's happening as we, it ain't nothing that happened. It's happening. That's why with this with certain issues in our community, they've been here. They was here then. You don't think they had issues of police brutality then?
mm-hmm,
What you think the Satirians were? They were the police. What were they trying to do? They was trying to Rodney King Jesus. What did Peter do? Cut one of their ears off. They get back. Get off my boy. Don't touch him. Same thing.
yeah,
LGBT. They was back then. They was out. Nothing. That's why the book of Ecclesiastes say nothing is new under. That's why I tell people read the book
that
of
I
Ecclesiastes.
think you just said.
Nothing
I'm
is
glad you said
new
that.
under the sun.
I'm
Nothing
glad you
is
said that.
new under the sun.
So
That is
why
one of the
wouldn't God
most
know everything?
important. Right. And I real shit. The book of Ecclesiastes is one of the most. I think Solomon was drunk when he wrote those. He probably was high. Probably got him some good coochie. And just was just like, damn, don't shit matter no more, man. I done fucked every queen in the damn kingdom and still ain't working for me. Shit just off. Ain't nothing new. I done had big ones, small ones, short ones, tall ones. Hey, nothing new a woman can offer me. Nothing new under the sun. Boy, I tell you, it's better to not go to bed with the sun on your right. I think it was drunk, got to just spitting the shit out. And the king's men was looking at him, man, what the fuck Solomon talking about? Nigga, I don't know, but just write that shit down. We're gonna call it Proverbs. What else, King? Yeah, man, it's just fucked up, man. I'll
I
tell you
gotta
this
ask
much.
something. I forgot.
I'll tell you this much. Whoever can find a virtuous woman, ooh, shit, ooh. I don't know. I tell you what, if he do find her,
Yeah. This,
he probably was, because there's a limitation. He limiting.
yeah,
He limiting. Like, damn, this is messed up out here. And remember, Solomon was the richest and the most wisest. And he wrote all them Ecclesiastes and Proverbs. What would make him say all that? Say
yeah.
there's a time for war, then there's a time for peace. There's a time to
And
kill,
have
there's
a
a
good one. Oh,
time to
for sure,
build.
for sure, for sure, for sure.
There's a
So,
time to uplift, there's a time to downtrodden.
yeah.
Sound like
I be
somebody
thinking
was
of,
hitting the sauce.
yeah, I be thinking about, This is the reason why I be feeling like it's deeper than what we think it is, even though a lot of stuff it says in the Bible and stuff, but I think it's deeper than what we think it is, because that's what as to why God is gonna be the judge, you know what I'm saying? So I think that because it's so many reasons why God tells us to love our, like his last three commandments was like love ourselves, love the neighbor, and love him, right? But something like that. I might have said it wrong though. But so basically I got out of the whole contents is I feel like love is the most important thing that really God wanted, because that's even with sins itself, it's just something that's affecting us. It really, and he loves us so much he don't want us hurting ourselves. If you really look at what sin is, it's a reason why it's a sin. It ain't it's because I made these so you can go to hell or something like that. I don't think it's like that. So, and right, God is love, right? So I be thinking about I feel like that the judgment is really gonna be on the heart. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's because I look at it this way, that even though like people be saying accept Jesus and all this or whatever, I be feeling like that just because it do say God's grace, right? And then he also said forgive them for they know not what they do, all that, you know what I'm saying? But the thing is like people themselves, like the reason why I feel like he's gonna judge over his heart, because this is people that's out here that probably just wouldn't like, I'm not about to believe or something like that because I believed in this, I was raised in this or whatever. And I feel like that's betrayal to me, you know what I'm saying? And I'll be looking at it like that, is that, you know what I'm saying? Why would he send a person like that to hell because of what they got brought up in, because they choose not to believe in what we believe in? And I'm like, that don't seem kind of fair, because they choose to stick to what they believe in because that's how they got raised. So how can you deem somebody for giving them for giving them the mentality to believe in what they believe in because they don't believe the same thing? That's why I say these religions itself is what's separating us, and I feel like God's people is in all these religions. You know what I'm saying? Because
Right.
at the end of the day, we just fighting over different beliefs. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, a
Right.
lot of us have a lot of good hearts. You know what I'm saying? We got good hearts. Even like people that's Muslim, all that, just because they believe in something different. But then again, they doing this because they believe in something, and they feel like this is what's best to help their life or whatever. But it don't make them a devil. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they live by principle. See, well, I'm gonna tell you this. Because, like I said, I used to teach in the church, and I grew up in a more science temple. There is a lot that black folks don't know, man. Real shit. And when I took it to radio on WCHB here back in the day on AM, they don't. I used to tell them, man, if all you know is biblical text, then you really don't know shit. You really don't know shit. You will probably leave this earth before you really find out what's really, really going on. If that's all you know, if all you know is biblical text, then there's not much I could do with you but leave you there. That's why Paul said there are meatier things I desire to talk to you about, but I can't. I got to stick with this basic stuff. I want to talk to you about some real shit, but I got to get y'all to do a simple thing called just love each other. It's so much more shit to do. You motherfuckers so hard-headed. I gotta just say love. I just gotta, it's more than 10 commandments. It's like 42 of them. But since you motherfuckers so hard-headed and want to do what the hell y'all want to do, just get these basic 10. Damn. And we'll get the rest of them together.
You see what I'm
So
saying?
it's
That's
a
how much
lot.
he loves us. He just broke it down more and more, because it used to be 600 and something, though, right? Commandments we had to
Well,
do.
it was
Oh, there you go. She
600
put
and
it out.
something
613 laws,
Levitical.
right?
No, but see, those were the Levitical laws. Those
Yeah, I feel
laws
you.
were okay. The original, where they got the 10 Commandments from. Well, number one, if you think humanity started with the Bible, then there's nothing much I can talk to you about. If you think that's where humanity started, with Adam and Eve, if you really truly believe that, then there's no need for me to even discuss with you what we know, because you would never phantom it, because you believe that the beginning was Adam and Eve. So if I told you that there was something that a Bible exists, that the Bible is a carbon copy of a copy, then you who truly so hardly believe in it will be believing I'm attacking you, because your only source is the Bible. And because I
Yeah.
have the Bible in multiple sources, you
Mm-hmm.
will begin to look at me as the bad guy. Well, the only thing
Right.
I'm doing is trying to bring you up to date on information. Like I heard this guy talking to Moses. I fucks with Moses. And he was talking about the 42 laws of my divine principles of my. And I was hoping that not Moses, but the brother didn't bring that up to Moses. Because if Moses is on the 613 laws, then apparently he don't know about the 42 of Ma'at. And you should know that, because there's no way you can know about those and not know about the 42 divine principles. So I wouldn't have never brought it up. I would have just let Moses be right for his audience, who are biblical text people. They don't want to know about the book of Enoch. They don't want to know about the book of Thomas. They don't want to know about the book of Mary. You know, they don't want to know about, you know, the books that were taken out of the Bible. They only want to focus on, to them, the ones that's there is what was important enough for God for me to know. So it's hard to go where you need to go with that, because we are of the mindset that Christianity, the Europeans use Christianity to justify slavery, just like the Arabs use Islam to justify their slavery and imperialism. And they all were imposed on us in the first place. The reason why you don't know about the African origins of Christianity, because the African wasn't given it a name. They were practicing it. It was all, you didn't have to tell us. That's what the 42 divine principles of Ma'at is about. You ain't have to say, don't steal. We knew not to steal. We didn't need a law for that. Ain't nothing you got to tell us. We already know not to take shit that don't belong to us. The 42 divine principles of Ma'at is proof as humans we fail from grace, because the commandments, if you listen, someone telling you to do something is really not that good. So if I leave my house all the time and I say, don't nobody take nothing, when I come back, everything better be here, that means I'm talking to some thieves. Well, the 42 divine principles of Ma'at says, not thou shalt not steal. I have never stole. See, that's a whole different response. It's not thou shalt not covet another man's wife. If I gotta tell you don't covet men's wives, that's because you're a man who covet people's wives. But if I tell you I've never coveted no one's wife, then you don't have to tell me that thou shalt not covet no one's wife. The principles, the divine principles, are just what they are, principles. And if we cannot say I have not, then that lets you know how far from grace you fell. Thus, when they came out of captivity, they took from Egypt. When they went to Egypt, see, they didn't have no 10 commandments until after they left. And they took them from the Egyptian principles. And I tell black people, if you don't know where the so-called children of Israel came from, and you don't get the fact that they had to go to Egypt, that should let you know that the Bible, that they didn't start humanity. How could they start humanity if they went to Egypt where there was already humans, where there was already gods? So how could their God be the only God when they had to sit down with Pharaoh, and Pharaoh had his gods?
But I feel you on that. The Bible is the truth, the word of God. Yeah, I feel you. Hey, I don't think nobody in here trying to, or is that what you took out of that? Is somebody trying to? I don't know about the demon. I don't think nobody trying to deem the Bible or something like that. It's just,
Who said
I think
that?
his
Who
point was
said
just
that?
don't have that be the only source, which I feel him on that. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause we still gotta live it, and we gotta still So this is what I was getting out of it, because I used to be like that too, like, oh, it's only this because it says it in the Bible or something like that. So what I learned, because I used to debate a lot, especially on Facebook and stuff back then when I was younger, but I realized that can only go so far, because when you talk to a person that don't even believe or understand it, it's like kind of pointless. So what you got to do, you got to use like life examples and stuff, life experience and all that stuff. And then, to back up your arguments or stuff, or, you know what I'm saying, different examples or whatever. And that's what I had to start. That's what I had to do. And then, you know what I'm saying, then you blend it in there, like, but it also, you know what I'm saying, this is why I said this. So that's even in the Bible. Then you can show them in a way, you know what I'm saying? Because some people just flat out don't believe in it, just blow your whole argument out the way because once they got their mind stuck on that. But if you give them something they can relate to first, then you can like squeeze that in there. You know what I'm saying? Something like that.
Yeah,
People
no,
be
real
blowing it
talk.
off quick. Huh?
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. That's just like with the book of Enoch. People think that the devil is responsible for everything. The devil ain't responsible for the evil of the world. But see,
No.
in the Bible, it's convenient because the Bible gives you a person to blame. Well, it's not the devil. He got help because he's not omnipresent. That's why you got to know the book of Enoch, which the Catholic Church took out of the book of the King James Version. Why? Because they don't want you to know they don't want you to know about Samyaza or Azrael. They don't want you to know about the angels who are whispering thoughts to corrupt the human mind, who introduce homosexuality to the human psyche. It wasn't Satan who introduced homosexuality to the human psyche. It was Samyaza, the fallen angel, who introduced the idea of homosexuality, clamor, and gambling and chance to the human psyche. See, remember, when the expulsion happened, Satan wasn't the only one who left. He took a third with him. And that's why when people say, man, I be hearing these voices in my head, that's who the fuck talking to you. Real shit. And you can ask any Catholic priest that. That's why you got to understand how the Catholics see it too. Because they know this shit. That's why when they do exorcisms, they talk to the demon. Come out of there. Identify yourself, demon. I am Father Cunningham, and you'll never get me out of this body. Now, even though it's a movie, it's really telling you what the shit's really all about. So those are real demons. That's why when Jesus went up to Legion and he asked them why they call you Legion, he said, because that's how many demons in me. It always tell you, when the demons saw Jesus, they pleaded to him, let us run into them pigs. Don't destroy us. We'd rather go into the pigs. And then when they went into the pigs ran in the river and drowned themselves.
Man. So, I wanted to talk to Tallman real quick. So, I'm going to put it this way. Because you do got to expand your... Well, you don't have to. Y'all, I ain't going to say that. Do what you do what's best, but you don't have to think that everybody's trying to deem certain situations. Ain't nobody doing none of that, though. It's just because we become a little bit more... And I'm trying to make... be offensive, but it's like we were a little bit more open-minded in a situation, because if that's all you base your whole situation on, not saying that's a bad thing, but you got to open up and realize it's like there's stuff in this world, that's it's other things in this world to expand your mind on or whatever. So I'm gonna put the difference. The difference is, I think from what I'm getting, it seemed like you only read the Bible because it seemed like you was forced to. Me myself, I read the Bible because it makes sense to me. It's off my choice. You know what I'm saying? I made the choice to believe in it or whatever. But it seemed like, but I'm open minded to understand other things, because there's a lot of stuff you can believe in this world. That's what I'm saying. Just because life itself is a mystery, anyways. You know what I'm saying? So anything can be true, but just to say that one thing is true and other things is not, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of closed minded, because a lot of stuff can be true. So I don't believe that Christian is the only religion that God worked through. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that it worked like that. I don't think he worked like that. Why would he limit himself like that? Why would a person, or not a person, because it's bigger than a person, why would the universe limit his power to one section? You know what I'm saying? When he created this whole entire universe.
Jesus never told you. Well, Jesus never told y'all to be Christians. Ain't nothing in scripture where Jesus said be Christian.
They decided to be that. And even religion,
Exactly.
They decided to be that.
And to be a Christian back then was a bad thing. Who that, Jediah?
Yes, good morning, Six Four.
Oh, you have Jediah. How you doing?
I'm doing well, brother.
Yeah,
Thank
he
you.
never told them. He never told them to be Christians. As a matter of fact, Paul was killing Christians, but for political reasons. Now remember, for Paul changed Paul changed for political reasons, because it was fashionable. I could get things done under this banner. Now times were changing. So if you want to know about the religions, that's what the day of Pentecost was about. Because he said men from all nations, with all different tongues, were at that festival. So when we bring other forms of information, it's not to discredit what we all know, love, and grew up on ourselves. It's to bring more so clarification and answers that preachers couldn't give us from the pulpit. So if I say, well, Adam had a wife before Eve, I'm not saying that Adam, that Eve never existed. I'm saying if that's something, if it's in the Bible, don't you think it's worth investigating? If you love it like that, I think all of it is worth investigating. All of it is up for consideration. So that's why I say the Bible don't contradict itself.
Right.
You are reading it and you're contradicting what you're the one. You're the contradiction, not the Bible.
Exactly.
So I came up just to ask Sixfold a question because I was curious. I'm not here to debate either. That doesn't work for me. When people believe stuff like you said, you can't convince them otherwise. So Sixfold, I just want to know the author of Enoch. Who's the author? Because the author helps to make sense as to the information that we're being fed. So I just would like to know the author.
If I'm right, Enoch himself, the mayor wrote that, and the Druids were the ones who kept the account of Enoch. When they got rid of the Bible, those lost books, the Druids and the Celtics, all different sects got them books.
Okay. So, in regards to Egypt, I think a lot of times people have issues with Egypt is because Egypt practiced a lot of idolatry, right? And so if we go by the main principle of the Bible, it says there are no other gods before me, right? So this is my issue with the Egyptian practices. Now I know whaaat, the 42 laws of whaaat are very similar to what the Bible speaks of. And in the way that you worded it, I love that. Because in the Bible, it speaks to people who have already done these offenses, whereas the other way it's written as is we already know not to do them, if you will, just like you explained. But again, my issue is because I've been open to a lot of things, and idolatry is not it. Like the things that we've been taught to do, like altar worship, right? We're not supposed to disturb the peace. So we have a lot of people out here, and I've done it myself, and I've repented on this. We do altar worship, where we think we're honoring our ancestors, right? By setting up this altar, putting on offerings. Those who are in the grave have no need for worldly things, like lighting a candle, like putting food, like putting a favorite piece of jewelry, and this type thing. They don't need that. The dead are to rest in peace, right? Khan.
The dead has no knowledge. The dead has no knowledge.
And when we worship these things, there's a scripture in the Bible about these idols, these statues. They have eyes, but they do not see, right? Ears, but they do not hear. A mouth, but they do not speak. And I have been guilty of this, put in certain orishas, if you will. I was into the orisha thing. The Yamayas, the Oshuns, Abatalas. No. Those are not gods, as far as I'm concerned. Now, if anyone could prove to me that they actually existed, that would be one thing. But as far as I know, they're simply statues.
I'm about to say it's only one God, because I had this
Here's the thing. Well, here's what I want y'all to understand. Even God admits there's other gods. That's why he said, there shall not be no other gods before me. There shall be no other gods before me. Now, when the the so-called children of Israel, who came out of the wilderness and went to Pharaoh, this was their first time, or this would be a confirmation to a lot of them that there was something existing before us. When they got to Egypt, they found out that they were the newcomers on the block. See, when they got to Egypt, Egypt was already bustling. Egypt was already ahead of its time. So Egypt had already had a belief system. And in Egypt, their belief systems is there's God and goddess. When they get to Egypt now, the children, now Moses' people is and find themselves in the pickle of a barrel because you are outsiders in a land that's already established. But previously, you were told that you going to a promised land that God gonna give you. Now, how God gonna give you something that somebody has already got and is already working on their behalf? So y'all go to Egypt, and when you get to Egypt, y'all run into some problems. Pharaoh said, well, man, we got gods. Now, not thinking about the Charleston Heston movies, okay? Let's just look at Egyptology for what it is. Moses was not new to that because, number one, he was in the house before. So he knew what was up. Moses went to school in Egypt. He knew what was up. See, they never tell you that Moses went to school in Egypt. That's how they was able to find Egypt. They wasn't in the wilderness. They knew where Egypt was at. They knew because Moses went to school there. Moses knew about the 42 principles of whaaat. That's how he was able to come up with what little of the commandments he came up with because he knew the 42 principles of whaaat. Now, what he did was condense them for his population of immigrants or refugees, if you will. Listen, y'all. Pharaoh said, we can come over here with them. But before we do, you motherfuckers that be stealing, they got laws against that here. They kill you. They cut your hand off if you do it. So while you here, thou shalt not steal. Seeing as though you ain't got no job, thou shalt not steal. We got a welfare program for y'all. We got you. That's why you hear in the Bible later on, Pharaoh had to let them go because they was breaking his economy. So I'm imagining while they're living in Egypt, they're learning about whaaat, they're learning about Horus, they're learning about Qatar, they're learning about Seth, they're learning about the Nile River Valley stories. And when they left Egypt, they took some of it with them. Now, it will have you to believe when they left Egypt because of Pharaoh chasing them. No, they were stealing and they had to leave. And the only way they could leave and not get caught was to go through the back, through the river. God didn't have to part the river. The river was always shallow. They wanted in a movie for the movie it has to be sensationalized. But that Euphrates River has always been shallow enough to walk across. Why did the soldiers drown? Because they still had their stuff on when they got in that motherfucker. And that water get to weigh that armor down and they couldn't get out. So Pharaoh sent his guard, no, go get them. They got our shit. They took gold with them. They took our calf. They took all our shit. Go get them, motherfuckers. And they ran. And Pharaoh got mad at them. But it was all due because the children of Egypt found out that there were more gods than the God that they were serving. And the problem that they had was these gods had children by other goddesses. See, Jesus didn't get none. So they ain't gonna comprehend Nile River Valley stories where you see gods and goddesses having families on the Nile River. You know, these are rulers of the world, you know, that these people are learning. And Egypt was the great school of Luxor. They had a lot of amenities and stuff that the children of Israel just was not used to. They had bath system. They had sanitation system. Basically, that's why their God called it the land of milk and honey. See, I tell them God didn't direct them there. Moses knew what was up and was like, look, we're going to run these motherfuckers. They too nice up in here. Let me get my boys together. Get enough of my dogs out here. We'll take this motherfucking metropolis. Shit, Pharaoh nice. That motherfucker don't even check. He didn't even check us at the door, man. He didn't check us at the door. He didn't check us at the door. Wait till I get the rest of us up in this motherfucker. We're going to take Egypt. But Moses was in it.
Salakia, sixfold. I think Hobo wanted to add something, brother
Yeah. Let
Methu's
me
Oh,
back
go
before
ahead.
there.
she go real quick. I want to say something. So
Yes, sir.
basically, you saying you saying there's other guys. This what you saying?
Yep.
Yeah. So
Yep.
I feel like they talk. I think when he mentioned that, it's like it's such thing as idol gods and all that stuff. Because like even that, like look at this. It says. And that's why I knew. That's what I'm saying. It's just weird. Because why would it be? The reason why I say that because I just had this thought like, dang, why would it be any other guys? Because it wouldn't be other guys fighting against each other and stuff. Like, no, I want him. I want him. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So I looked up as Isaiah 45, verse 5. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Say, I am the Lord. There is none else. There is no God besides me. I girded thee. Thou, dang, I forgot. I've got to get used to this reading again. I girded thee, though thou hast not known me, that they may know from the rising sun and from the west, and there is none besides me. I am the Lord, and there is none else. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I think when he say gods in different ways, I don't think it's the same type of, because there's nobody can be on his level. Just think about it. Like, why would the
Right.
creator make other gods, like real
Khan.
literal gods?
Khan.
Well, he wouldn't have the time. He wouldn't be the one that made them. See, that's the thing. Now, see, that's why in his 10 Commandments, he says, thou shalt not have other gods before me. And then he says, thou shalt not worship idols and false gods. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? So in the 10 Commandments, he's talking about two sets. Thou shalt not have gods before me. And then later on, he says in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not worship false idols. So there it
Okay.
is. So if an idol could be your God, then he would have covered that in the first part of it. So
Yeah, I get you on that.
right. So he knew. See, he knew that there was whores, there was that Egyptian science existed. It's just when the children of Israel got to Egypt and found out that they were other gods, that may have caused a disruption in the so-called wilderness. Because once Moses and got them out, now they get, remember it tells you that they was in the wilderness for over 42 some years. Well, that was arguing and bickering and fighting. Man, I thought you said wasn't no other gods. Man, I thought you said this wasn't. I thought you said, man, when we was in Egypt, man you saw it too, Cam. Yeah, man, I seen it too. Man, you got a lot of explaining to do, Moses. You told us this. You told us that. Is these really the 10 Commandments? Now all of this wilderness is them basically questioning Moses about the journey. We just came from a place, man, where they told us something that's a bit more compelling, but you've been preaching to us long as we've been with you. You need to come up with some more answers. And then what did Moses do? He put Aaron in charge. Oh, shit. Aaron, come here. Look, I need you to talk to him. Yeah, they figuring this shit out, man. Aaron is from the priesthood. Moses wasn't no priest. Aaron was the priest. He the priest. Aaron, talk to him. Then Aaron go out there. Okay, listen, y'all. Listen. God said, let's do this. Took their minds off of it. Totally took their mind off of it. And then they go on. And if you notice, they never made it to the land of milk and honey. You know why? Because they ran from the land of milk and honey, which was Egypt.
All right, I'm gonna let Hopo go.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
6-4, I think this is my first time talking to you, and I am surprised that we both agree on this. So I just wanted to point out that there's multiple references to there being more than one God, right? So God says that you should put no other gods before me. That's the first. The second, he says that I am the God of gods. So there have to be other gods in order for you to reign over them. And in the very end, in Revelations, when he decides to end the world, he goes to a council of 34 gods sitting on emerald thrones and ask their approval before he starts the end of the world.
I need that verse. You said it's in Revelations. He
Yeah, it's in
asked other
Revelation.
gods for permission.
I need that too, sis, please.
People be saying some stuff that throw me my brain off. Like,
I'm
God
telling
ask
you,
anybody
it's
for
in the
anything?
Bible. It's in there. That's why I'm telling you.
I'm
These
open.
Yeah,
I
preachers
just
please give
think
me
need
that
the
they
verse.
verse.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm
How do
open.
you
preachers
I'm
have
ask?
not
How
no
do
fight.
discredited.
God, the creator,
They
ask
think
another person something for anything?
It's
that's
a
why y'all
council.
gotta
He asked 34 of them. I think it's either 34 or 44. They're on emerald thrones. They all agree. And then when it comes time, before he starts to
May
ask
my people.
the sea and the land and the air if they agree, and to give them direction to go ahead and start with the four horses, and they all agree, and that's how this whole thing starts. Is everyone is in agreement that the end is here.
Sister, can you share that
Yeah,
chapter and verse
please,
with me?
I'll
please.
have to look it up. So I'm gonna have
Hey,
to.
look that up
I'm gonna
real
be able to
deep.
talk when I do it. But yeah, you guys go ahead.
Thank you.
The creator, like, hey, may I
Oh no,
have
it's
my
there.
people,
Trust me,
please?
it's there. It's there. It's
Even
there.
though I created
But
you, I'm gonna
see,
ask you for
You
what
know
the
how
freak.
gentle I
it's a
ask
lot of well,
that.
it's a lot of but see, you got to understand where the text is coming from. See, it was compiled to a Bible, but all of that comes from something. It was just compiled to the Bible, but it all comes from a source. Most of what you got out of the Bible came from Egyptian texts anyway. But you don't know nothing of that. That's why I tell people, well, if you that dewy-eyed over the Bible, then why don't you go get the original Egyptian text and let me see how you feel then? Get where
Yeah.
it came from. So how could the
Even that.
Bible be first? Yeah, go ahead, Kev.
No, I was saying even with that stuff you don't even have to look up. Like this stuff, like even with that context or whatever that so-called verse is, that just don't make sense at all. Like how something that created something has to ask something for permission. That don't make sense at all. That don't.
That's what I'm
That's
That's
why you
like
saying.
gotta
me asking my child, may I do this? Even though
God.
I
that's
created you, even though I could have snapped my finger and take them off the face of the earth. You know what I'm saying? That's weird.
that's why you gotta know Egyptian text so you will know why he said that, to why he's saying that. In the King James version, it's not going to be there. That's why I say if all you know is the Bible, then it's not much I could
I
do
didn't read
unless
that.
you're willing to open up for more information, because an Egyptian text is where it's all connected at.
Do that make sense to you though?
Yeah, it makes sense because I know Egyptian text. I know what he's
No, what
talking
I'm
about when
saying,
he say
like,
that.
that's weird. That doesn't, even if that was read, if I read it in my face, that would not. It's just something in my
Because
spirit where something just don't make sense.
Because he's
It's just
talking to,
weird.
now keep in mind, he's talking to the children of Israel. Number one, he said, I'm your God. He always
Right.
tell them, the Lord your God, the Lord
Yeah.
thy God, talking
Right.
to them, not the Assyrians, not the Palestinians, not all them other people had their own gods. Hell, Jezebel had 100 and some prophets talking about different gods. So the children knew about other gods. They all knew about it because they all were from the same places where those other nationalities were at. It's just getting them into worship. To them, their God was the true God. So
Is
that's where
those
you get
guys
off into,
fighting?
well, if you get off into Egyptology with Horus, and Seth, you find out about the battle between them two. Oh, there's a lot of fighting and fucking in
Which one
Egyptology. I'm gonna
died?
let you
I
know
mean,
that.
unalive.
There's a
Which
lot
one
of
of the
fighting and
guys got
sex.
unalive?
No, they didn't get unalive. One got banished to the underworld, and we know him as Hades. One
Okay,
got
I'll get that
banished.
one. Revelation
One got
4:4. Thank
banished.
you. Let's go.
One got banished to watch over the sea. One got banished to watch over. They all went to different corners
This gonna be the
to
second person
provide.
that I'm gonna have to read for myself. Cause the old girl earlier just gave me something that sounded weird, and I found out it seemed like she was talking to Paul, not asking the devil for something. So it made me realize everybody do got their own interpretation. So let me see this one real quick. Around about the throne were 420 seats. Upon the seat I saw 420 elders sitting, clothed in white robes,
They were smoking. That's why he
and they
said
had
420.
their heads crowned of gold. Um, they were seven lamps fire burning with the throne, which are the seven spirits of God. Spirits of God. For the throne there was a sea of glass. Midst of the throne were four beasts. The first beast mm, mm,
But yeah, I think that it just comes down
Okay, I
to
get it. It
everybody's
makes sense now.
interpretation
You
of
put
it
it
so
that
much
way.
because
This guy talking to himself, if you want to put it that way. If they were spirits of God, it's no different
Right,
when Jesus and God was talking. That's still part of God. Oh, that joke
right.
wasn't making sense to me, so it makes sense now. But the way you made it, the way it was made it seem that it was his own type of God. That's why I'm like, where do they fight it? That's what I'm asking. Like, how would he have to ask permission if it ain't him? Okay, it makes sense now. That makes sense now.
Mm-hmm. But see,
That threw my
some people
brain off.
think to accept that information mean that they reject the information that they've been new. And that's not what we doing, what I do. I try to get you to see the entire picture. That it came from, there was something in existence before that. And when I find out what was in existence before that, I find out that number one, the white man couldn't have used the Bible to enslave the Africans for slavery.
Right.
Two, the Bible is very clear throughout it, what they gathered on what's happening and what's going on. It's just with the other side of what we know gives the explanation of principle. If
Mm-hmm.
you are a principle, you don't need repentance because principle will prevent you from sinning. That's why he told Satan, I created you pure. You corrupted yourself. When I created you, you could have easily said, I have never stole. But due to the multitude of your beauty, due to the multitude of worries and problems, you stole something. And now you could never say that. You took away even though you may have recovered and you don't steal no more, you could never ever say you didn't. If you look
What's the
at the
deal, Byron?
42
What's the deal,
divine,
man?
if you look at the 42 divine principles of Ma'at, you notice that those are some deep things. And it's about how people treat it. It's basically about human treatment of each other. Thou have not cursed. I've never cursed nobody. I've never done nothing intentionally to hurt nobody. I ain't that type of person.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm bringing them up now just to give a better example.
That makes sense. Now my brain is clear. All this stuff I had to read for myself because I swear I'm like, dog. That's why I like when y'all give me verses so I can read it for myself. That's why I kind of taught myself that even I don't even just listen to church when they be saying I gotta look at that, and that's what it teaches you. That's why we have to read for ourselves because everybody
Exactly.
has their own interpretations.
Exactly.
Study thyself to be
You
approved.
got to.
You have to.
This
Because we're
makes
all
so
going
much
to
sense.
interpretate things differently. And sometimes people will interpret it to persuade you to believe their version
Right.
versus
Mm-hmm.
what
Right.
it actually is saying.
Yep.
So
Okay, now
I
here's
find
one.
the book, the Bible, it's a very interesting piece of history.
Most definitely.
Okay, now
Yeah.
dig this, Jediah. Now dig this, y'all. Okay, there's only 10 commandments, but 42 divine principles. One of the chief commandments is that thou shalt not have no gods before me. That's the number one commandment.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody bring up the 10 commandments. That's the number one commandment.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if God hated sin so much, why would thou shalt not have another God before me be the first commandment?
Because he wanted to be. He don't want nothing before him. Really,
He's a jealous
he's a
God.
jealous God, right?
Now, guess what the first principle of Ma'at is?
Whoops, let's hear it.
I have not committed sin. See, this God is more concerned about your condition as a human and how you treat each other versus your worship to him.
Mm.
Because he loves us.
Okay, now what is the second commandment? Ain't the second commandment like thou shalt not covet or worship idol? What's the second commandment?
I'm gonna pull him up because I don't know him
Yeah, I'm about to
verbatim.
pull him up too.
And I
I ain't
should,
got
but
one,
I
man.
don't. I ain't even gonna fib.
Yeah, and the reason why I want y'all to pull them up because I want you to see the staunch difference.
Con. So it says, "Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the first one is thou shalt not have gods before me, and then he reiterates that with don't have graven images. Now the
Yep.
second divine principle of my eye is I have not committed robbery with violence.
Mm.
See, it's still about human treatment and principle. What is the
Con.
third commandment? What is the third commandment?
Thou
Thou
shalt
shalt
not
not
take
take.
thy name, the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Right.
Yes.
Now, the
Right.
third commandment, he's still on him. The third principle of my heart is I have not stolen.
Mm-hmm.
What is the fifth commandment?
Remember the Sabbath day and keep it holy.
Okay. The fifth principle is I have not stolen food. Think about that. Why when called to purity, you got to say I ain't never stole no food. Because it's about what? Human treatment. It's about how we treat. How do we see God and how we treat each other?
Con. I agree with you.
What is number 6?
Honor your father and mother.
Okay, the number 6 divine principle of my heart is I have not swindled offerings. So right here now he's talking to those in charge, those fiduciaries in charge of taking care of humanity's, the purse strings and safety net of humanity, the social service programs. What is number 7?
Thou shalt not kill.
Unalive.
I'm
After that.
sorry. Yes. Oops.
That's all I
TikTok.
was about to say it
Unalive.
for you.
Yes. I don't want to. I'm Salaki, brother. Sorry. Yes.
Now, number
Thou shalt
7
not
of the
unalive.
divine principle. Now, the number 7 of the divine principles is I have not stolen from God and goddess. What's number 8?
Who dropped?
Thou shalt
Thou
not
Thou
shalt not.
commit
shalt not
adultery.
steal. Oh, yours is
Okay,
different from mine.
That
No,
first thou
now,
you
shalt
we
not
said it
unalive
already.
is thou shalt not commit
But this says
adultery.
number 8 down here now. That's what it says on mine, on my phone.
Okay,
Oh wow.
sister. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this
Oops.
is different.
okay.
Yeah, I
Now,
got Google Gaga.
Me too. I'm on
now,
Google Gaga.
Google Gaga.
Oh, okay.
now, the number 8 is, what I say, number 9 or number 8? Number 8, I have not told lies. What's number 9?
uh, thou shalt not bear false witness.
Okay, the number 9 principle is I have not carried away food. Again, he getting back to that food. It's like it must be important that we keep food, and that maybe one day food is gonna be currency. Ain't we seeing that now? How you got people just want something to eat. People just
Yeah.
look. We want some people is in food lines.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's number 10?
I
Dang,
have you
I
shall
just
not
looked at it.
covet.
Yep. You shall
You
not
shall
covet.
not covet. Okay, the number 10 principle is I have not cursed. Now, y'all done with y'all 10 commandments. This is why y'all so messed up. Because there's number 11 through 42 with the divine principles of my eye. What you think hold more weight? I got it from 11 to 42. That's how many more I got to go. Y'all done at the 10 commandments. Well, since you done at
No,
the 10
brother,
commandments,
brother, no. This is where I have to respectfully disagree because in the Bible there's more laws. There's laws for women. There's laws for
mm-hmm.
men. There's laws for merchants. There's all types of different laws. Right, Khan 613. Khan sister
Now
in
I'm
the
about to
chat
give
said
you.
it. So even though
Now I'm about to
these are the
give you.
basic premise behind all laws, though, if you think about it, because when you start to go into the verses for laws for women and men and marriage, these laws intertwine. This is the blueprint, the Ten Commandments. Now I understand what you're saying about the 42
Right.
laws, but there again, the 42 laws are also synonymous with the Ten Commandments.
Oh no, wait a minute. These ain't laws. These are principles.
Come on, principles. Right,
Right, these are
principles.
principles, right? So now listen to this. So
Mm-hmm.
after the commandments, after we're commanded, so now you have another person who's walking around with this one. So now if you've been commanded, then I could ask you some questions. I could say to you, have you ever closed your ears to the truth?
Yes,
Well,
I
I ain't
have.
part of the Ten Commandments.
I
Well,
have
then, so
before.
now, well, see, that's one of the divine principles.
Hmm.
Have you,
I'm.
have you
Let
ever
me give you
committed
the main.
adultery?
Let me give you
Have
the
you ever?
main one though, because
Go ahead.
after Jesus, remember after he unalived on the cross was right. It really boiled down to just two for real. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna tell you two main
Mm.
ones is love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. And then the
Con.
second is love your neighbor as you love yourself. Them are the two most important. And then it say all the laws and prophet
Absolutely.
hang on to these two commandments. That's what it say.
And you know why? Because you can literally start a society over with just those two commandments.
Absolutely.
That's,
Exactly.
yep,
That's what I'm
yep.
saying.
You're
Right.
right. You can, and that's what I tell people. Sometimes you can complicate shit so bad that you forget the simple principles of it.
Hmm.
Mm.
And
Like he said,
and
now, God never told us to build churches, never told us to do anything we doing. He told us to
mhm.
do one thing, and that's love each other. That's
That's
all. He said,
all, and that's
that's
why I
it,
said
good
that's the
love.
whole sum of this whole. If we just really, because everybody be so trying to be technical with the Bible, and all this, all we have to do is look at the whole concept. Because if you really look at it, it's in all the books. It's really he was using sinners. You know what I'm saying? To basically to love one another or to bring or save somebody. Like he still was using sinners. It was like we're no different from them. He was using sinners to basically help one another. That's all that really was. I mean, because
Because,
all of us,
yeah.
every last person was not a sinner except Jesus on it. But I'm just saying that that's all it was, and it
Well,
really
the
just want us to
spirits,
love us,
well,
want love ourselves.
And
those
one of the
spirits have
biggest,
nowhere to go when we united. See, when we united, them spirits have nowhere to go. When we
con,
are united in thought, and we in unison with, like you said, those who know God must worship him in spirit and in love. Once we all on that same frequency, those bad thoughts that's whispering you call them bad thoughts, we call them fallen angels. They could no
Mm,
longer penetrate because that's where greater is he in you than him in the world comes in at. Because if
right.
we
mm-hmm.
all united with that general consensus that this is how it's going to go, then they can't do what they did in the Bible when the spirit went into that one man and went and got 500 more. I mean, 10 more who was just like, who was worse than him. They
So
can't
does
bring no company.
does it count when when I say tell everybody like I go around and say I love you, I love you. So does that
Yeah.
count?
I mean,
Well,
it's more of internal. You can say it all you want, but it's all about the meaning in your heart.
I
right,
You
but
mean
you
it.
know.
cannot have
I
art
mean it.
against your
Yeah,
brother.
I'm
You
just saying.
cannot have art. Well,
You can give
love
them
in
a
the
hug
sense
and
that
still
I
love
don't have,
somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
right.
okay.
You ain't even gotta
Okay.
say it.
Right, right, right,
Okay.
right. Long as I think it's the conditioning of the heart. That's why the Bible tells you
Yeah.
to. Actually, the Bible tells you never ever trust your heart. He says
Hmm.
that do not trust the heart. Who can trust it? He said lean on your mind. Do what your mind say do, because your mind knows what's best. This is scripture. He said, do not trust your heart. Actually, he said your heart is the most deceitful part of your body.
What?
Yeah,
as
look it
as
up.
as as can the mind, because sometimes we tend to lean on our own understanding, and we're not
Mm.
supposed to, right?
Come on, Jediah. There it is.
Oh
Yeah, look
So,
it
wow.
up. He said your heart is the most deceitful part of your body. Who
If you
knows it?
run off your
That's
heart,
what he said. Who
off your
knows it?
feelings,
He said,
right.
who knows?
feel
That's why
like
he
you
said,
cheating on me.
search the reins of your heart. That's why he said God searches the reins of your heart. He going through the thoughts of thought. He going to that one core of who you truly really are.
Con. Now, I like
Don't
what
trust your
I
heart.
like what Kevin has on the board about forgiveness. And a
Oh
lot of
yes.
us around here, we have so much disdain and despise each other's because the inability to forgive each other.
Mm.
And the reason why we can't forgive each other is Matthew 7, 3 to 5, is because we have a mote in our eye. And that thing that we despise about others is oftentimes something that we despise about ourselves, and we don't forgive in
Mm.
ourselves.
You preaching.
Mm.
Preaching. You preaching. You preaching to the choir.
That's what I said. When people ain't learn the art of
Because I've
forgiving
been
yourself.
fine, I've been this way. So it's when we see, like, say for example, someone cheated on us. Have we been a cheater in the past? Have we cheated somewhere else? So it's not about this very same act of cheating, but is there a proclivity in another area in my life where I've cheated? And we don't understand forgiveness until it's time for us to want forgiveness from others. And that's when we feel the lack of forgiveness. Forgiveness is one of the biggest acts of love, that
Yep.
you let something go and let that grudge go. You're loving the Most High first because He asked you to forgive 70 times. What is it? 70 times 7.
Yep.
Forgive Khan. And look at all the forgiveness and grace and mercy He has given us, but yet we fail to give it to each other, His children.
Yeah, that's why he say, how could you love God you never met and hate your brother that you see?
Khan.
That's
Right.
God. That's God telling you that. How could you love me? You ain't never seen me, but you hate your brother and your sister
And
that
you
you
see
see
why
every
I
day.
talk about this every other, because I feel like I'm gonna get to like dang near part 50 something by the end of this year, because this is a topic I gotta really talk about. I do it every other Saturday. I talk about this because I feel like that's why a lot of people is going through what they're going through, because they never, I mean, it start off with a lack of forgiveness, and people have been hurting here. You know what I'm saying? They don't know how to let go of certain things, so that's why they just become a itty person, a ishy person. I'm trying to think of the word without saying it. You know what I'm saying? They
Right.
become this way. They hurt so
They
much.
become
So once we
bitter.
learn the
They
art of
bitter.
forgiveness, you know what I'm saying? It's a chain released off of us. You
Ooh,
know?
brother, yes. Because we think that by not forgiving someone else, we hurting them. We hurting ourselves because we walking
Right.
around with that poison.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
And I could tell you from personal experience, it will not only mess with your mind, it messes with your body. When you wish
Yes, it
Exactly.
it
do.
and holding on a grudge, you get things like cancer, you get things like arthritis. And I'm
Yup,
here to tell you it's the truth based on
yup,
my
sure
personal
is.
experience.
Because
You
that
know,
great that within you begin to, it's just like when enzymes get to depleting inside of a bottle. You know, that happens in your soul, in your body, and next thing you know, people don't understand that connection. It's that shit is real. That connection is real. When you hate people, and next thing you know, that hate in
I'll
your
be right back,
stomach will
y'all.
start causing you to have ulcers. You thinking it's
kind,
the no, it's that hate in you, and because that all them feelings come from the pit of your bowels.
kind.
That's why the Bible talks about it so much. It comes from the pit of your bowels. That's why we be so sick when we get upset. To the point it made us sick because it's our bowels. That's where it hit at first. And then you bring that up. That's why you have to find it in your heart to say, you know what? I'm bigger than that. It didn't cost me. It didn't, you know what? It ain't worth giving it that kind of energy because then the inside of my body is going to react to that.
Brother. Mm.
You know, demons is real. I tell people he talks about that in the Bible. He talks about how these angels are of high intelligence, intelligence far greater than ours. That's why they can manipulate a man into thinking he's a woman because that's them spirits, that spiritual possession.
Right.
I can manipulate you into thinking you something you not. That's why I don't get down on no particular community because I understand spiritual warfare. Like Paul say, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but spiritual wickedness in high places, spiritual wickedness and principalities. What principles? We mess with people with some messed up principles.
So let's
The
think.
principalities.
Let's think about what the medical institution is trying to do for these people. They're calling it gender dysphoria. That's a mental health condition. Any mental health condition is really, like you're saying, brother, spiritual warfare. And so
Yep.
their thing is to adhere to that demon that's inside of them that's confused. And so now we're going to treat this with what do you call that, hormone derivatives. Why would you do that versus trying to get that person to accept who they were born to be, that they are beautiful as they are? You know, Most High made you this gender. You're not supposed to be no other thing. And it's wicked of this medical society. and the Mental Health Society to say, oh, because you're going to unalive yourself because you really want to be a man or a woman for that which you were not born. That's evil.
And that's that spirit manipulating you to suicide. Oh, you don't want to do things my way?
Time,
Well, I'm going to make you take yourself out this world. I'm about to
time,
drive you crazy. So he about to
time.
invite more into your mind, and now you can't take it. And you hear them people saying, I can't take it no more. These things, these voices in my head. Oh, my God. And next thing you know, what do? They up out of here. And what
Right.
do those spirits do? They go to another host. They find
Mm-hmm.
another host. It's real easy. It's billions of people on the planet. They can easily find a host.
I'm going to tell
It's
you,
just which one is going to keep it.
God, when I was suffering with the lack of forgiveness and I was depressed, I said 4 words, God, come to me. And my depression ceased. That's how come I know there is a God. So when people don't believe, it kind of perplexes me. All you have to do is ask him, and you will receive that healing that you need. It's not in no pill, it's not in no drink, and it's not in no drug. He is there's
So,
a verse says that he's the ointment of all healing.
So as the younger kids that's turning into like the men's and women's turning, I mean the younger kids. So what do you say about that? I mean, that's the evilness in them and their kids.
yep,
Okay.
yep,
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 it's
At
those
yep,
13
spirits
and
like
12
those
and stuff.
spirits. They like
yep. Kids can be
Yep, they
evil.
touch children because they're innocent.
Yep, they the easiest.
God,
Keep this in mind. Y'all, that's why I say people don't read the Bible like I thought they do. God unalived the kids in the Bible. He never spared them. Do you know why?
No.
When God would raise up a king or a warrior in the Old Testament to do things, to handle business, he made it clear, get rid of everybody, including the cattle. He said, don't even keep their animals. Don't keep the kids. Don't keep no remnant. Why? Because they taught it to their kids. Their kids ain't nothing but many virgins of their parents. So God said, get rid of the entire line. This is how you do things.
Mm.
And it's in scripture. He told Jehu, the one who went to get Jezebel, told him the same thing.
Well,
Don't
we don't.
spare
Yeah, we
nobody.
don't.
He told David. He told David the same thing. And what did David do? He disobeyed him and kept some ox and got cursed and got punished for that. Like, man, I told you to destroy. Yeah, wait a minute. You kept the ox, but got rid of the kids, huh?
See, we never talked about that in church before. About the
Oh
different
yeah,
genders. They never bring some stuff like that up in church.
yeah. Because church is designed to get
and
money
they're
out of
not
you.
going
That's why.
to.
The
Time,
church ain't designed to save you. They designed to get that money and give it back to the system. That's why all your churches have bank accounts, and it's rare that they can move hell of a in your community. If you notice, churches don't move under a church banner. They move through other organizations. When they feed you, they don't feed you directly from the church. Gleaners get them the food to give to you. They go get other people to donate food and they put them in a box and give it to you. But the church itself ain't spent a dime on you.
Mm.
You give them all your money and they give you boxes of food somebody gave them free to give out to you. You may as well bypass the church and went straight to Gleaners or Forgotten Harvest.
time. And then let's think about where our pastors and priests come from. They come from theology school. That
Yep.
curriculum is corrupted.
Mm-hmm.
It's corrupted to keep us oppressed. They don't want you to know the real truth. So this is what you're gonna preach in churches. They take one sermon. They never do precept upon precept. They take one verse and they sit on that verse for the whole 45 minutes, an hour, depending on which church you're in, and they spend speaking about that. And like my brother always says, it's a motivational speech.
Mm.
They have this saying in Italian, "Fezzi guden." They keep you stupid, you know. That's why we got to study
Mm-hmm.
ourselves approved. And this is why they didn't want
But
us
see,
to
without
read.
the church,
They didn't want us to read.
but without it, Jediah, I don't know what we'd do though. I told my mama way back when, I said, Mama, without the church, I don't know what niggas would do. I don't know what we do. We need some of us, we need that in our mind to believe that there's a place we gonna go and we keep being bad. Don't ever let nobody
Right.
tell them that there's no
Exactly.
checks and balances. Like some of
Right.
us need,
Right.
cause what would we do on Sundays if there was none? What would be the checks and balances that tells us to be good to each other if we didn't have our almighty church? Why? But
Oh
see, that
yeah.
lets you know if you need that to do all of that, something wrong with you.
Well,
If
Yeah.
church
you
is
think
where
because
there's
the church gone, you're going to start stealing again, then you still
mm,
a thief and you ain't been delivered.
well, church is where there's two or more gathered. Right now, this is
That's
church.
right.
It's not in a
That's
building.
right.
You know, it's
That's
not in a
right.
building.
Preach.
That's right. That's right. Well, no, but that's why when people tell me they've been in church all their life, I'll be like, poor you. Poor you. I would not mention that nobody know that. I've been in church all my life and I ain't did shit for my community. Been in church all my life and I ain't even got a glove program. You know, I got a program every winter that I run. Been doing it for over 12 years. I go to Walmart and I buy all the gloves they got. And wherever I see homeless people, I just give them a pair of gloves.
Oh my God, you do the same thing I do. Oh
Yeah,
wow. I started that
yeah.
too. I started giving them away in the library.
See, but you see how great minds think alike?
Oh wow.
That's what we supposed to do. The shit that we can do. It don't cost me nothing but about $40 and I walk out of there with 2 bags of gloves.
Yes.
And I give them, when I see them homeless people, I give them a glove. They even got hat, man, the hats ain't nothing but $1. Man, $100 and I done put warm clothes on half of the east side of Detroit. What did it cost me to do that for God?
Yeah. And I don't even put a price on it, you know? I don't put a price
Right,
on it.
right.
I'll be glad
Right,
to
we
help
don't.
the others.
Man, listen, it is a pleasure. It is a pleasure to do that. I am so glad that I have the wherewithal that when I see that I can say, oh, I can go to a Goodwill and say, listen, man, I know a bunch of men who need some suits. Give me a deal on y'all suits. And I'm going to take them down to the corridors and give them out to the brothers that's getting out of prison so they'll have a suit to go on their interview. You know what I'm saying? Little shit like that. Whether you know it or not, stuff like that helps.
Yes,
Stuff
it
like
does.
that helps humanity. It
Yes,
helps
it
people
does.
keep a smile on their face. It helps keep them, it helps let them know that there's still hope out here.
Right, right.
Somebody's still thinking about us. God, and that's why they say God ain't gonna fail me. Why? Because he know, cause 6'4" gonna be at Walmart one day. And he gonna see a bunch of gloves and buy them. So you're
Right,
right, baby. God ain't gonna fail you, especially if I run across you and I know where your little corner at.
right.
God ain't gonna fail you because I'm
Because
thinking
I
about
can
you too.
in the wintertime, one time I was in the wintertime. This lady, she wrapped up real good, and this poor baby didn't have no hats and no gloves. I turned my car around, whipped that car around, and went over to Former Mills and started getting gloves and hats and stuff, you know, just to
Yup.
help these people out, you know. I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
can understand how kids is, you know. Kids that go and lose their gloves. I don't care if you got to put a socks on their hands, you know. That's what we used to do back in the days to keep our kids
Yup.
warm, you know.
Yup. Yup. So I tell people that's what we supposed to be doing. We supposed to be filling in the gaps because we are God's ambassadors with my transportation company. I take in Highland Park, I take the seniors for free during between the certain hours of every day. The seniors in that city could take our shuttle or our vans for free to where they got to go. If they got to do appointments at the doctors, if they got to do their prescriptions, if they just going to the grocery store or Family Dollar. Highland Park ain't nothing but a city that's that's 2 miles. So a lot of where they do their business at is basically situated in one area. So I told my drivers who got the money and who really just out here because they bored and don't want to be at home with their wives. I was like, man, what we need to do, the seniors are not mobile. We need to make a plan where we can senior citizens mobile again. And I realized that they don't go nowhere. Like I ran one of our meters on one of them, and I took them on a round trip, and the round trip wasn't even over $10. And I didn't even, I didn't even spend like 8 minutes with him. And so I told him, I said, man, I ain't even charged him. I said, don't even worry about it, Mr. Johnson. You good. You buy you something to eat with that $10. So I called up my dispatcher. I said, I need some guys who gonna do the senior citizens between 8 and 12 every day for free.
Yeah, like when they was stealing these Kias, my Kia got stolen this year, right? And that $4,000 that I had to pay to not the 4,000, what was it, $1,000 that I had to pay to get my Kia fixed? That was my gloves and hat money, And when I put it on
Mm-hmm.
online to get help, there was no help. But guess what? God made it a way that I can get that money to go buy those hats and gloves, though.
See.
He made it a way. I didn't care if I didn't get not one red cent, but God made it a way. I got that money.
Mm-hmm. And see, in doing that, people will see me do that and do this, and then they want me to do stuff for them. Like,
Right.
man, you know what? I ain't got time to do it, but if I get you the money, would you do it? The hell yeah, I got you, man. I've been a fiduciary over so much money in my lifetime because people know that they can trust me with it. I'm about one of the few people who can get rid of $100,000 in one day.
But I don't hate on them. I would never hate on them if they don't give
Hey,
me anything, I just say, God bless you. God bless you.
can can I say something?
Mm-hmm.
Um, I have a small business. I've had so for going on 5 years, but on my business card, I say making a living while being a blessing. And I have a scripture on there, Luke 137. You know what that says?
Bring it
No.
Um,
out, brother. Bring it out. If Kevin allows,
all
bring it out.
all things are possible through God. So I got out the mindset of idolatry where I was like my mindset for a while, for half my early 30s, were was, man, I gotta get this money. I gotta get this money. And then I got out the mindset of idolatry because we supposed to be chasing the Most High. And when I started, when I had the mindset of nah, I'm gonna chase this money, and then when I stopped, chasing the money and putting it over the Most High, it started to come to me, and I started blessing people. Whereas though I have a moving and hauling business, and I started like, you know, all right, it's gonna be $100 to move this to there, but somebody, and I can clearly see they ain't got much money. So all right, I got 75. I say I'm gonna work with you. I'm gonna do it for 50. Keep the other 25. Use it for groceries or something. But when I started blessing people, that's
Okay.
when the blessings started happening.
Right.
And when I stopped worrying about money, I started to have more of it. Um, The Lord will provide what you need. He'll make it. He'll make it happen for you. He'll take care of you long as you're taking care of His people through whatever sin they may be in. They might need you to show them that they don't have to be in that sin, or they don't need it as much as they think they do.
Khan, Salakia, brother. Kevin, will you allow me to read something? Okay, so this is Deuteronomy chapter 15, verses 7 to 11. If there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren within any of thy gates in the land which Yahweh giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thine heart, nor shut thine hand from from thy poor brother, but thou shalt open thine hand wide unto him, and shalt surely lend him significant for his need in that which he wanted. Beware that be not, so I'm sorry, because these words, beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the 7 year, the year of release is at hand, and thine eye be evil against thy poor brother, and thou givest him not, and he cry unto Yahweh against thee, and it be sin unto thee. Thou shalt surely give him, and thy heart shall not be grieved when thou givest to him. Because for this thing Yahweh thy God shall bless thee in all thy works, and in all thou puttest thine hand unto. For the poor shall never cease out of the land. I command thee, thou shalt open thy hand wide unto your brother thy poor, and to thy needy in the land.
And Jediah, didn't what he say about that heart? What he call it?
Don't be hardened. So when you give to someone else,
What did he
don't
call
be
the heart? He said, looking at wicked heart. He said, don't that wicked heart of yours? Then he called it
con,
wicked, didn't he?
con, con.
Yep. See, y'all keep saying the heart. That heart, he makes a lot of references about that heart being wicked because he knows where the center of your thoughts are at. That's why he's
Con.
saying Mark chapter 7, the things that come off a man, when he talks about what defiles a man, Mark chapter 7, 7 through 19, I think, where he talks about the 9 things that defiles a man. He said these are, when they was telling him, Jesus, you eating without washing your hands, y'all defile, y'all dirty. He said, no, that ain't what make you do, that's not what defile a man. The things that come out of his tongue, because the things that come off his tongue are the things that come out of his heart.
Con.
And then he named those things.
Right. It was I said read that too though. Yeah, it was saying it ain't about what comes in, what goes inside you is what comes out. Because it used to
That's
be like
right.
old pigs and that, you know what I'm saying? They were saying a lot of stuff, but then, he said that no, what really defiles you is what comes out, uh, stuff that's internal.
Not what goes
Internally,
into your heart, what
not what
comes
goes in,
out.
yeah. Yeah.
Because he said you can eat that and it'll come out you'll go use the bathroom. And that's gone. He said, but what comes out of your heart, now that's something different. That's internal. That hatred, that adultery, that lasciviousness, that lewdness, that theft. He said, these are the things that defile you. Not the fact that you didn't go to church. Not the fact that you didn't pay your tithes. Not the fact that you cussed somebody out.
And
Con.
I need people to, it got me, people got to realize that the only reason why people be feeling like they can buy their way to heaven, that's the thing. I think people be skipping over that verse or something like that. but you know that we are not of works anymore. You know, it's
Mm.
not if I do this, this and that, then the Lord will accept me or something like that. No, don't. If it was according to us to make it to to heaven or whatever, um, would none of us can make it there. We all just naturally sinners. We're not good enough for God. I'm put it that way. So that's the whole point of why Jesus died on the cross for us. Is only we can only make it through His grace. So a lot of people be thinking, dang, if I do this, if I pay my tithes, if I praise Him all, the days and all this stuff or whatever, or if I outbeat them in prayer or outbeat them in worship, I might have a better chance. No,
Yeah,
none of us
they
have
do.
that chance.
People do. Yep.
Right. That's not how that
Yep.
works.
That's
Sorry,
not how it
brother.
works.
Hmm.
Yes. And my friend, he came up with a good one. And it was unintentional though, but we was talking. So he was like, we are the reasons. We are not the reason why we going to heaven. We are the reason, but we are the reason why we go to hell. But it's if you really think about it, it's really that junk is true though. We are not the
Yeah.
reason why we go to heaven. We are the reason why we going to hell though.
Right.
Because our flesh, you know what I'm saying? My dad is a Muslim. I know. He, but I hope he does. If I learn to, it's we fight our flesh every day, heaven and hell.
Can you define what grace is for the 37 people in this room?
You said what is
Grace.
grace? Oh, okay. Uh, I could sum the whole thing up. It's getting something that you don't deserve.
Yes, yes, yes.
Grace is
I
for
can
a
agree with that.
period
But
of time.
a grace period.
So
Have you ever was late on your rent and you had a grace period
Period. Yeah, grace
of
period.
about a week to pay
Yeah.
it? It's the period of time to get it right.
Mhm.
It's not just, live how you live. Nah, you got a time to get it right, to get right with the Most High. It's not like you're not going to be judged, but you have a specific time to get it right. Now, if that time could be when you take your up until you take your last breath, or it could be up until he comes back. I don't know,
Right.
but you
I was about
have
to
a
ask your
time
definition of get it right. I want to know what that means now.
to walk right, to spread the good news,
Right.
to
Right.
just to
I think people mix get it right with get it perfect.
no, it's no perfect man on this one.
Yeah. Because
It
I,
was
I was
only
only reason
it
why
was
I asked that
only
though.
one that
Yeah.
ever walked this earth. What was you
Hello.
saying?
No, I was saying the only reason why I said that is because um everybody everybody got their own definition of what right and wrong is, or that's why I asked you that. So I'm put it this way because a lot of people be like, oh, and I really got in a little thing about the debate about this though, but I'll be like, just because somebody's seeing differently from you doesn't make you any better, because everybody, nobody on this earth is perfect, right? So just because you stop doing one sin, that don't from something else, and then somebody else is doing that don't make you any. Like I said, it don't make you any
It
better than
does.
another person. And everybody, we we make our own judgments of everybody because like, oh, then you not walking in the right way or something like that because you're not doing this or something like that. But then again, it do also says in there that like we can't really say much because whatever we get to say to them, somebody can point back us at us and have something to judge on us too. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. So it's like,
Take the own plank out your eye before you attempt
yeah,
to take a speck of dust out your neighbor.
yep, exactly. So that's why I feel like it's something deeper than that. It's another thing I realized that cause I got a friend that's I don't know if y'all, I think one of y'all, some of y'all might be Israelites or something like that. But I have a person at my job that's that or whatever, and he wear this
The bingy thing.
that it's this little shirt thing that got a bunch of what they call it. It's a bunch of little
Frank,
things that hang off of it.
Frank,
Fringes, fringes.
Fringes.
Oh,
Okay, he
okay.
wear fringes, right?
Hmm.
So he wear fringes.
Israelite.
Yeah. So he wear fringes because they told basically it was in the Bible that they had to wear to remember the commandments, right?
Oh,
So I was trying to get him to understand that because a lot of things have changed, right? Especially from the Old Testament to the New. A lot of things changed from when Jesus unalived on the cross. So because back then people couldn't eat pork, none of that stuff. I mean, none of that stuff is still not right, but it's just like um it was a reason why he has unalive for our sins, all of our sins. You know what I'm saying? Even the ones that we don't think that he unalive for. But what I'm getting to is that dang, why did I get drifted off like that? Basically,
that's
oh
called
my
old
goodness,
age.
I'm so mad. I literally about to get.
That's
Oh,
called
I
old
keep going.
age. You get old.
No, I'll be always side stepping myself, and then I'll be saying about one thing. Then what was I getting to? So I said,
You was talking about when, because he said you got to get right, and then right
yeah.
and wrong. You were along those lines.
when you were talking
Mm.
about the fringes.
There you go. You just reminded me. Right, dang, I am. What the heck? I'm only 30 some years old. What is going on?
That's
So
okay.
yes, the
That's okay.
fringes. So I was getting to that. Right. So the thing is, the part it's a section why the reason why we don't have to wear it no more, right? Well, people can do what they want to do, but I'm just saying that if you want to wear it or not. But it's a part in the Bible where it says because you got to remember it, or it say keep His commandments. I know they like to say you must keep His commandments, right? So they don't realize that I think after Jesus unalived on the cross for us, like later down in the stories, he basically said that he has written the commandments in our heart now. You know what I'm saying? So we have like the people that's of God has no choice but to keep because it's kept in your heart. You see what I'm saying?
Right,
So
right.
that's why you don't have to wear fringes anymore because this. I'm put it this way. It's just like I think, like I feel like what the Holy Spirit is. It's that feeling where you feel like it's something wrong when you do it. If it's that feeling of you did it wrong or something, without somebody have to tell you, like, dang, I do feel weird, like that shouldn't be right or something like that. Like that's what I feel like the Holy Spirit is. You know what I'm saying? That it's like a guilty type feeling when you do something.
Yeah, but some people is in their ways, when they grew up like that, they don't go to the new testimonies and stuff. They stay right in their old ways.
Yeah. Oh, hang on.
Um,
You
um,
say I'm an Israelite,
I
right?
followed the Israelite way for about 4 years, and I still do. But
Yeah.
I no longer claim that I'm an Israelite, but I do keep some of the ways,
I feel
Right.
like
you.
the Sabbath day.
Yep.
I don't eat pork. I don't eat shellfish. Some of the feast holidays, feast days, um, Day of Atonement. I keep those days.
Yeah, those are things you can't let go, and that's part of life.
Yeah.
So
Right. So
but
Israelite is more about culture than it is
Okay, I
religion.
get you.
yeah,
Than
yeah,
religion. So when you keep the old ways, it's culture.
Mm.
Right,
Right.
right.
I get you. Makes
Right. And
sense.
so then a lot of people like to say we're a cult, but it's culture, and cult anyway is the root word of culture. So I guess that's where they get that from, but it's
Mm-hmm.
misconstrued. It's not
Yeah.
cult like as we know cult as Ku Klux Klan and this type thing of wickedness. It's
Mm-hmm.
just basically keeping the original laws, right?
I
Right,
get you.
Right.
right.
and
I
we
feel you.
have to keep the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. So that's period. It's nothing done away with. Um, he put it in the Bible, Old and New Testament. So if you believe in the Bible, which I do, I'm not saying anything's done away with. My fiance believes that everything is clean and everything is good to eat. I said you a lot, but she doesn't eat pork, no shellfish, so she good with me. But everything isn't clean. He put it in there for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Just because we can eat, just because we can, I'll do it like this. Just because we can don't mean we should, right?
Should, right, exactly. I be saying that too. Just because you can don't mean you should.
Right.
Exactly.
And so when we talk about, now I'm not going to condemn people for what they eat, but what I would offer is that you consider the thing that you're eating, right? So like
Right.
lobster, crabs, and all these things, they're bottom feeders. They're to clean the ocean. They clean all the muck, the crap that other fishes are pooping out. You know, that's what they're meant to do. If you put a shrimp in your fish tank, you will watch that water get clear. Why? Because it's cleaning up all the mess in the fish tank. And that mess that it's cleaning up, like the other fish poop and stuff, and you eat shrimp, that's what you're eating. You're eating the
Mm.
garbage and you're putting that into your system. And
And
then now you're having parasites in your body. So these laws that Yahweh made or God made, however you say it, whichever you refer to as the
Mm-hmm.
Creator, it's not grievous because He doesn't want parasites in your body. You don't
Mm-hmm.
want things that are going to make you sick. You don't want things
I
that are going to cause cancer and so on and so forth.
right.
God.
I
like
think I think a lot of
if
that
you
stuff.
look at it, even if you look at it, the other fish couldn't digest it, do anything with it. That's why it comes out as feces. And you're eating the very stuff in crab and shrimp and lobster. You're eating the stuff that they're eating. If you eat,
Yeah, because when I was eating, I used to eat lobster. I mean, shrimps all the time. And then one day I went to a restaurant. I said, "What is this black stuff on this shrimp?" Oh my God! When I found out what it was, now if I was to ever eat shrimps, which every once in a blue moon I would think about eating shrimp, I have to take all that stuff out and clean it out. I did not know we was eating that stuff. That is so nasty. We eating poop.
Mm.
That is real nasty. That black stuff on the shrimps is poop.
Oh my,
Yes.
some fried poop.
Yes,
But
it is. If you look at your
I was
shrimp,
about to.
cooked shrimp, I mean, if you look at shrimp in the pack, when
down
you
the
thaw it
back,
out, you're going to see that black line going down there.
Mm-hmm.
That's poop.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that's
so
the
if
I
your
vein.
was
body
about to.
couldn't digest it as a bottom feeder, what you think it's going to do to your body?
Right.
You're eating what their body as a bottom feeder couldn't digest.
Yeah. I think it's kind of if say we was to update the Bible today, right? I think it's way worse than that now. I think if according to that of the stuff we eat, I think that we would dang near be starving now because I think every food from especially from there and now is contaminated by now and probably has parasites
Exactly.
and regular chicken. It might even
Yep.
have it in your cereal because
Yep.
everything is not even clean. You know what I'm saying? So I
Yep.
think stuff is like way worse than it is now. Uh, than
But we
just
gotta
simply
eat, like
just
you said, we
dodging
gotta
shrimp
eat. Right.
and pork and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I think because if we did have an updated Bible, it's like, no, don't eat this. I don't want you to eat that. You know, rice. You can't eat that. You
Right.
know, bread. None of that. So yeah, it's because stuff is not pure no more like it was back at them times. You know.
And we gotta survive. We gotta live.
And we gotta
You know?
survive too, so it's like you gotta gamble. Like, but I mean, if you know what to dodge for, I'm not saying to be careless, but I guess say, try, try to
Right.
avoid, you know.
At least eat. Don't eat so much of it, you know? Limit it.
Yep, that too. Yeah, the intake.
Too much of anything is bad for you.
Oh yeah,
Too
for
much
sure.
water, too much water, you drown. Too much
Hmm.
air, you'll suffocate.
Yeah,
But you
too
need
much
them
everything.
both. You need them both to survive.
Obi, yeah, what's the deal, man? Yeah, you already know. I try to keep the topics going, even though we got on religion a little bit or spirituality a little bit, but hey. It is what it
Well,
is, you know.
if we look
Sometimes it got to get
across,
talked about.
Khan, if we look across TikTok, what are the topics, right?
Obesity and stuff.
Spiritual belief systems, men and women
Men
wars,
and women, right?
and politics, right?
Yep.
And if you read the Bible, all of that's in there, right?
Yep.
We wouldn't have these men and women wars if we would read the laws, statutes, and commandments as to how a woman is supposed to be and who men are supposed to be. So
Right.
we're all pointing, like with men and women, we're pointing these fingers at each other. It's your fault, it's your fault. But
Hmm.
collectively, it's both men and women. Because technically, if you look at the law, men ain't following the laws either, right? So we point to women a lot, and women are out of order. I ain't even going to say that we're not. We are out of order.
Yes, we are.
But men don't realize they have to be a complement to that which they desire. Right. So they run around here saying, well, men have a whole bunch of testosterone. So it's okay for men to have a high body count. According to the Bible, it's not, because the Bible says don't be a whoremonger to men. So we have to think about that. I mean, if we really read the word and get in order, you wouldn't have men women problems at all.
Right.
And,
I
and,
feel you
ac-
on that.
and according to the Bible, sex is marriage.
Sex is marriage, right? Exactly.
Sex is marriage. And that's why
I
we have
I think that's the reason why.
Khan.
I, right. I think that's the reason why people want to dodge the Bible because it affect them so way it keep them because they want to be so free, you know what I'm saying, that they don't like. That's what made me get deeper into the Bible because I'm like, man, what's so bad about the Bible? Oh, because it's telling me stuff that my flesh want to do, that, you know what I'm saying. So that I'm like, and that was like in my early 20s I realized that. I was like, the Bible can't be a bad thing. It's telling me to stay away from the stuff that my flesh want to do. You know what I'm saying? So it's obvious that, it's a reason why it's in there. And I realized that all sins and all that stuff affect us in some type of way. These people want to keep on sleeping around, doing all this stuff, but yet keep crying about baby mamas and baby daddies and all this stuff. Like, dude, if you would have simply, waited till marriage, right? You know what I'm saying? That's what it says. And all this stuff is in there for a reason. And I'm like, if everybody, like, literally, if there was and that's the only reason why I believe it, because if everybody was to follow the Bible, I think it would be like a dang near perfect world. You know what I'm saying? What hurts so bad to say love your neighbor, love your enemy? You know what I'm saying? Love God. You know what I'm saying? What hurts so bad?
But you get into a marriage and the same thing could happen. Somebody can cheat. You can still cheat on each other. That's what I'm saying. So why get married? Why put yourself in that predicament? You still gonna
Well, the
cheat.
But
Bible, the Bible
if they
also
was
talks
following the
about
Bible,
that.
they wouldn't be cheating then,
But
right?
Well,
a
he
lot
also
of them
talks
don't.
about
You got a
he
majority
also
don't.
talks about what to do when you do that. He also gives instructions on what to do when that happens. But nobody ever follows those
That's what
instructions.
I'm saying, right? You can't follow part of it, and then that's why I said.
Look,
That's why I said if you
look.
follow the whole Bible and do it right, you don't have to worry about cheating or any of that.
Yeah,
You
you
know what
don't
I'm
have
saying?
to
I don't
worry
think
Love,
it
about
said
it.
to cheat in
Well,
there.
love,
here, here's the
love,
thing when he
love,
talks about cheating.
love
Jesus
your
said that
wife.
if you look
It's
at a woman
adultery.
with lust in her eyes, you have already committed adultery with her. So
Yep.
you and cheating ain't even got to be physical, to be honest with you.
Yep.
But, however, he said if you are going to divorce, if you do break this union, let it be because he laid with another woman. That's the only thing that he see a reason to divorce for. And even then he turns around and say, but however, if it can be reconciled, reconcile it. Or yoke up with another believer quickly. See, they don't want to talk about that reconcile part. Reconcile meaning, okay, we can talk about this. And if it can be reconciled, and you don't, and you go and get married anyway to another person, in God's eyes, that divorce ain't valid and you will be cursed. Because he know your heart. Remember that. He know your heart.
Mm-hmm. You know you.
So if it can be reconciled, and so how do we know that cheating? And I always use cheating because that seems black women are the only women on the planet who seems to let that be the biggest deal breaker. Even in that, if he confessed, like the Bible tell him to do, and he wants to work it out, you don't. You don't even give it the benefit of the doubt. You think God about to bless you? See, now it ain't about what he did. Now God looking at you and how you respond.
That makes
He
sense.
looking at your move, not, okay, the nigga went and got some extra ass. And what, your bills ain't stopped getting paid, your car notes still got paid, the kids still went to school, people still went to college. Your level of care didn't change due to his infidelity. Why you want a divorce again?
Okay, so tell me if it
Because
was vice versa then. What if the woman
same
did that?
thing. Same thing.
Same
It's
thing.
Same
it's
thing.
actually different for
Same
women.
thing.
Sixfold,
Same thing.
sixfold,
Yep.
A woman would, I
Uh-huh.
don't know. Let me shut up. But I don't
yeah.
think a
Yeah,
woman
well,
would take
we
Mhm.
that
just
for real.
yeah,
Now
and I
remember
know
the key
wisdom about to get
words
through
here
that.
we using the key we using here is reconciliation.
Right.
See,
Okay,
we
here's
if it can be reconciled.
okay.
Right,
Here
right.
here's the difference with women. Women, no, it's unforgivable, right?
You're bitter.
Women are not supposed to have more than one man ever. Men, on the other hand, but there's a way that you do it. You can introduce a second wife.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean you just go out and sleep willy-nilly and cheat. You
Mm-hmm.
are to bring it to your wife. I'm interested in a second wife. And
Mm-hmm.
then they discuss that. Hmm.
That's right.
Isn't
Yeah,
didn't
that's
Done
David
good.
in
and all them
decent
do
and
that in
order.
there?
Yeah, do things in decent and in order.
Solomon,
King David did it, and a few
Solomon,
people did it. Had a
I
bunch of
think,
wives.
I
They got
think
a show on TV
Solomon,
like that. They got a show right now on TV about that. And they
I
so
think,
miserable. These women are so miserable with this one man.
I
That's
think
because they not doing it
Back
right.
Solomon
then they
made,
They not
wasn't.
doing
We
it.
got to
That's
think
because
about
I
it
the
though.
women are
think,
You could
wicked.
I think,
did.
The women are
I
wicked with
think
jealousy and
Solomon,
envy.
I think
Exactly.
Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines.
Mm.
It says in
And
the end days anyway, 7 women are going to cleave to one
For
man for
one
covering.
man.
for right. I was about to say the reason why they miserable now, right? Because it's the mindset is so much different from back then.
Right.
Back then, they people actually need each other, not want each other like today. You know what I'm saying? Back then, a woman really want to find a man to take care of them. You know what I'm saying? To come back, bring home the food and cook for them while all they had to do was take care of the kids. But now we in America and all this stuff, like, oh, I want to work like you work and all this stuff, and I'm not having fun because we done changed our how we want our fun to be now, all that stuff. Because nobody was really trying to look for fun back then. You know what I'm saying? They were trying to survive. That's all they was doing, trying to build families, survive. That was their fun, was spending
Hey,
time with their family. You know what I'm saying?
hey,
Waiting on their husband to come back home. You know,
hey,
bring that food, bring the animals they had to chop up the meat and all that. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't
Hey,
about to go out there and hunt that lion with them and all that stuff. They wasn't doing that. But today,
hey,
women want to hunt lions with them. You know what I'm saying? But
And I
it's
know
just
why.
funny.
And I know why. I know why. Because when it comes to like separation, the women's are out on the street. They ain't had no money in their pockets to take
It,
care of them and their kids. That's why we women want to be successful now.
yeah, but successful wasn't even an option back then. Like I said, it was
Right.
more about survival.
Right.
God,
We got to think about
for
how it was
basic
back
needs.
then.
Right. And women are out here, they're chasing the bag to buy bags.
Right.
They're
Hey,
chasing the bag to buy things. This is what
Not
we
all
and
find.
his
women now.
success
Not
was their
all.
I'm
success.
not saying all
The
women, sister. I'm not saying
Yeah,
all
the
hey,
point of
women.
me saying that was that
things
it
are
it was
about to
no
change.
one quick second, real quick. I was just saying the point of me saying that is because they were not miserable. If it was seven women to one man, they had somebody that could take care of them. That's what it was. They didn't care about, oh man, I'm so jealous of this and that. They wasn't even worried about none of that stuff because they had the
Right.
best man or whatever. Like
It was
if it
about
was a king,
preservation.
if a woman if it was a king with 100 people or something like that, they loved it. They was happy because they had somebody to take care of them. They wasn't just left out in the street alone because they had a man. That's all they care about because the man was actually valuable back then. But now we just trash. You know what I'm saying? But it's just that's the reason why they could have a bunch of. They wasn't miserable how the people want to put it out. They was not
Right.
miserable.
Right.
Right.
And
They were
those
thankful.
Nah,
wives
They
had
was
man.
each one of
Nah,
appreciative.
them had
nah,
a,
nah,
and they
nah.
played a
Here you go.
role, and
Here
they
you
played
go,
a
bro.
major role.
Here you go.
Yeah, they did
The
like they were supposed to
Bible,
do with their women. You know, they did
the
perfect. I mean, I'm not gonna say
Bible,
perfect, but they did good with their women's back then, you know? And the
Well, the
women's
women were
respect that.
ambassadors. Well, they were instant
Wow.
ambassadors. She got
the,
to understand,
the,
when them women married the king or became his concubine, they instantly were elevated to position. See, if I go like okay, like Jediah is in New York, and I'm king over here, and I see her, and I say, well, you know what, man, her daddy he run the sausage industry over there, and our kingdom likes sausage, and I want it for the best price, free if possible. But if I marry Jediah, maybe her daddy will give us grace and give me the best price on this, and then I could take it and resell it to the kingdoms who can't get to them. So I'll marry Jedi, take care of her. She's gonna be the ambassador of this deal.
Con, and the thing about it is with women, we're thinking from our flesh. We're thinking that
Mm.
we are going to lose something if our husband adds a wife, but we're really gaining
She's
something.
running it.
Con,
Y'all thought the concubines was just sitting around waiting on the king to come dick them down? No, they all had jobs. They had things to do.
right. They might help with the children. They're
It
going to
was
be
a reason why they
cooking.
had no concubines.
Right. When the woman's
Yup,
unclean,
alliances,
right.
alliances.
When the woman is unclean, when she's on her menses, the husband cannot sleep in the same bed with her, right?
That's
So
right.
now you have another woman who could take care of that need, and that man ain't going out there without integrity, sneaking and cheating. Everybody knows what's up, and it's about procreation, right? It's about building
Right.
culture. Our people's culture right now, our culture is being unalived in all types of way. We got people wanting to be with the same gender. We got our women wanting to unalive babies through abortion. We have, look, if you look and research what that Planned Parenthood woman said, Margaret Sanger, she wanted to unalive our culture. That's exactly what she said. She didn't do it worried about for economics or children being born without being cared for. She wanted to get rid of our culture. Look up Margaret Sanger and what she said.
like, it say in the Bible, as you stated, 7 women will cleave to one man. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention or are paying attention to the U.S. dollar. It's crashing and it's almost to the ground. So things are going to get rough in about a year here. And you're going to need these alliances. So We're in the end time. So 7 women cleaving to one man is not, mark my words, it's going to be a thing. I promise you. It's going to be about survival.
Exactly. That's what I was saying. That's exactly what I was
That's
saying.
why.
Because that's when they were. It's because women were satisfied with just simply surviving. It wasn't about, oh man, he cheated, and they didn't even care about that, man. All they cared about is being taken care of. You know what I'm saying? And that was really just a man's job, to protect and provide. You know what I'm saying? But now we in a
But I
world
think
of wants. I can't do what I want. I can't go to this. Why do you get to do this and all that stuff? Like
that's that
if
spirit.
that
That's that
even
spirit
that
of
king
living.
was
That's that
would
serpent still.
yeah. Right. And even the king, they was willing to unalive for their woman. You know what I'm saying? That's the biggest thing you could ever do for anybody is put your life on it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. That's um how unappreciative just this new day and age because they looking like, man, I'm not happy. I can't do what other people do. I can't live in this Disney world like them. So that's why I'm not, you know what I'm saying? This comparison because of all this new stuff that's going on that's what's making them mad. That's why they can't keep a relationship because they only worried about their happiness nowadays. It wasn't like I said, happiness was survival back then. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was. But we make it seem like that we just slaves and all this stuff now or whatever. But then again, they was not worried about that. They can do what they wanted to do. They was happy with just their family and their kids. You know what I'm saying? And doing what they can with them, raising them, and it wasn't about can I go to the jewelry store and why you don't take me out to the movies and it wasn't about all that stuff, man. I'm just
But
saying.
not, but nowadays, look, you got men's women living off of women's now. Do y'all think
Man.
that's
But that's
right?
been like that.
I
That ain't
know,
nothing
but is it
changed. That's
right?
that.
No, no,
Yeah, no, I ain't. We ain't like it then. I ain't like it in the '80s. Don't like it now. Real men don't like that. Real men don't like. If I
Wait, what you
find out
say?
one of my boys living off a woman, if I
Oh,
find out
living
one of
off.
my boys doing that, oh, he ain't gonna come around me too often because he gonna get tired of me ridiculing his ass.
Khan, I would like
Actually, I did a live about. Actually, I did a live about that. About
Mm-hmm.
how men should not be shacking up with women and 33:30. Men should not be shacking up women. To stop letting men move in with you.
we're not talking about
Yeah.
Pookie. We're not talking about Pookie. Because in the Bible, if a man has a second woman, that woman is his wife, and if he makes a child, that child is now part of the family. And
The
maybe
whole family.
Abaniah, right? Maybe Abaniah could speak more to this because he's more in the word than I am. I'm learning the word at 58, and I wish I knew a lot of this a lot sooner. Even though I had a marriage, I have 5 children with one husband, and we stayed 30 years through thick and thin.
Yeah. But
In
I
spite of sickness, in spite of arguments, in spite of cheating, we stayed because that's what the Bible says you do. You forgive,
yeah.
right?
But I look at it, I tell people not to regret their past or nothing. Like I get you said, I wish you would have known, but it probably wasn't meant for you to know at that time. So that's why you know right now.
Exactly.
So yeah, I
Exactly.
never I tell people to never regret your past, man, because it wouldn't make you the person
Never.
you is today.
Khan. Khan. Brother Abaniah,
My
Shalom,
tight
brother.
timing.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Shalom to Shalom.
What's the deal, man?
Pleasant
What's
day
up?
to everyone on the panel. Pleasant day to everyone on the panel.
Hello.
I've been listening for a while, and you need to trace this as far back
Oh,
as
no. That might be
creation.
my man.
My boy keep
All right.
doing that. He be talking in that background with his mic off.
And we need to go back to creation. An order was instituted, and we see now that the order that in which how things supposed to run has come under attack from the system that run in the world today. The man was created and given dominion. So as the man having dominion, the Most High gave him certain powers in which to rule. The woman was created to be his helpmate because while all the other animals and all the other people on earth had wives and they were multiplying. Adam didn't have any. So the Most High decided it's not good for him to be alone, because one of the reasons why woman was given to man was for the purpose of procreation, to build a people. Now the
Yeah.
woman was given a specific role to function in. A woman is a helpmeet unto a man. A woman means female servant to her husband. And I know a lot of women wouldn't like hearing that, but it's the
They don't.
truth nevertheless. That's why the scripture said the woman was created for the man, not the man for the woman. But we have a lot of simpletons out here in the world today teaching symbology where they catering and pandering to the every woman need of women. And that is against the order in which the Most High set this thing up. Because when a man is not fulfilling his role to be the leader, protector, provider, teacher, and he's not doing that, society is going to crumble. Because men build civilizations. The very society that these women enjoying today, the very systems are wrong. They were created by men. Women don't create. They enjoy what is created and prepared. So when you decide to buy into the system, and notice this is a particular group of people, they push this idea on where they tell our women they are on equal footing with us. This is not according to the scriptures. Now, women wanting to be men, taking on the role of men, and men now wanting to be women, taking on the roles of women. That is confusion. So, so if a woman now decides she want to go out there and work like a man and do the things of men, then she is a particular spirit that she's going to be carrying, and she's not going to respect
Oh,
a natural man, because she would
oh,
believe, and as the system would have her believing that, hey, that's your equal,
oh,
you don't have to respect him. But if you notice the positions in society that women take, it's never the foundational building systems they're interested in. They're naturally interested in taking leadership, running things. So for instance, those that build the roads, those that do plumbing and construction, these are the things that build the very fabric of society that we enjoy today. Why don't we see women saying, here what? We want to be part of this. Let us go and start to take over the construction industry. Take over the sewer cleaning, the garbage truck. Why we don't take over those institutions? Women are not going to do that, because in truth and in fact, women know that they need men, and they are comfortable that, here what, if a man doing this, I don't have to worry about this. So they're free. This is the thing with women. A system has been set up where they do not have consequences for the choices that they make and the things that they do. Whereas men, regardless, we have to face the brunt of our decisions. So men and women are not created equal. And when you go against the status quo, how the Most High set it up, you are actually an enemy to creation. You're actually an enemy to his purpose and will. And that's the bottom line. So as much as a woman think she can do the things of a man, she cannot. As much as a man thinks he could do it, he cannot. And I just want to give one more scenario and then I go mute my mic. We
hey,
have men want to do the
hey,
transition from male to female. So they go through the surgery, they mutilate the private part. You ever notice that these men who do this thing, they have to place something in that opening to keep it open? Why is that? If it was so easy to make the transition from a male to a female, why do you need to do that? Because on the very cellular level, your body recognizes that this is something unnatural, and the body goes into defense mode to try and close up that opening or that cavity that was put there that's not supposed to be there. That is why that area tends to close up every time. But if you notice with a woman, she does not have that problem. That cavity there known as her vagina, the body don't ever try to close it up. That is one of the major differences. And this also proves that it's impossible for a woman to be a man as well as for a man to be a woman.
yeah,
Well,
let
So
I'll
me
tell
ask
you
before
what,
you
y'all
a
start,
women.
question.
real quick, hold up.
Let
Before
me
y'all
ask
start,
you a question real quick.
what? Go
Who's
ahead, humble.
the author of chaos and confusion? Lucifer. So the L whatever VTT, you know what that is. If they're confusing the people, man and woman, that's the devil.
Mm.
Better yield for the sake of our brothers panel and platform. I think we better yield this topic because they're coming in
He said,
and
right, they on there talking. But no, we can come. But I was about to say real quick though, for the people that ain't following real quick, I'm about to just all I'm about to do is reset the live real quick because I want to say this. Hold up real quick. So I'm gonna see something real quick.
you know, it's unfortunate when we speak the truth that there's consequences for speaking the truth as written by Yahweh or by demanded of and commanded of Yahweh, that we suffer consequences as platform creators for simply speaking the truth. You know,
Be
What's the
fruitful and
deal?
multiply.
Hey, third, what's the deal, man? Hey,
I
come
don't
right
know.
back. I'm about to reset the live and stuff or whatever. There's 40 people in here. If y'all follow me. If y'all trying to even listen to whatever, I don't know. And some people just in here just to troll and just press buttons. But
I don't
Khan.
have a clue what I missed. You know what I'm saying? And I got to say this again because we got new faces up here, man. I hope everybody having a great day on purpose. You know what I'm saying? I hope you feeling blessed and feeling well. You know what I'm saying? I hope you feeling great. You know what I'm saying? So,
Thank you, brother.
what the hell that
So,
was?
Kevin, I probably won't be back, love, because I'm going to
okay.
start my day. I appreciate your
Oh,
platform, and
oh, yeah, for sure.
I love the wisdom hairs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Hurry up and get
Thank
back on because
Looks good on you.
my
you.
daughter finna
Thank you.
call me.
All right, Shalom on 6-4,
Oh
as
yeah.
always, nice seeing you, and blessed day to everybody on the
You
panel.
too. You too.
Shalom.
You too. Have a blessed day.
Bye
Leona,
bye.
where you think you going?
Oh, my daughter just called me. She wanted me to help her pack.
I know I'm talking to. All right, but thanks. Yeah, thanks
No,
for
but I'm
coming
gonna
through,
get here
man. You know.
until she called me. I ain't going nowhere. You know, people always gotta do stuff. I'm gonna miss
You
this,
know.
man.
No,
You
people
already
be
know.
want you to help them with stuff that they don't need help with. She can unpack
No,
all
she need help because she moving out of town.
She just want to see her mama. That's
All
I
right,
understand.
going
What's
out.
good, Sierra? How you
all right, for
doing?
sure, for
Grand
sure.
Rising.
I'll be right back, y'all. The trolls. I don't know if y'all want to follow too. I'm
Yeah, when I
gonna be
come back,
right back. Give
explain
me
to
a
me.
second.
When I come back, explain to me what you started because it seems like you started something.